Nearly a year after Pedro was crowned champion, the Bren Chong Cup is back. You don't know what the Bren Chong Summer Edition is? It's a Clash Royale 1v1 tournament where you can compete against the best players in the world for a piece of the $6,000 prize pool. This Summer Edition consists of 3 stages. 12 qualifiers on August 25th, 26th, and 27th. From there we get the 12 names that will join the group stage. That second stage will be played from August 28th to September 4th. There, the 12 qualifiers and the elite players of Clash Royale will be fighting for a place in the playoffs. The finals will be played from September 5th to September 8th and will bring together the top 32 players from the group stage in a double elimination bracket. This is how we'll find the new champion in the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. To make sure the whole community has access to this content, the streams will be in Spanish, English, Portuguese, German, Italian, and French. To keep up with all the news, guest players, and broadcast schedules, go ahead and download Appgrade, available both on iOS and Android. You can keep up with the news by following Rebel Amar and AMG on all social media. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Bren Chong, AMG, Appgrade, and CWA. Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. Don't you miss it. Don't you miss it indeed. I have no idea where that other image came from, but it was there for a half second. Hi, everybody. Welcome, how are you? I'm Rich Slaton, and this is the Bren Chong Cup 2, the Summer Edition. And let me tell you something, guys. It's been a firefight so far. I'm excited for this one. And today we have one player that I'm really pumped about, and that's JupiterKing, who's been so good in this 2020. Kind of the breakout rookie of the year. And we're starting off with him today. Matches will kick off in about 5 to 7 minutes. So sit back, relax, crack open a seltzer water, get your coffee, find yourself a snack, preferably a burrito, and get ready for some great Clash Royale. If you're just joining, didn't see the video, here's how this is working. We are in stage 2, the group stage. 8 groups of 8. We'll be playing a full round robin, meaning every player you see on this roster today, every one of these players will play 7 matches. We'll play the other 7 players in their group. And then the top 4 from today will move on to the next phase, to our next stage. And if you guys did see, I'll go ahead and throw the overall sort of run back on screen here one more time for you guys to see. On the first day, your qualifiers, Azealis, Lich Pentakill. And yeah, we got through that one fairly quickly. This screen is running faster than I had thought, but yeah. We'll go through all of our qualifiers in a moment and show you guys all the different groups. We are on day 3 of our group stage. And we're going to go through all 8 of these. Every single day has a pile of superstars. Pedro and Jupiter today. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. We'll go through the whole group here in just a minute and talk about every single one of these players. And some of them are names you probably know pretty well. Some of them, if you're into the overall competitive scene, you probably know most of the names that you're going to see today. If you're more casually into the competitive scene, you only watch CRL or you only watch some YouTubers, a few big names and a few players who are definitely talented but have not sort of made their big break on the big stage. So let's go ahead and take a look at Group C, our group today. JupiterKing, Pedro, Darklight, Bale, Schwarzen, Michifu, Bansito, and Chris Leanne. And some players to definitely keep an eye on, of course. JupiterKing, who's been phenomenal this season, had a rough playoffs in CRL West. But overall, throughout the No Tilt League Special Edition and CRL West regular season for the spring, was phenomenal. Pedro, one of the top players out of Latin America, great Venezuelan who finally got his CRL Western time to shine with Cream Esports. Cream Real Betis. Darklight, who may or may not be on Chivas this season. Not entirely sure. I know he's been connected to Chivas in some ways. We'll see if he gets his shot this season in the West. Bale, who got his shot in CRL West this season with Dignitas, did a lot of work in Orange Crown League, was the MVP, I believe, 4 or 5 weeks in Orange Crown League earlier this year, and then now part of Dignitas for CROS. Schwarzen, the German player, who has a lot of potential and is probably the most closely looked at player in the semi-pro ranks for a CRL contract. A big performance here would do a lot to help solidify that position and give himself a good shot at getting picked up. And there are definitely some rumors tying him to a couple of teams already, so we'll see if those rumors do pan out. Michifu, who also might be back with Cream in CRL West this season. I've heard rumors that might be the case. Nothing confirmed yet. But Michifu, who's been a long-time ladder standout and did some time in CRL. We'll see if he does throw the green and white back on for the Western season this time around. Bansito, the Argentinian, who's definitely got some skills and has been working his way through the semi-pro ranks. And Chris Leanne, who's been featured on my channel multiple times, winning the weekly $100 Open that I usually host when I'm not busy with other competitive Clash Royale duties. So that's our lineup for today, and it's going to be a fun one. And little update, guys, to our overlay. Of course, you can see over on this side of the screen the upcoming matches with the scores we'll have from before. And someone says Michifu has been confirmed for Cream Real Betis. Oh, interesting. Very cool. A little update, too, on this side of the screen. You see we'll have updated win-loss records and rankings and win percentages. So not just that. On the top, you see, of course, the numbers for today, what's going on during this specific match. And then on the bottom, during this group, and on the bottom, you see overall win-loss rates by country so far in this event. So that's going to be pretty fun as well for us to keep an eye on. We are about 3 minutes away from our first match of the day kicking off, and I am going to have a guest caster on today, and as soon as that person does show up, I'll let you guys know who it is. But I will be having a guest caster joining me, so it won't be just me burning my voice out for 4 hours, and we're going to be here for about 4 hours. Oh, I guess Cream tweeted out last week. Okay, cool, so Michifu is confirmed as a member of Cream Royale Betis. Good to know now. When is the kickoff? Pretty darn soon here. They said 10 minutes, 8 minutes ago. So we should be pretty close here to kicking off match number 1 of the day. And again, overall, take a look at the groups. We've already gone through Group A and Group B. And you can see those top 4 there. Pompeo, Sergio Ramos, Azilis, and Lich Penakil, the qualifiers out of Group A and Group B. Adrian Pedro unable to participate, so gave a free win all the way across the board. So if you saw that 0-7, it is not an Adrian Pedro washed moment. He just did phenomenally in the No-Tilt World Championship. Adrian had to pull out, leaving the door open. And your top 4 from that one were Ruben, the God RF, Dark Angel, and Mao. So pretty good performance overall by those guys. We'll see who the top 4 are going to be today. Moving on to our next phase again. We are going to have these 8 players playing a full round robin, 7 matches each. The top 4 on win rates for the day will move on to the next stage, the round of 32, the double elimination 32-person bracket. And the remainders will have to go think about another day. Very, very interesting. Some rumors in the Trovo chat regarding what might be happening with Pain Gaming for this next upcoming season. I don't know anything yet. I have not gotten all my rumors in line yet for the upcoming CRL West season, but don't you worry, as soon as I have them, you'll have them. And guys, if you are watching on YouTube, of course, I am also streaming this on Trovo. Go ahead and join on Trovo, a great way to support. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel once we get going so you don't miss a moment of the action. For now, for day 2, we are on day 3 of our 12-day run here of the Bren Chong Cup. And my hair, I didn't realize how messed up my hair. I thought my hair looked better when I saw it in the mirror. I got out of the pool. I was taking baby boy Slaton for a swim earlier at a friend's house, and I came right here to cast for you guys, and I thought my hair was more under control. Turns out I was completely wrong. No haircut. I have my clippers. We're going to do it today, supposedly, but have not yet gotten the haircut done. So let's see. We should be kicking off this match here. I know you guys are like, let's get to the gameplay, Slaton. We don't want to hear you ramble on for 10 minutes. Believe me, I don't want to hear me ramble on for 10 minutes. I want to get to some Clash Royale gameplay, but we're just waiting for the final go-ahead when the game actually does kick off. I'm not in charge of any of that stuff. I'm just here hanging out with you guys. Big fan of Team Tribe, says Mark Yoon. And let's see, I can see you guys in the YouTube and in the Trovo chat. Do I know who's replaced? I don't know anything about anything yet. Do I know Joe Rogan? Yeah. What about him, Felix? Rich, what do you think of Moogie 8-0 and King of the Hill so far? Good for Moogie. Rich, you OG. I get it. I'm with you. You like my rambling Canadian? Well, ramble on then, sir. Favorite pro of all time? Yugi Art, because he makes me laugh. There you go. He's got he makes me giggle. Not yet, in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh, boy. All I want is this Clash Royale to start. Kareem, I give great insight into CR. Well, I give okay insight into CR, but, you know, take it as you will. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, the new overlay, which is pretty darn cool. We do also have, if we want, I can show you the overall, like, schedule type stuff. In fact, what I might actually do here, I might make a change to the way this thing functions so that, you know, I'm going to go ahead and change that in just a moment. You just faced an annoying deck, Jessica, and yeah, I'm gonna show that one. The YouTube got rid of your comment because I thought it wasn't an appropriate comment, but yeah, facing an important deck. What's my favorite team that disbanded in CRL? What was my favorite team that disbanded in CRL? Interesting question. I don't know. I mean, because that's a weird way to put it. Obviously, I spent a lot of time. Immortals became Space Station Gaming, so what you gonna do? Raven Powers, which we have two similar interests, MMA and Clash. I love your comedy. Your stand-up on YouTube was great. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you're on my YouTube channel, there's a video of my stand-up. My album should be coming out this year. It's a 2-year-old album, so the jokes might be, I don't know, a little outdated. Who knows? Newspaper of that combo, Louis, for sure. Moogie versus JupiterKing will be fun. Moogie versus JupiterKing sounds like a crazy amount of fun, guys. They tell us to start the stream at 12. I do it, and then they have us wait forever for this first match to start. A lot of rambling. Did I watch the card last night? I did not watch the UFC last night. I was a little busy. When are my open tournaments? Usually on Wednesdays at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Not right now because of the Bren Chong Cup, what we're doing, but... Oh, Smith versus Ratchet. Yeah, I didn't watch that, although I was always interested in watching Ruthless Robbie Lawler. Who won top 4 yesterday? Great question. Who won the top 4 yesterday? Ruben, the God RF, Dark Angel, and Mao. That's who won top 4 yesterday. Favorite actor of all time? Harrison Ford. And favorite of the century? Harrison Ford? Although I will say Keanu Reeves is pretty far up there on my favorite actors. If we're asking questions that are non-Clash related, which might be the case here as we're still waiting. Hey, here we go. It looks like this is, by the way, why I usually stream somewhere else than YouTube and then trim it down and put it on YouTube. So if you're watching this replay on YouTube, guys, sorry it's taken so long. I'll put a little thing in there like matches start here, so you don't have to watch me just ramble on for 15 minutes. But, you know, you get what you pay for, and this broadcast is it's free. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. Who's pumped about this? JupiterKing versus Chris Leanne. By the way, Chris Leanne, it's annoyingly hard to find his profile in Royale API. I know him because I've seen him play in my tournaments over and over and over again. But for some reason, his Royale API account or his Royale API listing is difficult to find. Oh, there we go. Of the 75 people. All right. Kicking things off here. Go search. Okay, Dodge. I'm going to time you out for all the spamming. My mods aren't here to deal with your spam. But I'm going to time you out for the spamming. That's a warning. Who's my favorite Norwegian? One of the Skarsgårds. Right? Aren't they Norwegians? I think they're Norwegians. Yeah, Robbie lost yesterday. That was unfortunate. Here we go. JupiterKing, Chris Leanne. Time to party. Clash Royale. This is the Bren Chong Cup. Season 2, or Summer Edition Part 2. Let's go. One of these days. What's the Purple Triangle app called? That's AppGrade, and that's a way for you to follow along with the action. No, they're Swedish? The Skarsgårds are Swedish? Then I don't know who my favorite Norwegian is. I don't have a favorite Norwegian today. Let's go ahead, jump in. JupiterKing, Chris Leanne. Let's go. The Skarsgårds are Swedish. I don't know. I don't keep, records of what country different actors are from. Who's my favorite Norwegian? I don't know. Yes, Tamed by the Lions. Everybody does play against everybody. That's the way the round robin works. So every player will be playing 7 matches today. What does casting spells do? It gives me a little bit of support there, CK. Thank you very much for the help. What's my 3 best players in the world right now? 3 best players in the world right now, probably RF, Jupiter, and Air Surfer, probably 3 best right at the second. Am I pressing the next Clan War? I'm planning on it. Need to get myself organized for it. So here we go. JupiterKing versus Chris Leanne. JupiterKing's personal best on ladder. An astounding 85-73. Chris Leanne, 7.1K player, but he's been good in kind of in mid-level competitive competition. Part of why he made it into here is he's been really grinding in smaller tournaments, trying to sort of build himself up a little bit to get better and better. Irish Door saying Air Surfer, RF, and Razor, if you ask me, as your top 3. I mean, Razor is certainly up there, but I think that you can't ignore what Jupiter's done in 2020. RG to the left-hand side, and yesterday we didn't see a ton of RG Fishboy, the most popular archetype in the game. Today we open up match number 1 with it. And Chris Leanne going Hog MK, which has been becoming a little bit more popular later and later. My clan isn't closed, guys, but my clan is invite only. But it's not closed. First 2 minutes away. And so far, pretty even. Fisherman should be in the right spot. Yep, and it does get the King Tower activation there. That'll reduce by about 50% the hog shots that come in. Decent fireball value for Chris Leanne, but not on the tower he's going for. Here we go, hog to the right-hand side, and Fishboy will pull that with 0 shots this time. You see the Skellies there in support, and RG goes to the left-hand lane. That Fisherman not going to stop this Royal Giant and pulls it away from the Hunter. Chris Leanne maybe kind of doing multiple things at once here. Was trying to stop the Heal Spirit, but might have made conflicting plays there. And right now, JupiterKing firmly in control of game number 1. And Hog Rider getting nowhere near. This time, Fisherman played all the way across, and that's what he needed, but you can see the RG still turns back and gets a shot on the left-hand side, now down to 368. Continuing to put the pressure on is JupiterKing in game number 1. Expectations definitely very high for Jupiter after what he's done so far this year. And here we go, Hunter and Fisherman. Still going to allow 1 shot, though. That's a GG well played. JupiterKing takes game number 1 with ease. And let's see if Stats Royale's already up and kicking. Un momento, por favor. Well, those are yesterday's stats. Come on, today's stats. Jump on in. Where are you, today's stats? Or Royale API, I mean. There we go. Boom. Yeah, Bren Chong is Bren Chong, the sponsor of this event. One of the 3 main sponsors. The primary sponsor being Bren Chong. Of course, CWA, AMG, Appgrade, Royale API. A lot of promotional support from all those different groups. And yes, Fat Fingers, the family clan for me, Rich Slaton, is growing quickly, getting ready for this next Clan Wars 2. Fisherman is the ban from Chris Leanne. Hey, that rhymed. It didn't plan it, but it did. And guys, nope, that's the fake Thunderstruck in the chat. You can see because he only has 0 followers. But fake Thunderstruck has joined the chat over on Trovo. And guys, of course, you can join on Trovo to check it out. Kind of insane that Jupiter's playing at 4 a.m. Yeah, Frank, that's one of the interesting things about this overall. People talk to me a lot about how, hey, why aren't there more of the Eastern players playing in some of these events? Because of the time difference. That's basically it. So here we go. Game number 2, JupiterKing with the advantage. Pescador, the fisherman, as the ban from Chris Leanne. Looking like maybe Graveyard here for Chris. Jupiter looking like it's going to be Lava, more likely than not. You don't see Inferno Dragon. Yep, and there you go, Lava Hound in front of the Inferno Dragon. There's 2 cards that you pretty much don't see without Inferno Dragon in competitive play right now, and that's, or there are only 2 decks you see with Inferno Dragon, or two cards you don't see with Lava. If you see Inferno Dragon, you think it's Lava. If you see Tombstone, you pretty much think it's Lava. Those 2 cards rarely pop up anywhere else at this stage. There was a point where Tombstone was everywhere. Ice Wiz NATO Tombstone was the dominant meta for a long time. What do I do with the Geyser boost I won? Akash, install the update and you can cash that out. There you go. And CRL players cannot, CRL East players are not able to participate in this event. But in general, for a lot of these events, it's hard to get the Eastern players to participate because of timing. Tombstone used to be a lot more powerful Thanos, and then the combination of Ice Wiz NATO and Tombstone was nearly impossible to break through. It was the defensive lockdown combo for a long time. Ice Wiz NATO Tombstone would appear with everything. I mean, obviously Graveyard for sure, Splash Yard, but it was with Golem, it was with RG, it was with everything. It was crazy. There was you could call it an Ice Wiz NATO Tombstone meta almost at one point. How do you update Geyser on Android? Go check out their Twitter, and I think they have the correct link on there. Because I think that they have a separate link for that. How did the CRL Combine work if non-pro players also got 20 wins? Well, the Combine was done a long time ago before CRL. The chance to look at the Combine was for looking at players who didn't already have people looking. Sobwood, please cast the CRL. Sobwood, I don't know if you know this, but I do. Isn't that crazy? I am one of the 2 casters for Clash Royale League West. I don't cast East, but I do cast West. Arrows in on the right-hand side. To see what Jupiter's plan. There you go. He's in the later stages. And Chris Leanne knows that's probably about it. Decided not to GY poison there, knowing the poison would overcommit him and wouldn't do enough to open up for the graveyards. Has to save that poison defensively. He might be able to win this exchange. And he does come out pretty ahead. Chris Leanne calling good game early, but now has a very healthy counter push coming down. And Barb Huts slows it way down. Ken, I am planning on participating in the Crater Plan War Challenge. I've not got myself set up yet. Hope I didn't miss the boat on that. I need to go check that. But I am planning on doing it. Maybe I'll have to go get myself set up later this afternoon. So Chris Leanne slowing the game way, way down here. And playing with a level of patience that you don't typically see out of semi-pro players. Or not, I mean, maybe you do in semi-pro players, but out of players who have his small amount of truly high-level competitive experience. Slowing it way, way down here, but still giving up a frustrating amount of damage. So now he's starting to put the pressure on, just going GY aggressively. NATO's all that together. Poison comes in. Can he slow down this balloon long enough? It looks like JupiterKing probably has it. Trying to get to another NATO. Can he NATO this one back? Chris Leanne does. DPS on the balloon here, but Miner goes into the back. Chris Leanne called good game about 7 times. Held on as long as he could, but in the end, JupiterKing, too much for the Chilean. GG, well played. Match number 1 in the books. And that one goes to Jupiter. I'm going to change that transition to this one. There we go. Mike, do I remember you? Mike 45. No, but I do like burritos, and so I know people who don't like burritos are a big problem. So there you go. Game number 1 and game number 2 now in the books, and let me go ahead and update those stats. There we go. They should update automatically, but for some reason I have to click on the actual window for them to update. And yeah, rough matchup here for Chris. Jupiter, 2 up, 2 down. Who's Rich slating? I have no idea. I know who Rich Slaton is, though. He's pretty cool. I like him a lot. Let's see. Ooh, is my guest caster here? Let me go ahead and I'll get my guest caster ready. It's going to be a fun one today, folks. I'm going to go ahead and mute his output so when he jumps on, he's not. Burrito al Pastor. Yeah, I agree. Where's the guy from yesterday commentary? Yeah, where is that guy, Debonshu? Where's the guy who was commentating in English yesterday for 4 hours on this exact same channel? Where is that guy? Huh. No idea. No idea where the guy who was commentating on this channel that's named after me yesterday went. No clue what happened to him. But you know what? I hope he comes back. I do hope he comes back. What's the thing with the different countries? Good question, guys. So on this side of the screen, you're going to see scores and updates. On this side of the screen, you will see the win-loss record and overall win rates update on the top of our group we're watching right now. And then right below, you will see the win rates by country, how each country is performing. Here we go. Game number 2, JupiterKing and Bansito, our second match of the day. Hold on, guys. Just fixing something here. What is going on with that? Well, that's not my fault. All right. Thought I had a graphical error, but turns out it wasn't me. Tacos are overrated. I don't know. I think tacos and burritos are both phenomenal. Itzik. Shalom, Mashlamcha. Welcome. Hey, you just joined? Tejas, what did you miss? You missed one match where JupiterKing ended up beating Chris Leanne and now going up against Bansito, the Argentinian, in his second matchup. I guess they're trying to get Jupiter's matches out of the way early because it is like 4 in the morning for him right now over in South Korea. And let's see, which Bansito? Oh, he's playing on that one. Okay. They want to try to get his matches out of the way early so he can go to sleep. So Bansito primarily with hard esports, been playing in some of the smaller leagues in 2020. Has had some good performances overall. Oh, you're missing the Scottish dude from the other day? Yeah, he's not coming back. The Scottish guy is gone, at least for this event. Unless it turns out that one of our players who's remaining is also Scottish, which then who knows what will happen. Yeah, we're gonna do a bunch of JupiterKing games back to back to back to back to back because it's let's get them done early. Let them go to bed. Minor giant skeleton balloon. Interesting to see that one. We don't see it a ton right now. I'm charming. Well, thank you, man. That makes me feel really good. That makes me feel so nice. Bansito joined Team Liquid. As far as I'm aware, I haven't seen an announcement. I don't know if he joined Liquid Academy. I know that Razor joined Team Liquid, and I think that they are full at this point. Eric Benamu likes to operate with a 4-person team. And Jupiter's Graveyard just shredding the left-hand side. Oh, my word. Absolute domination in the left-hand lane. Bansito was... thought they were playing an actual game of Clash Royale. Turns out that JupiterKing was just waiting to kick that left side in. Balloon to the right-hand side. Not going to be enough here. Delivery with the Smelly Drags. Hold up well enough. JupiterKing wins game number 1. 3-0. 3-0 so far for the South Korean. GG, well played. And there you see, not a lot of matchup data on this one. We'll see what Bansito's ban is going to be. Let's see how Bansito's ban. All right. Yeah, this kid is correct, of course, as always. Half of Bansito's decks is skeletons. Hey, that's a great point here, nobody. Half of Bansito's deck is skeleton. I hadn't noticed that until now. But good call. Good pick. Good catch there. Not anymore, though. the Skeleton Dragons are banned by Bansito, so they will not be available for the remainder of this best of 3. By the way, guys, everything is best of 3 today. In case you were curious, no BO5s at this point. You remember seeing Bansito in some CRL event? I don't. Because I've cast every CRL. Maybe, did he ever play in CRL Latin America, maybe? Oh, and guys, hold on. Let me adjust the levels here. But I believe we have our co-caster who just popped in. And give me 1 second to get everything ready and rocking. Can you give me one more hello there?
Hello?
Hello, guys. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Joining me on voice, Dippets, one of your favorite players and analysts, going to be here for a significant portion of the day, and helping fill in the gaps of knowledge here with that expert analysis. Dude, glad you're able to make it. Glad that the train finally came in, and I'm ready for some CR, dude.
Ready to watch some CR? Yeah. Me
Oh,
too.
are you in the clan yet or no?
No.
No. Oh, so you're just hanging. You're just hanging. Okay, hold on. Let me send you the clan so that you actually can help co-cast this. Because otherwise, it's just gonna be me talking, and I'll explain to you what's happening. You're like, oh well, I think that he should do this, but I can't tell.
That's like a good idea to me.
All right. Let me go ahead and throw that your way here in just 1 second. There's the clan link. I will copy that, send it to you. And there you go, clan link in. Just make sure you tell them who you are when you jump in so they don't accidentally boot you.
Oh, okay.
Because they do that sometimes. And while we're talking about that, Kaboom Balloon. Bansito going with the same deck a second time on the left-hand lane, and big-time connection. Mike,
what's the score of this series?
Right now it's 1-0 JupiterKing. Jupiter already won his first match earlier against Chris Leanne. I think we're doing like a bunch of JupiterKing matches back to back to back to back to back. Yeah, Bansito was never in CRL as far as I'm aware. Patrick G confirming that one.
Bansito. I'm not sure who Bansito is. I've seen him around, but I don't know exactly who he is.
He's an Argentinian. He plays for Hard Esports and some of the smaller leagues, CEL, Liga Bandita, stuff like that. I think his ladder main is called Never Give Up. Let me double check that. That's his ladder. Yeah, his ladder main is Never Give Up, and that's an 8.1K account.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen him around. I just couldn't tell you exactly who.
He's an RG god, says Asia. Has not run RG yet.
Oh, he's the ladder guy. Or is that? Yeah.
That describes a few people who play this game, from what I've been told.
I think he finished like he choked the #1 finish 2 seasons ago. I'm pretty sure he had a good. I'm pretty sure he had like a hard counter, and he lost the last game for first. Now I remember him.
Well, let me look at his. Let me look at his main account here, and I can tell you if he got second or what his best ladder finish was. Best ladder finish is 7th.
Yeah, he would have been first, then he lost and got 7th.
And that was back in May. So there you go.
Okay, yeah. So
that balloon should finish the left-hand side. There you go. GG, well played. Bansito didn't choke here. Ties things up. 1-1.
Yeah. I said it's a pretty. That's a good matchup for Bansito. Yeah, because with delivery not pushing anything back anymore, it's pretty hard to stop balloons with only delivery.
Yeah, delivery has certainly taken a big backseat comparatively in the meta. You know, there's a lot of cards people have on their ban list or on their nerf list. I mean, Heal Spirit's obviously on a lot of nerf lists. Musketeer's on a lot of nerf lists. Fisherman is on a lot of nerf lists. But Dip, what's on your buff list right now?
Buff.
Is there anything on your buff list?
Look, let's go scroll through the cards really quick.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, let's see if anything sticks out.
Yeah, nothing off the top of your head.
Haven't seen Battle. Yeah, I don't. I think most of the cards are as all the cards that aren't broken, I think, are in a pretty good state, to be honest. That's kind of like my view of the game. There's just some cards that just make the game tough because of how strong they are, but I think a lot of cards are in a pretty good spot.
I think you're probably. I mean, that's sort of my assessment there as well. I mean, I think the only thing I would think is that maybe delivery needs something more, because right now I don't really know if it has a real clear purpose in the game. And maybe it's like a knockback, but a reduced knockback, because I think the knockback was a key feature of it. Even if it was a knockback, but the knockback didn't actually move, it just kind of like made everything stick for a second.
Like a free, like almost like a mini freeze.
Yeah.
Or like a zap.
If it was a zero range, if it was a zero tile knockback.
I think the knockback is. I think you just have a regular knockback and maybe does less damage or even a smaller range.
Yeah.
All right, Bansito, Jupiter.
Looking like 6 from Bansito and JupiterKing. Looking like it's going to be Graveyard.
Yeah, that's pretty. I think this recruit stack. I've heard mixed things on this matchup, but with Cage, I definitely think Balloon has it pretty good. So we'll see how this one goes. I've heard mixed things about this matchup. Obviously, someone like Jupiter could definitely outplay someone like Bansito, who's not a super known player.
Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50 on this one. I think in general that 6 Loon is favored in most Graveyard matchups as long as you get ahead before triple. At least in my this is the deck that I'm playing the most in challenges right now. This one in particular, or Ice Wiz NATO in particular, does create some challenges because it gets harder to break through during single and double. But yeah, I do think that I tend to lean towards this having the matchup Graveyard versus this Balloon deck typically going towards Balloon.
Yeah, especially because he's minions as well. Sometimes there's cards flip-flopped, but minions are definitely pretty good for Bansito. Just because he can just play minions like Heal Spirit on Graveyard and just the Musketeer is just always so strong, and then there's a lot of tanks for it. So, and there's double lane pressure with the recruits, so it's really hard for Jupiter to build up a really good push and without Bomb Tower, defend properly and then build a proper offense.
Yeah, if this were Bomb Tower, I think I would feel differently than with Cage, just because of that ability to pull it back and blow it up. But in general. But the big thing for me, and people probably might get tired of hearing this, so people have been watching my streams a bunch lately, the big thing with this deck for Bansito is pressure. You just can't let JupiterKing get into rhythm and start putting the pressure on from a Graveyard standpoint, because once that happens, you're playing from behind.
Yeah, Bansito's definitely good with pressuring, I know, because he's so good with his RG deck. He definitely seems like a player who would know what he's doing in this matchup, so he just has to protect his Musketeers better for him to win. So since he uses Bar Barrel, his Musketeers needs to get a lot of value here, and that's kind of what he needs to do. I think he's doing that pretty well.
Jupiter choosing not to ban, and I need to go back and look at the chat again, because I'm wondering if Jupiter thought that it was best of 5, not best of 3, because I think I remember him saying save. Maybe just using that as the terminology. Guys, you can see if you look below JupiterKing on the call right now is Dippets joining here to give a little bit extra insight into our matchups, and we'll answer some of your questions during the break between games. Right now, we're in game number 3 of JupiterKing and Bansito. Skeleton Dragon's the only ban with 90 seconds left. So now this gets rough.
Yeah,
go ahead, Dip.
Yeah, he hasn't done a lot of pressure going into Triple Elixir, so this is going to get interesting at this point. That Graveyard might have been a little too aggressive because he had no real tanks going. So this is where Bansito can build up a really big push, I think. Especially just hitting triple right now.
Yeah, might have pulled that one a little easy. I would have set. I mean, far be it for me to say what I would have done different than JupiterKing, but I might have set up for one more round of defense before pushing into that Graveyard.
Yeah, now he's going to push on the right with all of this, and this could be a bit tough. That's good poison. I think Jupiter has this.
Yeah,
his defense is.
Go ahead.
His defense is too solid at this point in triple for him to lose, I think. I think Bansito waited way too long to start playing enough offense. And he needs to go for... Ooh, that's a good... no. Since he's not playing his balloon in the avoid spot either, so it's just going to go straight to the tower. Or straight to the cage, and then he can NATO it every time. He needs to play the balloon where it bypasses it. Yeah, that's game for Jupiter.
Well played for Jupiter. Once you get in the triple elixir, this matchup gets real difficult for Balloon. And JupiterKing, 2-0 in matches on the day, 4-1 on games to get started. Who's on the call? Big Smoke asking. That's Dippets. Look below JupiterKing's name on call. It says Dip. And by the way, Dip, one of the questions that's come in for you already is, can you confirm that you are going to be coaching with Misfits this season?
I will most likely be coaching with them.
That's
as long as something's. The plan is for me to stay with them, so that's the plan.
Cool.
That's all I can say.
And now, Jupiter, go ahead.
Yeah, so there was one defense where Bansito missed a heal spirit on his musketeer defensively, and he didn't heal and it died. And I think that was a big turning point for Bansito because kind of killed his counter push, and yeah, he just couldn't really do much after that, I think. And he didn't pressure enough with Lumberjack Balloon, and the one time he didn't play the balloon in the bypass spot, so he was able to just get a free pull to the King Tower. Those were the issues I saw with Bansito's gameplay. He didn't play. It didn't seem like to me he really played the balloon gameplay perfectly. He has to protect his musks way better, and then make sure the balloons go to the tower and not to the middle, because that's where he's able to pull it to the King Tower.
Here we go. Match number 3 in a row for JupiterKing, getting them out early so he can get some rest. Up against Michifu of Cream Real Betis. And I believe someone was saying earlier, Dip, that it's confirmed that Michi will be with Cream for the upcoming CRL West season.
Yeah, he's back. Pretty sure. So that's exciting. Michi's a really good player. I'm happy he just brings like a very high level of competition back to the league.
JupiterKing looking like he's running Hog triple spell. Is this the best of the Hog decks right now, in your opinion, Dip?
I would say so. 2.6 is good, but that's like you have to know what you're doing perfectly to play 2.6 well. And then I would say this one's fairly easy because Bomb Tower and all the spells, it's really easy defense. And then Michi looks like he's running the no big spell RG deck, which this deck seems pretty solid. I've seen it most from Bob the Rock using it, and yeah, it seems really solid on ladder.
Goes RG to the left-hand side. RG behind King Tower in single elixir. Thoughts on that here?
This deck is a really heavy cycle. He's playing on RG because anything else that he plays is just going to be like feeding into a musketeer. So he might as well, if he's going to feed something into a musketeer, it might as well be something he's going to get damage with.
Royal Giant will get, I believe, just one shot on the left-hand side. There you go, 2280 to 1550 as we approach 10 seconds away from double elixir time. JupiterKing does have the lead. Has only dropped one game so far out of 5. And now ahead on Michifu.
Yeah, I would say this matchup seems pretty tough for Michi without having a spell. And then Jupiter's having Quick Cycle, Earthquake for the cage, and then Musketeer just shreds every single card in this deck. So I would say Jupiter should win this really easily.
Here we go, final 40 seconds of regulation time, setting up with the Knight in front of the Musketeer. And Muskie does go down, right back to another one.
Yeah, he just plays so many Musketeers. He's just going to Earthquake, and he's just going to keep on doing that. And there's not much Michi can do, I don't think. He's going to try to get a big RG push and try to get like a lot of cards at the bridge, get a Heal Spirit down. But if Jupiter will probably play it right. Yeah, he's good opposite lane pressure, so this is just really hard for Michi to do much. Actually, it's a really good push.
And Knight does not connect on the right-hand side.
Oh,
but the EQ should be enough here in a moment.
Yeah, the Bomb Tower bomb. That was a good Bomb Tower by Jupiter with the Snowball Bomb from the Bomb Tower killing the Skelly Drag. So really well played from him, and then keeping all of his cards low so he couldn't get a Heal Spirit on them. Jupiter played, I would say, perfect defense there.
Let's talk about do's and don'ts with Bomb Tower, right? Because it does have that big bomb burst there at the end that gets a lot of value. At what point, when you're taking a look at, we saw a situation there where it was good to play Bomb Tower in the lane with the Royal Giant as opposed to as a pulling building in that situation. What are you looking for when you're deciding to play it that way as opposed to when you're going to pull?
If you just want to kill the RG, you want to play it far. But if you have to kill the cards with the RG, and that's the most important thing, is if you have to kill the cards with the RG, then you play it on top of it. But if the only thing that you're concerned is the RG, then you play it low. Because right there, if he played it low, then the Lumberjack Skelly Drags would have just gone straight for the Musketeer, and he would have been able to kill all of them because he definitely didn't have the elixir for it. But him playing it high made it so that he could just play Snowball plus the bomb. It would just kill the Skelly Drags, Musketeer would kill the Lumberjack, and it was a pretty clean defense from there.
And it's an important word you use there, have to kill the troops behind Royal Giant, right? Because have to versus want to are two very important distinctions in those moments. Michifu choosing not to ban as we go into game number 2 here in just a moment. JupiterKing up 1. And a lot of people right now talking in the chat on Trovo, and we had a question about this earlier, that people are really excited about Mugi's work so far in CRL East. Have you had a chance to watch much, and what do you think about what Mugi's doing?
I was talking to someone about this the other day. I have a very strong opinion about East, and it's that I don't think they game plan very well. I don't know if it's people being intimidated by Mugi or just in general, but when I see people in East, I see people always running really predictable decks, the decks they're known for, and no one ever uses decks that are good against them. So it's really weird that I see a lot of people who just use their best decks in East all the time and no one counters them. I don't know. I don't really understand it. Mugi's, of course, a great player. He'll probably win any 50-50 matchup he gets, even 60-40s. But people just aren't running what's really good against him. And it's really... it's just weird to me because they could run decks that counter most of his decks, and they always just run stuff that seems like it's almost favoring Mugi every time. So I just think people need to strategize way better in East, and yeah, I don't know. That's really it.
Fair enough. I like what we're talking about. Yeah, Mugi went 9-2 in the 1v1s. Definitely killing it so far. So, I mean, do you think that that's part of why in 2019, not counting Worlds, not counting No-Till Worlds, but it seems like in 2019 overall with World Cyber Games and with CRO World Finals that the West was outperforming the East?
Yeah, I think the first Worlds that Nova won, I feel like the West mindset back then was unpredictable, or predictable is not predictable. That's how people used to almost do things back then. And then the people from Asia were always trying to run really smart decks and run counter decks and stuff. And now it just seems like it's just not the case anymore. And it seems like West is doing that and East isn't doing that. So that's why I think USA, for example, is doing really, really well this year, just because all the USA teams focus, I think, primarily on strategy and being smart and picking good decks way over trying to just outskill everyone, which isn't always the right thing to do.
Poison going to get value both on Tower and the Magic Archer. Mega Knight jumping every which way. Bandit does have to come down to keep the Knight off Tower. And that's a pretty nice heal spirit there. Does give a little extra to that Skeleton Dragon. 2 more Belches on the right-hand side. Musketeer not getting picked up. Tower down. Michifu taking game number 2 and evening things up in this best of 3.
Yeah, there's an interesting Magic Archer by Jupiter to play it right on the front side of the graveyard, and then having the heal spirit high. Yeah, that was interesting. But then Mega Knight just really, like you said, it just jumped every single way except the way I'm pretty sure he wanted it to jump. So pretty unfortunate for Jupiter there.
All right, the stats currently a little bit behind, so we'll be with those stats in just a moment. Go take a look at what's happening. This is Group C. So far, it's been the it's been the JupiterKing show. We're on our 3rd match in a row of Jupiter, currently 2-0 in his matches. and possibly about to go 3-0 if he can get a win here over Michifu. Ban his Tornado from JupiterKing, so that will be out for this game 3. And let's see, the big debate right now in the YouTube chat here, Dip, is whether or not Musketeer is balanced. And I'm going to go on a limb here and guess you think that Musketeer might be a little overpowered right now.
No, I don't think so.
Whoa!
I think it's really... I think there's some cards in the game that I think are just in a good spot. And I think Miner was in just a good spot. Like, sometimes metas definitely favor cards, but I don't think just because a card is good doesn't mean it's broken. Or even really good doesn't mean it's broken. It's just sometimes the meta favors a card. Like for example, P.E.K.K.A right now. P.E.K.K.A is really bad, but it's not because the card is bad. It's just because of how strong other cards are in the meta. That's a big thing. Oh, I was thinking Michi was going to run 2.0. Oh, he's not. Never mind. With NATO ban. It looks like Michi probably Hog. Yeah.
And there you go. So Hog triple spell here for the Spaniard. Michifu, JupiterKing.
Graveyard, I would say.
Yeah, running the not as much seen these days Mega Minion. There was a time when Mega Minion was almost a must-have in the meta, and now Mega Minion, you see it some, but it's not insanely popular.
I'd say Line has been popularizing this Graveyard deck. He's been using it in everything, and he's having a lot of success with it. So I think, Line has kind of been bringing this deck back, or this version, I would say.
And Line, of course, had a great performance in the No Tilt World Championship. One of the 4 representatives out of the East.
Yeah, he used it a lot there, and he's been using it a bunch in CRL. So, yeah, Line loves this deck, and I assume Jupiter and Line practice together since they're in opposite leagues.
Yeah, that must be very convenient for both JupiterKing and TNT to be able to practice with their countrymen and as much as they want and not really have any concern about overlap.
Yeah, exactly. I would say that could even that's like a big benefit for them is just being able to play with all the Asian players and never have to worry about anything.
So Graveyard down. Poison will get Musketeer value. Talking about matchup going forward in this one. What are your thoughts here between this Graveyard deck and this Hog triple spell?
Hogs? This is interesting. I'm not sure exactly what the number would be. This is a matchup where if I was talking to like Jack, for example, and game planning, and I'm like, oh, okay, he might run this deck, I would just ask how comfortable the player is with the matchup, because I think this just goes up. This matchup is based off how good you are with whatever deck you're using, because Michi can play really well, cycle really well, and if he plays Earthquakes well, his Logs and his Snowballs well, plays Musket, it's just he has to play perfect in order to win, and I think so does Jupiter. I think Jupiter might have a slight advantage with the Bomb Tower cycle, being able to play Archers. If he spaces everything well, I think it's okay, but then Musketeer does get a lot of value. He has to poison him off pretty fast every time in order to be able to do much, but then Michi is cycling pretty fast. He's already back to another Musketeer. So...
And that Musketeer steps out of the poison, forcing Skeletons out. So a slight elixir advantage now for Michifu as we go into sudden death overtime. And guys, for you keeping track at home, Mrs. Slaton has dropped off lunch. So thanks to Mrs. Slaton as always. And look at that Bomb Tower going to the Knight. This is going to be big hits here for Michifu.
Yeah, Michi's been cycling his Musketeers really well. This is where Jupiter can get a really good push. He's going to poison that off. I assume Michi's going to log the Skeletons. And if that Mega Man doesn't... Okay. That almost hit tower. Yeah, this is... Michi's in a good spot here. He's got a good cycle. But if he gets a triple, Jupiter can easily just spam Graveyards, spam Poisons, spam Bomb Towers. But if Michi can keep playing high Musks and cycle really well, I think he can pull it out. Yeah, it's a really good Earthquake from him. Because just getting those Archers off with the Earthquake is pretty much the best thing he could have done there. Now he's just going to play another high Musk. Ooh, maybe loaded this time, yeah. Musk Knight, and probably I don't expect Jupiter to get any damage here. And then he's going to play Hog Earthquake and just try to keep on cycling Hogs and Earthquakes at the bridge. And then just to get as much elixir out so he can keep just dropping Musk high. Yeah.
At this point, are you expecting to get much in the way of Hog hits, or are the Hogs just to force responses?
Yeah, Hog's just to force responses, pretty much.
So this gets into a challenging question, right? For someone who's looking at these final moments, 30 seconds like this. You're playing as Michifu. What's the decision process right now between just spell cycling with all the power you get from the Earthquake versus throwing out Hogs?
It gives Jupiter less elixir to push with. So that's the thought, because if he just drops Earthquakes, he's just guaranteed to give him 3 elixir, and then he's always at 10 elixir, so he can just push and just keep on pushing. While, yeah, it's too late.
Oh boy, JupiterKing able to hold on, and triple elixir graveyard always frustrating, and that's 3 in a row to open up his stage 2. GG, well played for Jupiter.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good matchup for Jupiter. He just cycles so fast at the end there, and as long as he plays, if he can play really well until triple, I think Jupiter should have that, because like what we saw at the end, he just cycled graveyards and just kept cycling poisons, and it was really hard for Michi to actually break through.
So pretty small sample size here, and next match, guys, if you feel like you haven't had enough Jupiter, next matchup is Jupiter versus Schwarzen. So we're going to do a full run of Jupiter here so he can maybe qualify and then go to bed. We'll see what happens. I'm curious to see if he gets through his first, if he wins 4 or wins 5 and just goes, you know what, I'm going to sleep, guys. Give him free wins. Who knows? Jupiter and is currently 3-0 to start off the day. And we're going to be going to JupiterKing versus Schwarzen, which will be super fun. Dad Ezio, thank you very much for the winner chicken dinner over on Trovo, guys. If you're watching this on YouTube, by the way, co-streaming on YouTube and Trovo. If you're wondering who my co-caster is, boom, there's his name right there in the bottom right corner. Dippet's joining. If you want to know what the standings are right now, hey, look right over there. They're on the screen. All the information you can need anywhere, everywhere at once. And now we're going to JupiterKing versus Schwarzen. And, Dip, there's been rumors that Schwarzen is going to be making his CRL debut this season. Do you have any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on where a good place might be? Let's assume teams are looking at him. What do you think are the teams where he's most likely to end up or that would benefit the most from adding a player like Schwarzen?
Well, I could see him, maybe like SK, for example, definitely could seem likely, because I know certainly Sergio hasn't had the best performances with them, and maybe adding another German player to the squad, and like maybe under Morton's wing could be good, especially since Chivas is parted ways with Anaban and Richard too. So like they're looking for 2 players, so possibly could pick up Sergio as another Mexican player, or just continue on with, well, I don't know. I assume Diego will go there.
Yeah, there's assumptions that Diego B might go to Chivas. Sergio Ramos could go there for sure. Darklight has been sort of like connected and not connected to Chivas Esports back and forth, and we're gonna see.
Parents won't let him.
His parents won't let him play in CRL. Ah, okay.
Yeah, he'll never play.
Oh, well.
Yeah, pretty sad.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, I remember last year, like he was supposed to join Chivas, and he posted like a video on Twitter of him like crying and like explaining like what was going on, because he said his parents just wouldn't let him.
And Fake Royal Giant coming through with the huge cash bang over on Trovo. Fake Royal Giant, you continue to be insanely OP with the big donos, and I really do appreciate it. It might be you are single-handedly taking control of the Trovo weekly rankings, and that's why you are the greatest Fake Royal Giant of all time.
Let's see. So this matchup, yeah, I've seen it go both ways. I think Schwarzen's been playing this deck on ladder. He's pretty high with it at the moment, I think, as long as he hasn't tilted. But this deck is pretty solid, and since Schwarzen's doing so well on ladder, I assume he knows how to play this matchup. So let's see how it goes. I think Schwarzen should win this.
Yeah, I mean, the Hunter, the Skeleton Dragons, and Fireball do create some challenges, but I just don't see a Royal Giant breaking through against this deck.
Yeah, exactly. I think Schwarzen's defenses are too good, plus, like, if he can just get a Lumberjack Balloon behind, like, other cards and then pressure in the other lane, it should be pretty hard for... Oh, wait, did Schwarzen lag out?
Oh, he might have. Oh, no.
My God.
Oh, that's brutal. We'll see if Jupiter gives him a rematch on that. This is interesting, though, because you talk about rematch. They probably see if they would say same decks for the rematch if they did do one. Oh, what a brutal lag out. I will say this. Of this, overall, 6 Loon typically has the matchup in this one. But this is the one variation, the log version, that statistically... Yeah, you see, there it is. Oh, boy.
His Lumberjack just played about 30 seconds late at the bridge.
Oh, that's brutal.
That's
brutal. Well, I will say this, that if you look at the numbers, the log version is the one Royal Giant version that does have the advantage over the 6 Loon in terms of statistics. And I think it's because that log is the easiest one for ripping shields off of the recruits and taking care of the heal spirit and getting chip damage.
Yeah, I think people are definitely able to beat it by just getting good fireballs in, and if the balloon player doesn't pressure properly, but if a player of Schwarzen's cal, I feel like the statistic goes up because of bad players. No offense.
Fair enough.
Like it's the same thing with like a top Expo player. Like an ISPO player usually beats RG every time, but I assume the statistic is in RG's favor for ISPO because
of the player quality.
Yeah, because of the player quality. Because the few players who play the decks properly win, and then but the majority of players can't play that matchup as well as the best players can.
So I'm looking at the chat here in Clan. Schwarzen is not, making any claims about a lag, although pretty obvious that something happened on his end. And JupiterKing, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and Schwarzen's going to deal with taking the L in game number 1. So an unfortunate situation for Schwarzen in that first one. Can I get a look at the groups? Yeah, absolutely, Corlin. Here are the groups. While we're waiting for our game number 2, Fisherman the ban for Schwarzen in that one. Jupiter, I guess, could call... Schwarzen didn't make a lag claim, and Jupiter's not saying a rematch, so looks like we're just going to be moving on here unless some other conversation is happening. Or some other conversation is happening. We'll see in a few minutes. Let's see. Over on the JM Royale. I want to stream Clash Royale. Can anyone help me? How do I stream mobile screen and my face at camera both? We have to have a different camera. You have to get a webcam, and then also your phone. There you go. That's a good question. Dip, take a look at these groups, or I don't know if you can look at the groups if you're watching the stream or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm on your stream.
What do you think the group of death is here?
Well, look, I have not looked yet. So, as in, like, which player do I think good players aren't going to qualify for?
Which is the hardest group out of these groups?
Group A looks pretty solid. Group B, Ruben, RF, and Surge TS are like insane, but then I would say Adrian, Dark, Levy, Mao, and Osama all have a fairly toss-up. But Dark Angel's been doing pretty well. I think. Wait, that group already ended, right? Yeah, that group ended, I think. Actually, wait, yeah. I think like 2 of the players I just mentioned didn't qualify.
Yeah,
Surge TS didn't.
I'm going to DM you in Discord right now with the overall groups look so you can see it when we're off, with the gameplay being on screen.
Oh, no, I paused your stream.
Oh, well, that works too.
Yeah. Let's see. Group E looks pretty good. Yeah, Group E, from the current looks of it, I would say Group E is the hardest.
Yeah, Group E was one of my picks. I mean, I thought that Group E was really, really nasty, and that Group E looks really, really crazy. I think the group room right now is underrated.
Group C is, I see like 6, like I would say 5 players who are like at a really, really good level right now, possibly 6. I'm so questionable about Bale. I'm very indecisive about how good he is, because he had a really good in OCL, and then once he got into CRL, he just got smacked around a little bit.
Yeah, I have trouble using... I don't think that the CRL spring split told us that any players were bad. I think it showed some players playing really well, but I don't think that the sample size there was enough to make any judgments on anyone's level, at least on a negative side. Right? Like, only 4 matches in the group stage. Like, I don't think that's enough to go... Like, for example, the most common thing, quote-unquote, Surgical Goblin is washed. And I don't think that sample size is enough to make that judgment on Surge. Now, also, we'll see what happens with a 10-week season for the fall when it does kick off, right? A full-length fall season. I think we'll see a lot more information on a lot of the players and where they are level-wise. But
yeah,
I think that the spring season told us some players were really good, but didn't tell us that some players are really bad, in my opinion.
Okay. I politely disagree, but I see where you're coming from. Like I understand like that thought. I think it definitely I think it showed that some players aren't as good as, or at least weren't as good as people expected them to be, or that some players just aren't in like the best state. Like Surge, I wouldn't say he's particularly washed, but I wouldn't say he's in a level. He's not at a surgical level. He's not where he would want to be, I would say, or where people would expect him to be, like his fan base.
That might be fair. I mean, on the flip side of it, though, like I'm going to go ahead and bring up the numbers here for a second. I think that, if I remember correctly, let me actually look at his numbers from this season. Surgical Goblin played 7 games of 2v2 and 1 game of King of the Hill. Right? So, like, how do you make a solid evaluation on where Surgical Goblin is level-wise in the CRL standpoint based off of 7 2v2 games and 1 King of the Hill game? Right? Like, I think for some players we saw a good sample size. For some players we really didn't see it.
Yeah.
But you might be right that he's not at his top. He's not at 100% Surgical Goblin level. That might be a fair evaluation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's... Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. There's like, and also like I've seen like people like from like have practiced with them that I know, and just from stuff outside of CRL. But yeah, CRL itself was definitely like a hard thing because another person is, it's like it's hard to tell if a player is like back to their level because, for example, someone like Boofmac, he struggled in 1v1s this year, but only got one opportunity to play in CRL. So you don't know, like, and he lost was a fairly tough matchup. So you don't know if he's back to his level or not. So
yeah, and he was great in 2v2, 5-0 in sets and 10-3 in games.
Exactly, he played so good in 2s, but only got to play 1v1. So I don't know if he's back to NRG Boofmac level or if he's still got a little bit of work to do. So there's definitely some people who, yeah, there wasn't enough to make a full decision, but you can make rough guesses, I think.
So here's a good question from the chat: is who are the top 3? Now I don't know who all is necessarily free agents at the moment or not. We have some indication of who's a free agent, who's not a free agent. But question from the chat: who are the top 3 CRL free agents right now in your opinion?
One of the free agents I don't think is announced, so I can't say that.
All right.
Like from another team. People will know soon enough. Wait, I'm gonna DM you, and you tell me if you know if they're a free agent.
Yeah. I was just about to say, you can DM me, and I'll let you know if I've heard that one. This is actually interesting. The chat has brought up quite a bit, and so I'll bring this up from this perspective. That a lot of the players from Pain Gaming, they are appearing on other teams for this upcoming season. They're signed to no tilt teams or to teams that are not Pain Gaming for this upcoming fall no tilt league season. So that makes that's been discussed in the chat a lot, and I don't know sort of what your view is on what's going on there.
I feel like I'm not in the position to say.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
There you go.
Let's see. I think Schwarzen has showed to be at a very, very good level. Michi was probably the top free agent. Lich, I think, is very, very solid. Well, let's just look at this. Let's see who's a free agent from this. I know we had a tryout, and we had Capgun.
Oh, interesting. Capgun's, is he mostly a bridge spam player? Is that what he's known for?
No. Mortar.
Fair enough.
Mortar and Miner decks, and Mortar Miner.
Because I saw Capgun playing bridge spam the other day. I didn't know if that was his main.
No, he's good at everything.
Oh, fair enough.
He's just like Mohammed. Him and Mohammed, they're both from Egypt. They're both like best friends, and they're pretty much the same exact player. So yeah, he's a scary player.
So you have Schwarzen on that list as one of the top free agents. Said Lich, who Lich Pentakill has been on CRL rosters, was on Energy's roster at one point, but visa issues making it difficult for him to get in and play. Obviously, with things being online, that kind of changes some of the mathematics there. We saw that with Pedro already.
Bag's pretty good, I would say. I'm not sure if he's like, if I put him at the top of my list. Mini Minter, Bob the Rock, they're all having really good years. Yeah, I would say like Mini Bob, Lich, Capgun, Magma's up there, I would say. We had him in our tryout, and he did very well. But I think Magma's a very underrated player. Yeah, I would put all those players pretty high. It's hard to say besides them.
One player who was rumored to be part of a CRL team in the spring season and ended up not panning out was Wero, who, talking about bridge spam players, Wero might be one of the best bridge spam players in the world. Have you heard any rumors about him in possible placement?
He's not going to be in CRL.
Fair enough.
He was going to, and then he just like, I don't know. He always is like in and out of teams. He like joins, then he leaves. It's happened multiple times.
Interesting. Zap does stop the Dark Prince, and right now Schwarzen in the lead here with about 1:10 remaining.
Yeah, like there's some players who I noticed like aren't gonna do CRL. They're good. I know Faust like won't do CRL. Like Faust was a really good player. Like, we had our eyes on him, but he's just not gonna do it. So yeah, there's some players that like Wero, for example, like that are good enough to be in, but just aren't going to be in.
Snowball should be enough to get the requisite shots in, tower down, and now it's going to be a big lava loon push, though, going the opposite direction, but will there be enough mojo in this one? Arrows going to make it very hard for this to get a lot going, but the balloon does connect, doesn't get a second one. Zap does not make enough room, and that's going to be Schwarzen looking like he's finally going to stop the JupiterKing train here. We might see one more minor loon push. No, goes ahead and drops lava with 20 seconds left. Should loon behind this as well, unless he goes minor, maybe up to the front, to the inside here. Musketeer, far side Muskie. And lava is going to get it pretty close. Has to play defense with the Graveyard on the right-hand side as well. Giant in the pocket, minor to the back. Tower does go down on the left-hand side, and that is a ton of damage on the right. Schwarzen needs one more skeleton, gets it done, and the German stops JupiterKing from running roughshod through the group.
Well played. good deck picks from Schwarzen, I would say. Yeah, I like the Hogs deck. The Hog deck is usually pretty good against Jupiter, and the Giant Graveyard deck was pretty unpredictable. I definitely didn't expect to see that. Well, what were the bans actually? Fisherman and Tornado. Okay, so that actually makes a bit of sense.
Thanks very much, Mikey and Irish Door, for your winter chicken dinners and for the easies. I've seen that from you a couple times there, Door. Do appreciate it. The support is phenomenal. And guys, by the way, in case you don't know, I am co-streaming on both YouTube and Trovo. You can join on either side and watch from either direction. Let's see. Schwarzen the Legend says Canadian 3000 in there. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, and we talked about this earlier, but it seems like of all the free agents who have not before been in Clash Royale League, that Schwarzen is making the strongest case.
Yeah, Schwarzen, he's had a lot of recent success. So I'm curious to see where he goes, because I don't know how many teams have their sights on him, but I assume someone would get him.
Yeah, I mean that's my assumption too, and I have my inklings. I know a few teams that are looking for some players, but you know, there's a lot of time left before CRL West does kick off, so a lot of roster movement going to be coming in and out from a lot of different places. So one of the questions that was asked in the chat during that last matchup, and it's a question I've been getting yesterday, maybe you can shine some light on it. Why is Lava, of the two big beatdown decks, Lava and Golem, why is Lava so favored competitively over Golem? I mean, you pretty much don't see Golem in competitive.
It's way easier to beat Golem than to beat Lava. Lava has way more outplayability, plus like lava counters way harder if it counters than if Golem counters. If that makes sense.
Interesting. The matchups that Lava does get that are good matchups are much better than the ones that Lava get, than Golem gets when it has good matchups.
Yeah, like it's way easier to outplay Golem. Plus, like you can just not be able to kill a Lava Loon, but like you can kill and just having all air cards, it just makes it so that some decks just can't do anything. Golem, it sometimes just struggles to break through, especially if someone pressures really well. And I just don't think there's not as many just good Golem players in CRL. And Lava Miner has just a very good control aspect. So it's just a much different deck than Golem. It's hard to compare Golem to Lava, to be honest, because they get countered by completely different decks.
I mean, where do you think of this is a nice Lava Hound push. Great timing for the Flying Machine. Does it survive? And a nice Fireball Zap out of Schwarzen to keep the Flying Machine on the board. That is absolutely huge, and he should have enough to defend on the right-hand side, and he does. Wall Breaker's gonna do nothing. That's not a tower trade, that's a tower down. The German about to take one off of Darklight unless something crazy happens here.
That was played almost perfectly, if not fully perfectly, from Schwarzen there. That was very nice from him.
The timing on that Fireball Zap was brilliant.
And the Fireball, did you see the Fireball on the Miner and Wall Breakers?
Yep, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, this is very good gameplay from Schwarzen. I'm very happy with how he's playing.
It's gonna be tower
he's
down.
showing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's showing to really. He definitely deserves to be in CRL, I would say. He's just been showing to just keep on just getting better and better. So my concern with him, like looking at like if teams were to get him, is since a lot of his success is recent, is if it's maybe just a meta thing or just if it's just because he's playing like a lot. Like there's factors to go into it, but he's been just continuing to do pretty good. So I think he's definitely a player that a lot of teams are going to look at. I would be really surprised if he didn't get a team.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to ask you about this one because you probably had a front and center seat to it. My guess is working with Jack, aka Air Surfer, during the No Tilt World Championship. It seemed like Schwarzen was uncharacteristically out of sorts during the No Tilt World Championship finals, both with deck selection and a couple of errant tornadoes. What was going on? What were your conversations when you guys were watching the matchups with Schwarzen?
I actually never even watched any other person besides Jack. I really didn't focus on anybody else. If he made misplays, maybe it was just because could have been nerves, could have just been a bad day. That's really it. Yeah, because during we had to prepare decks like on the fly. So in like the finals, we were just talking to each other the whole time and just focusing on like what he was gonna do. But yeah, I would say probably just like nerves from it being in like the biggest tournament he's ever been in. So he's definitely got to work on that. But
with a lot of money on the line as well.
Yeah, I think Air Surfer ended up making like around like 9,000 for getting a second.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah,
nothing to be ashamed of there. Who's the other caster? Amit, the other caster, is Dippets on the line. So you'll see when I jump back over here. If I cast the free spells, does it support Rich? Yes, it does. Thank you, CK. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so going back into the death group, I would say E and C have the highest density of good players. Like, some groups have like 4 really good players, like 3 really, really good players, but those are the 2 groups that have more than 4 top tier players.
Yeah, I think when you look at Group C, the name, like the overall name recognition might not be as big as some of the other groups, but the talent as it goes down deeper into the group, I think is exceptionally high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bansito, he's another one of those players where I haven't seen enough of him to have a really good opinion, but he's had a lot of recent success on ladder, so he's definitely a player who you should keep like an eye out for.
Schwarzen up 1 here against Darklight in this second game. Minor wall breakers. Seen a little bit of it.
This should be a rough matchup for Schwarzen. But Schwarzen is pretty good with hogs, so well actually no, I don't expect him to win this. I don't think he has a chance.
Is it primarily the difficulty of breaking through mixed with the slower cycle, or what is it that makes this hard for Schwarzen?
Oh, he's got Bomb Tower Fireball Cycle for his 3 musks. Actually, is this 3 musk? Musketeer 3? Yeah, I think it's 3 musk still. So
you think Schwarzen's going Musky 3 musk?
What was the, okay,
Musky,
there, yeah.
Musky Hunter, that's what I was saying. I was like...
Yeah, I was wondering what the ban was, if Hunter was banned, and he was running, like, Musk over Hunter. But yeah. Yeah, and now without having 3M, I feel like it's even harder. So, because he's not able to get as much dueling pressure. I don't know, we'll see. I would expect Dark to win this, but anything can happen.
Meyer going to go in straight to the back here. Musketeer absolutely nowhere near it. And Mrs. Slaton now dropping off some napkins because she knows that I spill on occasion. Fair enough. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you can just see Darklight's getting in a good cycle, and there really just isn't much that it looks like Schwarzen can do.
Seen some...
Dark's just gonna...
Go ahead.
Dark's just gonna keep on cycling him out. That's the way this matchup works. Good deck pick for Darklight. Seeing that he used Lava, I don't think Schwarzen's one to repeat decks too much. So seeing that he used Lava, which was a really, really good matchup, to run it again to most likely get a deck where Fireball Bomb Tower would be good against. Oh, missed the Hunter.
Brutal. 425 right-hand side here in sudden death overtime. Darklight with a good chance here to tie things up, send us to a game number 3. There's been a number of quote-unquote fun facts coming in from the Trovo chat. And Rodrigo Loza with his most recent one. There are exactly 4 players who have won an official Revel Amar event without getting in a CR, but never played in CRL. And let's go ahead and throw that one to my co-caster. And you guys on YouTube, because you guys don't actually see the comment. I have it on my Trovo chat. But let's see if you can guess, if you have that in your mind there, Dip. Who are 4 players who have won an official Revel tournament but have never played in CRL?
I have your Trovo stream open.
Oh, you do. All right, chat. On the YouTube side, since you guys know the Trovo stream open, YouTube side, go ahead and see if you guys can guess that one. There are 4 players who've won an official Revel Amar tournament, like Moreno Cup, Cabrera Cup, things like that, but have never played in CRL.
I knew 3 of the 4.
One of those has been guessed. Nick got the first one right. Lucas Gamer is one of the ones who is on that list. Ban is going to be Musketeer from Schwarzen, so Muskie and Graveyard. He'll be banned for the next one. Doc saying Bag. Egan saying Adriel. Yep, that's 3 of the 4. Lucas Gamer, Bag, and Adriel have all won a Revel tournament but not been in CRL. There's 1 more player on that list. I do not believe Boss has ever won an official, or no, Boss is in CRL. He's in CRL East. So there you go. 1 more. And I believe that last player is Portuguese, right?
Lucas is Portuguese.
And Lucas GSM. So there you go, 4 players. Lucas Gamer, Lucas GSM, Bag, and Adriel are the 4 players who have all won a Revel tournament but never appeared in Clash Royale League. Here we go, game number 2 of Darklight and Schwarzen coming up in just a moment.
I would say, would you like to know my opinions on why those people haven't got teams?
I would always love to have your opinion. I'm very curious what you got.
I would say, well, Bag, I don't know, I think it's a mix of his age and just, people have just always been questionable about, like, his skill. I think it's very up and down, so people have just been hit or miss on him. But I think, I'd be surprised if he didn't get a team this season. I think he's going to get one, but I'm not 100% sure.
You think Bag gets a team for the fall split of CRL West?
Yeah. Oh, also he's never able to move in to like a team house, so that's also a big factor.
Very interesting.
Lucas GSM. I don't think he has enough connections to the CRL community to get a team. He's a good player, but being Portuguese and just not having enough friends in the CRL community, I think has definitely hurt him.
You think the skill level's there, though?
I don't know. I don't think it's not good enough to make someone want to go like out of region to get someone. I would say. That's how I'd put it.
And that puts a challenge there because you get a situation where the other team that speaks Portuguese, Pain Gaming, they would have to be out of region to get a European player for their Portuguese-speaking Brazilian team, their CRL Latam team.
Yeah. Plus, I feel like it's like say like Misfits, for example, where last season we went all Americans. Like if we're looking for a new player, like we would, and I don't think he has a significant amount of skill compared to an American player, where it's like, oh, okay, we have to sign him over someone else. I think if a CRL team got like 2 players from Portugal, then I think he would 100% get a team because of how it is. So just from where regions and friendships plays a big part in the CRL because being in a good environment is pretty much just as important as being good.
You mean like the team chemistry?
Yeah, it plays a big part. Like look at me for example. I got on Misfits last season not because I was the best player, just because I fit well with the team and I had a specific role, and that's what a lot of teams look for.
Trying to find a full makeup, and yeah, I mean we've seen teams that went full superpower work out poorly or work out well, and we've seen teams that go for role players end up with success, like you guys coming to second place in CRL West last season.
Yeah, the 2 teams that first and second were both teams that had a specific role player with me and Allcraft. So I think that's one thing that teams should take a note of because I think it's very important.
Speaking of taking note, watch out here on the right-hand side. 7 HP remaining, but no direct damage for Schwarzen.
So this turns out the 3 must just really makes it hard for the recruits to do anything. I remember I was looking at matchups for these recruits. Yeah, Darklight quit. I was looking at the statistic for these recruit stacks, and the one deck that consistently has a great percentage versus all the recruit stacks is 3M. So yeah, good pick by Schwarzen, and a good matchup, and he played pretty well. So
here you go, Schwarzen running 3M against Pigs recruits, and you can see the result here. Not a huge sample size in terms of the matchup data, but it does give a 55-45, maybe 60-40 matchup towards Schwarzen. So I think we're going to be going to JupiterKing's next matchup here. Jupiter versus Bale. And again, guys, just so you know, some matchups are not taking place on stream in order to keep the stream from going to 6 hours long. We usually do about 4 hours here per day for this group stage. So right now, Bansito and Chris Leanne playing off stream. I'll keep you updated on the result with that one as it comes in. I believe that is going to game number 3 right now, all tied up 1-1. So coming up next, it's going to be JupiterKing versus Bale. Our first look at Bale today. Question there, who's the other commentator? That would be Dippets, giving us some extra insight, not just into the actual gameplay parts itself, but some overall thoughts on team building and how all those different pieces come together. You know, Portugal does have some pretty talented players overall. It's interesting. Portugal was a team that I picked in No Tilt Worlds as one of my sleeper picks, and they of course performed very well. You know, when you look at those Portuguese players, do you think Lucas is the #1 guy out of Portugal, or would you put that on one of the other Portuguese stars?
I think Vitor is the best one, but Vitor's been. I think he's been pretty good for a while. Those Portuguese guys, they're very close knit, which is why it hurts them at the same time. Because I don't think they put themselves out with other community people. So they're a fairly close knit group. They practice together. They're all just best friends. But I think it hurts them in terms of getting farther with their careers.
You know, we have a couple
But-
interesting countries like that, right? You have France, the only French player currently active in the only two French players currently active in CRL, Azilis in the west and then Isla in the east. We have a player like Viper, for example, who's a pretty solid player out of France who doesn't really have a place right now with no French team. Of course, there was the all-French team in CRL season or in CRL EU for the first season. But since then, you know, the French presence has dropped down pretty significantly, and Portugal's another place where maybe the issue is just Portugal not having an internationally competitive team or a professional team.
Yeah, if there was like a Portuguese org, they'd 100% be picked up. I think they're a good team. I've always had respect for them, and I think they're good players. I wouldn't say they're the best players. I wouldn't say they're the worst players, but I think they're really solid, and they should never be slept on. I always said that. Like I had the same as you when for Worlds. I thought that Portugal was 100% a sleeper pick. They could knock out any team because they work really good as a team because they're all best friends. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for them, but I don't think they'll ever get a CRL team. I think Vitor could, to be honest, but I don't know how good their English is. I know Lucas speaks good English. I've spoken to him before. I don't know about Vitor though.
Big Smoke asking, why does 75% of matches contain JupiterKing? Because we're getting JupiterKing's matches done early here, Big Smoke, because of the time difference. It is like 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning right now in Seoul. So letting the South Korean get his matches out before, like, without having to be here up until through the early daylight, 7 a.m. or so. So we're going to do JupiterKing's matches early, and then he will be done for the day. This is the round-robin format. Every player playing 7 matches to play against the other 7 players from their group. The top 4 will move on to the next stage, the round of 32, which will take place in a few days. Oh, here we go. Go ahead, Dip.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Give me 3 players that you want to see in CRL the most. Your top 3, who you want to see.
Who I want to see who haven't been in CR.
Yeah, or who just aren't in at the moment. Either or.
Oh, who aren't in at the also who aren't in at the moment. That's really, really interesting. What do you think about that?
Like, for example, like say like Thunderstruck, like he doesn't have a team, but
Sure.
if he's your top 3, like yeah.
I mean, I always like seeing Thunderstruck in CRL, if only because he's one of the most entertaining and best attitudes in the game. He's a guy who adds a lot of fun, and I certainly enjoy it. I think Schwarzen is certainly one of those guys I think deserves a shot. I really would like to see him get a team, and I expect that he will after what he's been doing and the sort of the hype going around him and the work ethic. Where he ends up will be very, very interesting. I'm waiting with bated breath, along with a lot of the community on that one. But yeah, I'd love to see Schwarzen get a team. Hold on, let me go ahead and watch this one. And Mega Knight leaps JupiterKing, coming back from behind twice for the win over Bale. Man, here we are talking about all this stuff. JupiterKing puts on a show coming back from falling down twice back to back. What a great one.
Oh, I was watching Bansito, Chris Leanne.
Oh, you were? I was watching Jupiter and Bale. That's the one that's on stream.
I was not watching a stream at the moment.
Yeah, what a great comeback. And I was sitting there going, like, we probably should talk about this game here for a second. I think that a lot of people in my chat are talking about Faust, and I think that's in the Trovo chat talking about Faust. I think that's fair. I would love to see Faust actually play in CRL. It was rumored he was going to play with a team in the spring. He's
not going to.
Yeah, I know he's not going to now, but I would have loved to see him play in CRL. I think that he's one of those players who, if he was going full-time as a pro, could be, you know, a very dominant player.
I agree.
You know, obviously there's a couple Americans. Glad to see Boss finally get a team, and sounds like Bag might be getting a shot, which would be exciting to see, obviously. I am curious to see what happens with Legolas out of the Ukraine. We've already seen that cohort, that group, produce some real talent between, of course, Igor and Lapo, who've been, you know, streaming together and playing together a whole bunch. And now you see a couple other players that are getting produced out of that system that they seem to be growing over there. And I don't know, Legolas is one of those guys who also could add a little excitement to a team.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Legolas is also known as Gara.
All right.
He's, yeah. because I personally had no clue who Legolas was until someone told me he was Gara, who I know is a good player.
Yeah, he's really. Now again, like this is me. I want to give a caveat here. This is me giving my commentary based on what I see, and not having the same level of expertise that that you might have, or people who are fully embedded in understanding all the intricacies of following every ladder player and things like that. But I've seen Legolas doing some exciting stuff lately, and I know that he's working really hard with two of the best head-to-head players in the game right now. That to me says that he's someone to look at.
Yeah, I know he plays. Does he play a lot with Lapo? I know he plays with Igor.
Oh, they all play together on stream a whole bunch, and
okay.
They've been the three of them, along with one other player whose name's escaping me right now, have jumped in on my $100 weekly open tournaments a couple times. And 1 week, the four of them were the top four in the bracket, and we ended up having an Igor versus Lapo BO5 final.
There's a few. Well, it could be. I'm just gonna name out the Russians now.
It was Dreaming Fly. It was Dreaming Fly. That's who it was.
Oh, okay. I know. Yeah, Paradox is another good Russian as well. I would love to see. Actually, I've completely crossed my mind before. I want to see Paradox in a CRL team. I love that kid. I think he's really good.
Paradox has got some skill. I first saw Paradox on TV Royale in a game against Belican.
I first met him because I was going to be his analyst for Red Bull, and I was supposed to go to Spain. I was supposed to go to Italy with him before COVID. So that sucked.
Huge fireball there for Bale. Mortar gets the connection, and this might be game for Bale here.
Yeah, Bale's playing pretty well. Without a big spell, it's really hard for Jupiter to really do much against Musketeer, Skelly Burrow, Spear Goblins, Goblin Gang. There's just too much for him to deal with. And get Night Catch from Miners. It's really and the Fireball. This is just a good matchup.
Frank in the YouTube chat asking, isn't Paradox going to play for TTG?
Is he? I heard they were signing a new player, so I could see that happening.
Yeah, he's certainly up the skill.
Oh wait, I don't know what my mind was thinking. I thought this game was like,
over.
I thought there was way less. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt absolutely over, and just like that, JupiterKing right back in it.
I just wasn't paying attention to the time. I thought it was just like pretty much done. When he took the tower, in my mind the game was like over.
Well, yeah. Welcome to the curse of the caster.
I got tunnel vision there. So,
yep.
Yeah, I think this still should be good. Pushing to the same lane now, I think it'll be pretty tough for Jupiter. But actually, I don't know. We'll see. Like, I think this can be a really close game.
This time, a little protection there for the mortar, and this mortar will not connect, still being distracted by the barb split to the left-hand side, but the mortar being protected for a very long time. So Bale setting up nicely, having to get the miner down is JupiterKing, and a good fireball there out of the Spaniard. Does not get the big connection he wanted, but pressure on two Musketeer shots. And Bale now starting to pull ahead with 1:14 left.
That was a prediction fireball by Bale, too. That was a ballsy play. I think he was expecting barbs, but then he got lucky with the Skelly Dragon, said he hit both.
And just trying to do anything to get on this mortar is JupiterKing right now, but Bale seems pretty well in control. Gonna have to zap that one off. 11-10, and a second mortar down high here for Bale. Yeah, are you curious about the aggression out of Bale right now?
I'm just curious to see if Jupiter can build a big enough push. I don't think he can. This looks pretty over for me. I think Bale's playing really well. Yeah, yeah, he's got 3 Musketeers down. I think this is pretty much over.
Gang here protecting that border. 15 seconds left. No real way through here for JupiterKing. Bale gonna take game number 2 and even things up here against the pride of South Korea.
Yeah, Bale's got too much pressure and just too many good air answers. So I would say that Jupiter played as best as he could. I don't know if there was much to do.
Deepfake Lapacati saying Paradox to SK is possible in the Trovo chat. countering Frank's point that maybe Paradox is going to TTG.
Interesting. Guess it's possible.
Anything's possible.
Exactly. We could. Who knows? Maybe we're signing Paradox. Heyo.
Maybe I'm going to put a team in CRL and sign Paradox. Being asked, when does the CROS fall split start? Sometime this fall. And thank you very much for your love from India. Do appreciate it. The band's going to be Baby Dragon from Bale in this one. So we're going to game number 3 here in just a moment. Egan asking, what happened to SK? Is the roster the same? I don't know for sure. Rodrigo Loza in the Trovo chat asking, Rich, here's a question. In the history of Western CRL, every time a team has kept the same roster between seasons, they perform worse. Then teams like Space Station and Tribe have said they don't want to change their lineups. What do you think of this? Do you think there's anything to that with there has not been a team that has... Well, I guess a team that has kept their exact same roster has always performed worse in the next season. That to me seems more like just a roll of the dice than anything else.
Yeah, I don't think that's anything to overthink. I think maybe some teams, if they do well, it's definitely possible for some players to get complacent. But I don't think staying as a team is a bad thing. I just think it's a matter of if players get complacent or not with your performance. Like I think Liquid, I think Surge and Canario, I'm curious if they're gonna bounce back or not, because like they won. Like they did it. They won Worlds. So like I don't know if they'll ever get back to their caliber, because maybe they don't have that spark anymore, because maybe they could have peaked, and maybe they think that because it's really hard to go up after winning World Championship. Of course you can win 2 World Championships, but I feel like the motivation to do that is just as hard in itself.
Yeah, it is interesting. It is kind of challenging to continue to find that level over and over again, and in esports in particular, and this game specifically, right? Because let's say that you're a CS:GO player, for example. It's not like the meta for CS:GO shifts so drastically month by month that you're playing a brand new game and you take a month off or 2 months off and suddenly you're kind of out of sorts with it, right?
Yeah.
The Clash Royale is unique in esports like that, in that way that it seems like it requires, to be at your top level, requires a level of consistency and grind that might outstrip a lot of other esports, not to mention just traditional sports as well.
Yeah, like when I tweeted out my retirement tweet, like whenever 3 weeks ago, like I've been pretty much done with the game since like after last season, like after my season with NRG. Like I just being able having to keep up the constant grind. I love the game for so long. I eventually just got burnt out. That's really all it is. I found other things that I enjoyed. Like for so long, Clash was like the main thing I enjoyed, and I just found other things that I enjoyed besides Clash. So it's just like how it is. Being able to keep up that grind mentality is just really hard. Like I got frustrated with the game once Firecracker came out. Things started going downhill for me. Just like 'cause ever since then, the game has just been filled with broken cards, and I just haven't been able to have fun with it since, because I like when I can just I just don't like having to abuse stuff per se.
See, I think it's different for playing at your level with the level of grind it takes. For me, I'm a professional caster, but a casual player, so I put in a lot few hours than you do, and don't feel the same level of burnout. Right? For me, it's I do my light pushing and play a challenge here or there, but mostly it's casting. So it's a lot less of a lift for, I guess, the average player versus someone who's trying to perform at a professional level.
Yeah, I've actually found myself enjoying the game more ever since I made my retirement tweet. I've actually been enjoying the game more, just because when I actually play the game, I'm playing it to have fun, and I'm able to just I'm not playing it as a job anymore. And like I like last season in CRL. Also, I've just been burnt out of ones. Like I loved playing twos last season. Like I could play twos all day, every single day. If there was ladder 2v2, I would go back to grinding the game.
Interesting.
But
what day is Carter on with his polite ask for ladder 2v2?
Yeah, I've tweeted about that a few times. There's just a lot that has to go into it. I'm not hopeful of it.
It does look like 2v2 might be a significant portion of Clan Wars 2, though, which is exciting.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that goes, but I'm excited. I'm hoping Clan Wars was worth a year wait. So I'm not gonna. I'm not getting my hopes up, but I'm not gonna be negative about it. I just gotta wait and see at this point. That's really all I can say.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and a lot of content creators are looking forward to it as well. The Content Creator Challenge coming up for the new Clan Wars 2.
Do you have your own clan? Are you in one?
I do. I need to get it set up for the actual challenge, and Deepfake saying Carter's on day 35 of his polite asks.
Oh, okay. Wait, one guy's talking. Okay, he said complexity. They kept the same roster, went from 4th to 11th. Mortals went from 3rd to 6th. Even as they kept the same roster, went from 1st to 3rd, 4th. Maybe. Okay. I don't know. I would say not to overthink it. Some teams, the complexity one, they fell apart internally, and Immortals just. They just didn't do as well. They still made playoffs, still did fine. It was just Lapo just went from being like complete god to not having his best season. It's just sometimes players do great, sometimes players just do okay.
I mean, you look at the level of Immortals / Space Station over these few seasons. And here you go, Magic Archer getting some piercing damage. This could be big if Bale can keep stacking on the right-hand side.
Oh, never mind. Earthquake log just pulled everything down. Alright, yeah, we'll play.
Trying to Magic Archer hard here is Bale. He's not going to get any geometry, and the EQ will save it for JupiterKing. JupiterKing does hold on and get another win here in Group C.
It's a good deck pick by Jupiter. Bale's a very bridge spammy deck type person, so I would probably pick a very similar deck to what Jupiter ran. He played that very well.
So back to the conversation at hand, you know, you take a look at a team like Immortal / Space Station, and they won CRL North America. Then in the West, they came out, added Lapo, and people forget that they got 3rd and went to the World Cyber Games. They kind of like almost erased that one, even though they performed at a fairly good level. And then, you know, they had a rough fall, and Lapo was not at his Lapo was his mentality, like he was kind of tilted, it seemed like that in the fall maybe. Royal wasn't at his sharpest. AC and RF weren't exactly gelling. But then look what happens in this spring split. They come back and absolutely destroyed it. And of course, not to rub salt in the wound here, but ended up taking first place in the finals against you guys. And they had a tough road to do it. That's a team that's performed very well for a long time. So it's one of those things where I do think that one factor that you look at some of the teams that have had prolonged success or new success is the addition of young blood into it, right? Whether it be bringing Bansito over for Space Station, a guy who was definitely hungry, or for Team Liquid, they made their changes between 2018 and 2019. But I do look at a lot of these teams with the potential young players being added in this next season and wonder what kind of boost that might give to a few of these CRL West teams.
Yeah, it's really, I'm so interested with how. Oh, who are we watching? Jupiter or Schwarzen?
We're watching Jupiter and Darklight.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see how all these rookies do. I don't know if I see any of the rookies as an S tier player, like how I would see like a Jupiter, like the next Jupiter, the next Lapo, or the next Air Surfer, Samuel, like one of those players. I don't know if I see any of them at that level. So this one I'm curious about. like Mohamed Lay, for example, like he's a player who I can see being like one of the best players in the game, but he's in East. And like Mugi, for example, those are players who have S tier talent, like S tier potential. So I'm really interested on just I don't know if I see any of those any of the new players happening. I think they're all good, but I think as good as is all we're gonna get.
Darklight running the double spell. So this is interesting too. We're seeing rather than 6 Loon, the Recruits Balloon deck out of Darklight. We've seen this a couple of times. And it feels like when people are running this one, it's because they're worried about the possibility maybe of facing double bait or placing that Mortar Skelly Barrel deck. What are your thoughts on this variation of Loon Cycle right?
I think it's just solid. Recruits are just really, they're just weird. The Musketeer, Heel Spirit, Lumberjack, Fisherman, all of them, it's just a deck that just works well together. That's really all it is. It just works really well.
But what about this Fisherman version? You know, Fisherman with Recruits, you see the purpose here. What's the synergy that you see in this deck? Is it just that Fisherman is strong on its own as a card, and that's why you like Fisherman in this deck? Or the Fisherman Lumberjack combo as you see there?
Pulling stuff into like Recruits is really, really strong. Because the DPS the Recruits puts out is really high.
Sure, but I don't think this is the Recruits version. With the, I could be wrong, but usually Recruits version doesn't run double small spell. Usually it runs Snowball and not Barbarian. Is this the Recruits version?
I think it is. Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, see, Skeleton Dragons come out. Yeah, that's my thought. Is usually this runs a flying troop, and if it has double small spell, that's in lieu of Recruits.
I haven't really seen this much. I don't know. I don't like it as much, to be honest. But yeah, actually, I'm gonna be honest. I have not seen like the version without Recruits, so I don't know.
Well, there you go, and we see it not working out here. JupiterKing gonna take game number 1 fairly easily in this Royal Giant matchup, and yeah, Recruits make this deck much stronger for Darklight than the version he ran. And we saw someone running this same version yesterday, and it got a bait matchup, and that was, of course, dominant in that matchup.
Yeah, maybe with bans we can see that deck a bit more, but yeah, I have not seen that version. I'm just going to make a statement right now. Every single time I've seen the Recruits version versus the RG deck, the opponent with Balloon is lagged out. It's 2 for 2 and yeah, it's 2 for 2 on lag outs from what I've spectated so far. Just a fun fact.
Original Fake Lapicati in the Trovo chat saying, wait, so Mugi and Light aren't S tier? I don't think that's what you said.
Yeah, I said they were.
Yeah, I think that was the opposite direction around. So there we go. Game number... Was that game number 2 here? Or was that game number 1? No, that's game number 1, I guess. Darklight banning the Graveyard. Let's go ahead and jump in to our next game.
Looks Bansito and Schwarzen looks like it's going the distance. Looks like Schwarzen's going to win. Yeah, Schwarzen is going to win in triple. Let me hop back to the other game.
Yep, JupiterKing Darklight, game number 2. JupiterKing currently up 1. A win here would guarantee him a spot in the next stage, currently at 4 wins already. And of course, Jupiter doing his full run of games to open up because of the time difference. He needs to go get some sleep, so playing in the wee hours of the morning right now is the South Korean player, and performing well despite the lack of sleep.
Dark coming in with his OG deck. Looks like Jupiter has... Oh, looks like he's got the Darklight version. Wait, are Recruits banned?
I don't believe so. I just come in. At this point, Jupiter might be doing copy deck and going, whatever you can do, I can do better.
I think, yeah, this should be a better... Yeah, without Recruits, this should be a good matchup for Darklight, I think, because he has pretty solid defenses, and he's not able to build up as strong of a push without the Recruits.
Ram Rider not super popular overall. There are a couple Ram Rider decks out there, this being one of them. What are your thoughts on Ram Rider in the meta right now?
Pretty solid. Does well against RG. It's only has to have Fireball though. Like you've seen it before with like Barbell Snowball, but right now it has to have Fireball to kill Skelly Drags or even a Hunter and all that. I think it's solid though. If you're a good Bridgepin player, you can make this deck work.
Pretty solid heal spirit from JupiterKing. Will he get anything out of it? Lumberjack does go get one shot on tower. Musketeer not able to sneak on through. So a good heal spirit, but Ram Rider just stopping everything there at the bridge and holding the damage off. Final minute of regulation play. Darklight in a firm lead in game 2.
Ooh, this is going to be a little scary. That should be a hit. Wow. Actually, this Ram Rider should be tough. Maybe Ram Rider Bandit? Or I guess not. I don't play Bridge Spam. Jupiter should be able to build a pretty big push here, I think. I think that's the goal. He's going to play Ram Rider. Good barbell pull back. Yeah, and the tower locks onto the room because of it. That was pretty well played. Let's see if he can actually kill it in time, though. He can. I think
Snowball pushes that Ram Rider in. Bandit dashes, second Bandit dashes. Here we go. Game number 3 on its way. JupiterKing put up a valiant fight, but Darklight taking a big-time win to send this to game 3.
Yeah, that was really well played from Darklight. I would expect nothing less from Darklight with Bridge Spam. He's just insane with that deck.
So here we go, looking at the matchup data there. Very small sample size has it going for Darklight, but looking at those pieces between Inferno Dragon, Ram Rider, and Fireball, it does seem like difficult out there for JupiterKing in this one.
Well, wait, the matchup says it's for Jupiter. That's interesting.
Well, the matchup I'm looking at says it's for Darklight. Very light.
Wait.
56-44 for Dark. I mean, but a small sample size.
What's the big sample size has Jupiter winning.
Oh yeah, the 7 of 8 matchup. And I wonder what's the, well, you know what? That one probably has that 7 of 8. To explain to the viewers, that means that that's not the exact matchup. My guess is that sample size is based off of the Recruits version instead of the Barbell version. So that actually shows you the difference, how much of a difference one card makes in the matchup.
Yeah.
Whereas the Recruits version would have a 60-40 matchup based on that sample size, and this one would go slightly the opposite direction, based again only on 36 games because the Barbell version is not that popular.
Yeah, I think really that one card just makes the big difference. That's like, what's the difference? That's 15 difference just by one card.
So ban is going to be Graveyard, and JupiterKing consistently just not banning. I don't know if he just doesn't feel like doing a ban, is not doing any research, so who cares, or doesn't want to give any information to his opponent. But Jupiter just has not been using his ban throughout this one. So we're going to go to game number 3 with just the Graveyard ban. No ban from JupiterKing, and a chance for Jupiter to secure his way, to guarantee his way. 4 wins already probably means that he's through to the next stage, but a 5th win would guarantee it.
Is there a fake Jupiter in chat?
There are a lot of fakes on the Trovo chat. Fake Jupiter, there was a fake Sir Tag there earlier. There's a wide variety of fake Lapicati. Shout out to the FLG, fake Lapo gang over on Trovo. Big fan of all those guys. Big Smoke asking Dippets, what deck hard counters GY? And let me start it off with, I guess, is there something that you think is a general hard counter to Graveyard overall, or are there too many Graveyard variants to say anything is a specific Graveyard hard counter?
Yeah, I can't say with knowing a version. There's too much. Like, that's why RF is so good, because Graveyard's so good that there's just so many versions of it, so it makes RF just such a good player. Like, I would say, I will say, Lava typically beats majority of Graveyard decks. If you want if someone plays all Graveyard decks, try to play Lava and hope they don't run like Inferno Dragon Hunter or something.
Why does Lava perform so well against Graveyard?
Usually it has a cheap answer to respond to a graveyard if someone tries to play a tank graveyard at the bridge in order to pressure your Lava Hound. That's the big thing. You can usually always defend after playing a Lava Hound, since you can usually always play a 3 or 4 elixir defense, like a poison, minions, skeleton dragons, baby dragon. Well, since all lava decks have that, and Lava Hound's only... That's the difference between like Golem and Lava. If you play a Golem and someone pressure with the graveyard, you won't have enough elixir to defend, because most likely you'll have a 4 elixir card, and that 2 elixir makes it so that you can't get back in time. Like, one tip I could say, if you're playing like Golem versus Expo, if you see someone play a 4 elixir card in single elixir versus Expo, you play an Expo in the other lane, because they can't cycle to a Golem fast enough if you play a 4 elixir card. So it's kind of like that, where they just can't cycle as fast with a Golem versus like a Lava Hound, just because it's 7 elixir. 7 elixir is what makes it unique, because you're able to build up a big push plus being able to defend.
Jupiter just piling on the right-hand side here.
Yeah.
And looks like has a good chance Hunter will stop the Ram Rider, and JupiterKing going 3M pigs with Hunter. Plenty of Ram Rider. I mean, is this just? I mean, obviously it's a solidly well-balanced deck. Jupiter's probably pretty good with it. I think part of this is maybe expecting Darklight to go Ram Rider again.
I don't even know if this is a terrible matchup for Darklight. I think Jupiter's just playing it well. I think Darklight has a lot of good responses, but Jupiter's playing really, really well.
Magic Archer gonna go down, and a lot of tankage in front of the 2 Musketeers on the right-hand side. No big spell, no direct damage spell at all for JupiterKing, so has to play defense and either win out that way or get 220 more tower damage directly on. Splits 3-2 or splits 2-1 with 2 going to the strong side rather than the weak side.
Yeah, I think Jupiter needs to be careful, because I think Darklight has a good chance of being able to come back here. Oh,
not anymore. Pig slide on through. GG, well played. JupiterKing secures his position in the round of 32.
Well played, Jupiter. I would expect nothing less of him than to qualify for the next round.
Go ahead and get those stats updated here in just a moment. And there you have it. Pretty big sample size. No precise matchup data here, but with the slightly off data, the 1 card not on. 1,300 games. Rodrigo Loza with a trivia question in the Trovo chat, and guys in the YouTube, if you guys want to try to answer this one too, this is a fun one, and I'm sure you're seeing this one dip. I'll read it out loud though. The best initial streak in a CRL season was 10-0. The worst initial streak was 0-11. Which player went 10-0? Which player went 0-11? And
I would say Tommy probably went 10-0, I think, in Season 1.
I thought Tommy went 11-0 in Season 1. But
Razor also started. I think it was Razor and Tommy, possibly both of them.
Razor had a really good run to open. Yeah, Razor had a 10-0 opening to open up, if I remember correctly, to open up the first season. And
Tommy, when he showed up out of nowhere, he also had a really good opening. But yeah, I think maybe it was 9. I think Tommy was 9, Razor was 10.
Yeah, that sounds right. Because I know Razor swept his first 2 King of the Hills and was crushing 2v2. So I think Razor went 10-0 to open up Season 1 of CRL North America. And I thought Tommy had gone 11. Maybe Tommy went 9, but then ended up going like 11-1 or something like that, if I remember correctly. He might have won his first 9 games. Is that right? Something like that. Mm-hmm. And then
maybe the 0-11 was probably like a 100 Thieves player or something. That's my guess.
That's possible. You know what? Also, it might be, and I don't feel bad saying this because of how well he did it this last season. It might have been Diego E in his opening for Cream Royale Betis.
Oh, yeah, he started off. Wait, was he the one who? I know Codigo ended with a 0% win rate in the first season.
Yeah, Codigo. Oh, well, no, but in the first season of West, because he played in.
In West.
I think he played pretty well in LATAM. Because I remember Koji and Manu were all excited. Oh, here we go, guys. Pedro and JupiterKing. Let's go. Very excited about this one.
All right. Yeah, I'm locking in Razor at 10-0, and then 0-11.
Well, Diego E's first season win rate was sub 25% in that spring season.
Yeah, but I think he like won here and there, so I don't think it was 0-11. It definitely wasn't Trainer Chris.
Guys, get your guesses in. We're gonna get the answers in just a few moments here. Pedro and JupiterKing in this best of 3. Pedro's debut in this group stage. JupiterKing has already qualified, but we'll see how it goes on. And Rodrigo Loza saying we are correct. Razor was the 10-0. Then Tommy went 9-0 and lost his first 1v1 game. Reverse swept to go 11-1.
Yeah, okay. That's what I assumed. Because I just remember the Razor one because he was telling me about it. And I completely didn't even realize that he started off that well.
Oh, yeah. No, Razor, I mean, that's where he got the name the King Killer. Was 2 King of the Hill sweeps plus the 2v2 sweeps to open up his CRL career. It was pretty crazy. In fact, let me go back and take a look. If I remember correctly, who was it? I think he swept like 2 big-time teams, too, in those opening
It was
ones as well.
Cloud9?
Yeah. C9 was one of them.
Codigo was 0-5 spring. Yeah, I don't know. Was it like, maybe it's like a LATAM player. I don't know if a West player ever went on an 0-11 streak.
Well, we give up, Rodrigo.
Yeah, he beat us.
It was Frost in 100 Thieves. Took him until 7th match to win his first game at King of the Hill. Oh boy.
Yeah, so that's why I said I assumed it was 100. It was so much 100 Thieves. Not surprised it was Frost, to be honest.
Poison left-hand side. A lot of pressure coming in from JupiterKing in this graveyard versus graveyard matchup. So far, Jupiter having a pretty significant advantage.
Yeah, with the Musketeer and the Bomb Tower, and the Bar Pod, it's just really... He's definitely got
big connection on the right-hand side,
wow.
though. 42 HP, 1 push changes things, and that was cycling the Barb Hut. This is the second time in these last couple of days we've seen a player cycle a Barb Hut and immediately get punished in the opposing lane. So gonna lose that right-hand tower is JupiterKing, unless, wait a second, is the NATO enough? And it is.
Wow. I can't, why would he Barb Hut there? I'm really confused. I don't think, yeah. He could have just cycled troops and just been perfectly fine, I think.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times. We saw it against Balloon yesterday, cycling Barb Hut into the opposite lane and then kaboom, getting the tower taken.
Yeah. Huh. I guess Pedro's getting his revenge. Yeah, Pedro, he's the only person who almost beat Jupiter in the 1v1 set in the regular season of this most recent CRL. All right, so Jupiter banned Tornado.
Jupiter finally does get a ban, and maybe that's a sign of respect, knowing what he's up against here in Pedro. Deepfake Lapacati with the fact in the Trovo chat. Someone from China went 2-25 in the 2019 fall season. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Yeah, I remember with Frost, he not only were they not the most particularly skilled team, he got like more nervous than anybody playing on stage. He said, didn't he say like he wouldn't be able to feel his hands during matches and stuff?
Oh, we talked about that all the time. That he was having a lot of issues with his hands there, and yeah, that was a rough 100 Thieves season all the way around. Let's see, Rodrigo Loza with quote unquote a fun fact. We'll see if this is fun. There have been only 2 teams in any CRL history to have all players with at least a top 3 finish: Immortals 2019, AC, Lapo, RF, and Royal. And Space Station, AC, RF, Lapo, and Samuel. Oh,
Damn.
Interesting. Rodrigo, I don't know who you are, but you might have to DM me, because I might have to hire you to be giving us some of these facts to add in for CRL. You might have just landed a job on CRL West in the fall. So, Rodrigo, DM me, because I seriously might be about to hire you with all this stuff. Here we go, game number 2.
That's funny. Good for him. He's giving really good facts.
Yeah. I don't know who this guy is, but Rodrigo might have just memed his way, or might have just fun facted his way into a job on CRL. That's how it happens, folks. Well, people don't know. Undercover is the a big part of head of league operations for CRL, and he was hired off of a recommendation. Hey, Irish Door with a GG well played in the chat for Rodrigo. Thank you very much, Irish Door. But Undercover, he was a big part of the Mobile Gaming Mondays with Matt Rutledge, the former the director of Mobile Gaming for Complexity Esports and the manager for Complexity throughout their CRL run. And Undercover was a big part of running those events, and we needed someone at the time when CRLOS started. We needed someone who understood Clash Royale to manage our stat sheets for the help with record keeping, and to be in the booth and kind of help them with picking replays. So I asked around, and Matt Rutledge recommended Undercover, and since then he's moved on to be a full-on part of the CRL production. A little fun story there for you. If you make yourself useful, there are jobs out there, folks.
It's like me with being an analyst.
Yeah, there you go.
Big heal spirit from Pedro here. So it looks like Jupiter's running that no recruit balloon deck again. Which I just don't know if I like that deck. I just can't see myself getting behind it.
The RG deck? Or the double?
No,
you mean the Jupiter's one, the double small spell one?
Yeah. I just don't like it. That's really all I can say. It just doesn't sit well with me. Oh, not the Skelly Drags. The heal spirit could be big. Didn't do anything. Now Pedro's gonna get the big heal spirit. This could be big for. He has some lumberjack though, so he can't build too big of a push. Good bar barrel.
Good bar barrel, completely out of cycle was Pedro in that one. Ended up giving up a ton of damage, 986. I give matchup here to Pedro by a little bit, but...
Yeah, Pedro, I wouldn't... I would say this is probably Jupiter's matchup. I think.
Again, I think if Jupiter has the recruits, it's his matchup, no question. But without the recruits, how do you stop Royal Giants consistently, right? Nice pickup there with the skeletons on the outside. RG's gonna get at least 2 shots here on the right. And now you can fireball log if you you probably need to save it for the bridge battle and for the just for safety for the balloon. But no, here you go. Log takes care of the musketeer. Gonna be a fireball and log away, I believe now. Trying to still get my head wrapped around the new damages.
Unless he gets a big. Ooh, wait. Put something in the middle for the Fisher. Okay.
Yeah, GG, well played.
Yeah, actually, yeah, he can sub. Jupiter can probably get a good balloon in, but he had to use his lumberjacks a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this deck that deck just is too heavy to work without recruits.
Well, again, I've seen it. Right now, no one's playing bait, and I've seen it work really well against bait because of the double small spell, especially against double bait, giving you 3 really good options with the heal spirit involved as well. But just against in this particular matchup, it's pretty rough, and you can see some of that matchup data here just coming from what we've seen today so far. So let's see, what is our next matchup going to be on stream? I believe it's going to be Darklight versus Michifu.
Oh, wow. So 28 games, 82-18. So, yeah. And then as you see again, where the 1 card difference makes it favorable for Balloon because of those recruits.
Yep, those recruits change so much of it, because not only do the recruits give you better DPS against the Royal Giant, but they also help you counter the Fisherman. So that's
exactly
absolutely huge.
The Fisherman just goes to town. So
let me go ahead and find out what our next matchup's going to be on stream here. Hi everybody, and good to see you one more time. I'm Rich Slaton, caster for Clash Royale League. If you don't know now, you know. Joining me on voice, Dippets, to give a little insider insight, and of course, if you're trying to follow along with the results, here you go. JupiterKing now done for the day. Has played his 7 matches, and 5-2 is a guaranteed qualify into the next stage. So JupiterKing will move on into the round of 32, the double elimination bracket on that side. We still have a bunch of players who haven't really done a whole lot yet. Schwarzen 3-0. So looks like a one more win from Schwarzen would probably guarantee him a spot through. 4-3 does put you in a pretty good position, not counting tiebreakers if someone really kind of tanks it on their side. So you can see the rest of the field still battling it out for those other 3 spots, but JupiterKing might have not only clinched a spot all the way through, but probably has clinched a top 2 place, a top 2 position most likely when you look at those results. Let's take a look at the overall set of groups for this one. Pedro versus Schwarzen looks exciting. Yeah, that will be a fun one when it comes in. And we're still waiting for what our next matchup to kick off. Going to be Darklight versus Michifu. Bale and Chris Leanne going on as well. That'll be off stream. But here you go. Look at the groups. Tomorrow we have Anaban, TNT, Bansito, Lapacati. I know my chat's excited about that one over on Trovo. Vitor, Luke Dubs, and Kenda Swagger. Kenda was one who got snuck in here on this one because of a few players above. I believe Muhammad Light ended up winning that bracket. That was my bracket, but Muhammad Light couldn't play because of CRL East. And then a couple of players were ejected from the tournament. And Kenda Swagger, the beneficiary, who will be appearing tomorrow. So good luck to Kenda with a big opportunity in an event like this one.
Could Muhammad not play because of like time difference, or just East couldn't play in this?
I think it's because East couldn't play in this because you see no CRL East players in the mix. So
what's the reason? You know the reasoning behind that,
I don't know if it's a time schedule or just like a rule, because when you guys are when you're in CRL West, there's a lot of events that you guys weren't allowed to participate in when CRL West was active. So
yeah,
it might just be something. It might just be part of that. So not entirely sure everything about it. Let's see. Looks like we might be switching over to Pedro versus Schwarzen. Might end up being the on-stream game here. I'll let you guys know in just a moment when that one does come in. And guys, while we're all here, if you're on YouTube, go ahead, hit subscribe to my YouTube channel. Make sure you ring the bell for notifications, because this is only day 3 of 12 days in a row of the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition, bringing you some top-tier Clash Royale action, competing for $6,000. And here we go. It is going to be Pedro and Schwarzen. Schwarzen currently 3-0. Pedro 1-0 in their matches overall. Schwarzen with a win here would probably clinch a way through to the top 32. Irish Store, I don't remember who was ejected, but I know some players were disqualified from making it into the event. So this is both in and out of meta right now in this matchup here, Dip, because, or at least like off the center, we are seeing Recruits and Fishermen and Heal Spirit, which are basically everywhere all the time. But then seeing Giant Skeleton, which is probably Giant Skeleton Loon from Schwarzen, which is secondary popular, maybe even 3rd level of popularity. And then Pedro going with what I think is this Pigs, or is this is probably Pigs?
It's Pigs,
right? with the cannon cart.
Yeah.
And this variation of Pigs is also like a 2nd or 3rd level of popularity.
Yeah, Capcom made this deck recently, and it's getting there. I think they're both just trying to be unpredictable right now, and these are both good unpredictable decks. Like, they're just solid decks if you're just trying to just catch someone off guard. They're good enough to be able to beat a lot of matchups if you know how to play the deck. So I think that's kind of the thought process going in. Good Magic Archer. Getting both of them. I would say, I don't know. I think it'll be hard to stop balloons once he can start doing that. I think Schwarzen might already have a really good push coming in. He's gonna balloon right here, and then I don't actually.
And a nice King Tower activation against that Magic Archer. Balloon will come in. Snowball predicts the Hunter. Beautiful prediction. Snowball from Schwarzen. just about perfect. That's going to earn him 2 shots on the right-hand side. So Schwarzen already had a nice play coming in, and then a beautiful prediction on top of it. So in one sequence, activates King Tower against the Magic Archer, predicts the Hunter and gets 2 shots with the tower, but going to still have difficulty defending against these Royal Hog pushes.
Yeah, that was really nice because he saw that Pedro was playing defense really well. He waited for the Fisherman to lock on to something else before he played his Hunter. And then Schwarzen with another great heads-up play, knowing that he was going to play the Hunter, but he was going to wait because of everything else that was going on. So really good just recognition of what was going on from Schwarzen. I would say the matchup is probably pretty good for Pedro. But yeah, just one perfect sequence from Schwarzen definitely went on that game.
Beautiful, beautiful sequence. And yeah, just, you know, people talk about keeping track of cycle and the importance of keeping track of cycle. And that one, it really felt like there were a lot of pieces there where Schwarzen was just, his awareness of what you're talking about, his awareness of what was going on was what made that entire thing go from King Tower activation to one side to a perfect push on the other. So here we go, stats from that one. Very little sample size, giving slight matchup advantage to Schwarzen. 15, really not enough to make a discussion on that one. I mean, this game is enough to swing that one a little bit over towards Schwarzen's side. I believe that would actually end up, I believe that because 53-47 would be 8 games for the Balloon deck and 7 games for the Pigs deck. So this was a 50-50 going into that game, and now is slightly leaning towards the German. Schwarzen up 1 here in that one. Frank the Tank asking, why did JupiterKing play from the first 7 of the first matches? Because he's in a different time zone, had to get his matches out of the way so he can go to sleep. So there you go. Here we are jumping into game number 2 in a moment here. Skeleton Dragons are the ban. Let's get to it.
My dogs are barking a lot, so I'm just staying muted for a bit.
Fair enough. I wasn't there going like, hey, I set you up for a thing, and then I get it now. Big dog barks.
Yeah, I wanted to answer.
Pedro, one of the top players out of CRL Latin America for a long time. Eric Benamou, coach of Team Liquid, was publicly declaring Pedro the best player out of Latin America. And because of challenges, being a Venezuelan with visa issues, wasn't able to play in the West for a long time. Got his CRL debut, like many Western players in CRL East, playing with Kick's team. Currently the home of, as we mentioned before, Mohammed Light, also known as Kicks Light these days. But now
Yeah,
Pedro
I think
is the cream.
Mo's got the potential to be the next best, like one of the next best players. He has all the tools to be one of the best. But with what you said before with Eric's statement, I think Pedro and TS are by far the best 2 players out of LATAM. They're the pride and joy of that region, I would say.
So then here's a question for you. What do you think has been the challenge? You know, Surge TS, obviously, especially outside of CRL, has been phenomenal, an absolute killer outside of CRL. It hasn't quite translated to the same level of dominance inside of CRL you would expect. A lifetime win rate that's pretty good at 57%, but most of that is from his CRL Latin America season, that first season back in 2018. So, I mean, is it just that, is it a team chemistry thing? Is it lacking the proper team of analysts behind him? Why does he perform so well outside of CRL and then not at the quite same level here in the West?
I hear he's had issues with teams. It's just like a chemistry thing, I think. That's been a really big thing for him. He hasn't been able to find a team that's right for him. So, yeah, I would say that's the biggest thing. I don't know if it's a team that's right for him or if he's right for the team, but he just hasn't meshed well with where he's been.
Well, we'll see where he ends up. And Booty Warrior, ridiculous name, but BW saying Javi from Spain, not Latin America. Yeah, Javi is from Spain, but he played in CRL Latin America his first season with Vivo Key. Went on with that to end up second place in the Worlds. That was the beginning of the big run for Javi Gatorze, going from an okay player in SLO to a world-class player under the tutelage of EK and Alan at Vivo Key. And Song Sabo over on Trovo Chat, thank you very much for your follow, man. Because of your follow, and you might not believe this, but it's absolutely true. Because of your follow, someone who opened a gift had their wrapping paper come off perfectly with no rips, and they can now reuse it for a gift they'll send to a friend. How cool is that? Magic Archer does get one shot on tower, but then retargets over towards the Knight. 1170 on the right-hand side. Pedro, though, firmly in control. Will this graveyard push turn into anything? Lots of elixir for the Venezuelan on defense.
Yeah, I think this matchup is just super, super solid for Pedro. Without Bomb Tower from Schwarzen, Pedro's just able to do a lot with just the heal spirits on defense, just getting so much, and plus the Mega Knight. And it's just, he just struggles being able to just kill everything. And then his Magic Archers is able to just do a lot. Pedro just has a lot that he can do, and Schwarzen just doesn't have a lot that he can do.
Dadizio with the winner chicken dinner and the Bravo. Thank you very much, Dadizio. I do certainly appreciate the support. And yes, that will go to burritos. Lapicati, original fake Lapicati has asked this question in the Trovo chat multiple times. And I think we finally have to answer it. Dip, what are your thoughts on broccoli?
I am personally a huge fan of all vegetables. I'm a big vegetable guy.
You heard it here
So,
first.
there you go. I've definitely had. I would just like walk around with bags of like steamed broccoli that you like throw in the microwave last season. I would just like bring that with me as like a snack. Love it.
Microwave steamed broccoli. Dip staying healthy at all times. Final 20 seconds, 440 to 1255. Real rough situation here for Schwarzen. So he might be going to a game 3 here. Graveyard in. Might just straight up graveyard poison aggressively here and try to see if he can get something on tower, but Bandit and Log should be enough to play defense. No tanks coming in time, and there you go.
A lot of damage at the end there. Now you just like you wonder if Schwarzen could have done a little better on defense at like one point in the game to just taken like a little bit of less damage. I don't know. I guess I'd have to go back to rewatch it to see, but well played by Schwarzen at the end to bring it back that hard.
So Pedro going to get the winning game number 2 and extend this one to a third game. Bale and Chris Leanne currently in, I believe, their second game of their matchup, and Chris Leanne took the first one 2-1, quietly getting a few wins over there. Rodrigo Loza, who again needs to DM me after this one, with another fun fact here. Henan Kava has played all 4 CRL seasons, but not only has he never made playoffs, in every single season his team has finished the one spot below qualifying. 5th in Latin America, 7th in West, and 6th in Group B in our spring season for West. So always a bridesmaid, never a bride for Henan Kava in CRL so far.
Yeah, he definitely has probably the most painful CRL career. It always just comes down to just them losing the last game or someone else having to win or lose their last game, and it's just never gone in their favor.
That's a tough one. Now, I think the other one, I think that in the first 2 seasons, in CRL North America into CRL West spring season, and maybe fall season, but really spring season, because fall season you guys did all right once with the team you guys had there. But Energy, in particular, Carter and Hazard, I would say the bad luck they had through the NA fall season in 2018 through the spring season in the West, just the way the ball bounced against them was pretty brutal consistently.
Yeah, with no one, with just Pedro and Lich just getting completely destroyed by the visa process. That just hurts.
Well, didn't they have someone who didn't get their visa in 2018 as well? I think they had the same problem in 2018. Maybe not, but then also the number of games. I have to get new potential hire Rodrigo Loza here on this one, but I think that in season 1, no team lost more games by under 100 HP than Energy did. They lost dozens by under 100.
Yeah, when you meant by like unlucky, I didn't click on like what you meant, but now that you're saying like with how I think Carter Carter, more than anybody, has lost the most close games in Clash Royale history. 1,000,000%.
Yeah. I'm not going to use Link's language, but Link commenting on who else thinks that Cream's jersey could use an improvement in design. I'll rephrase it that way. And yeah, the cream jersey maybe is looks like a throwback. Maybe is the best way to put it. Looks like a Real Betis throwback jersey, maybe.
Yeah, they're just going with the soccer club. I think that's kind of like their like professional thing. I don't think that would be their game jersey. I think that's kind of like their like photo shoot type of shirt. Since it's it has a collar. That's my guess.
I guess vertical stripes are thinning. Maybe that's a benefit of the jersey.
I think Belkin could use some widening.
I don't know, man. Belly looks pretty tough in his most recent Cream picture. Like he looks like he might be part of a British crime family.
I think they put him on like someone else's body.
That might be it. His face looks real mean though. Got quite the scowl and
Yeah,
look like you could see him in a Guy Ritchie movie.
yeah, he definitely doesn't look happy. I wish people in esports looked happier. Because everyone in esports is like so like. I wish like in photo shoots, people in esports like they need to stop acting tough. Because everyone knows that people in esports we aren't the particularly toughest people. People should just be like themselves and just try to look happier.
That's why I love AUK's pictures over for whether it was for Nova or his pictures previously. Like AUK looks like he's always having fun in his pictures, in his photos for Sierra East.
Yeah, I remember like the main thing like I saw this from was who like Rod Bresla is / like the big esports guy.
Say that one more time.
Do you know who Rod Bresla is? Like Slasher on Twitter.
Oh yeah, what about him?
Yeah, I first saw it from him because he was like posting about it. Because I think it was the Dota finals. Like all the pictures were like very like they're just very like charismatic, and everyone just like looked happy. They weren't like posing like tough. He was like, can people stop in esports stop posing tough? Because it showed like one team where like they were all trying to look like as tough as they could, and they all looked so stupid.
Oh, the arms crossed picture that everyone does.
Yeah, like the arms crossed, like it looks like a mean scowl, and then it was like the Dota pictures where everyone was like doing like a cool pose, like Aurora for example, like the finger on the head or just like a cool pose and stuff like that. Like that's what esports should be, like pictures.
Hey, Ron Swallow, thanks for the love. Do appreciate it. You guys haven't already check out. I was gonna say Ron Swallow has a great show on YouTube. My friend Ed Greer called Rebooted, where you can go where they do a good breakdown of how you might reboot some of the biggest film franchises and movies in the world. So check that out if you guys are looking for. If you're into movie stuff, check that out. That's pretty fun. Go ahead, Dip. You're saying.
Wait, I lost it. Give me a sec.
Too many players trying to look like they're badasses. Instead, make a funny face. Have a good time with it. Thunderstruck it a little bit.
CRL has done a really good job at that. I think I've always been happy with how they've done it. How they have like some funny, some serious, but they've done a good job at mixing both in.
It's been, I mean, if you look at the history of Clash Royale from an esports production standpoint, there've been a lot of iterations. There was that one event that was hosted by, I think, Al Madrigal and Rob Corddry, where they were throwing stuff at players, like one of the first ever Clash Royale events. I know 3 of the comedians who worked that event. They hired 3 stand-ups from my neck of the woods. And,
yeah, I know there's the guy with the mustache.
Yeah, Al Madrigal.
Okay.
It was Al Madrigal, Rob Corddry, I believe, and then one other guy, and I know who he is. He's an LA comic. I can't remember his name right now. I've done shows with him in the past too. Wall breakers might. Nope, mortar does come down last second. Low mortar there to keep that tower damage off. Schwarzen putting the pressure on. Final 45 seconds.
Yeah, Schwarzen's playing this pretty well, just trying to keep everything off his tower. It's pretty tough with I think he should be able to pull this out at the end. He just needs to not let Pedro's spell cycle him out pretty much and just distract for as long as possible and just keep the Skelly Barrels away from connecting to his tower. Yeah, he's playing it. I think he's playing it the way he's supposed to do.
Miner into the back one more time. Knight goes for the prediction in the front. Not going to get it. Miner connects down to 346. And Wall breakers hit 21 HP.
Gee.
And that's going to be Schwarzen taking this one in 3.
Schwarzen probably just clinched himself in, right?
Yeah, well, that is win number 4, but most likely that means wins over the players who threaten his position the most. Lapacati, OG Fake Lapo's asked this question about 6 times, so let's give it one more time. Do you think this is just Schwarzen's meta, or is he S+ tier?
I'm never going to give a player S+ without seeing them play in CRL.
Fair enough.
And I would just put him happily in A tier. I think he's doing really well right now. Even I put him low A or high B, because there's still a lot more we need to see from him before we can safely rank him. But he's doing really good right now, and I think that's really all you can say for him.
Here we go. Here's the standings so far. As you can see, Schwarzen at 4-0, far ahead of the competition. So has not necessarily clinched yet, not barring the first tiebreaker being head-to-head. I think I'll look at what Schwarzen's head-to-head matchups are so far. He beat JupiterKing. That doesn't actually matter for his clinching at this stage. The more important wins would be wins against Chris Leanne, against Pedro now is a big one. He has a win against Darklight. So that 4-0 is definitely important, and he'll be taking a break. Let's go ahead and jump in. I believe our next game is ready. Darklight versus Michifu, who are both trying to fight their way into that top 4 spot.
Is it a mirror match? No, Magic Archer. That's a missed King Tower activation. Oh, Hunter killed it anyway. Okay, so it's the Royal Hugs Recruits deck versus RG. I think this should be good for Hugs, but let's see how well Dark plays.
Let's see. Jessica, congrats on your 4430. Well done. Ugarte, 5800 with a no-win condition deck. Shades of Siegs over there. Not that Dominator to 5200. Well done. Congratulations. I'm currently working on my 6K push to get myself set up for a hope at 6.3 this season. We'll see what happens. I've been trying to get one of my CRL friends to coach me, but everyone's too busy. Hint, hint.
Oh.
Luis put a post about coaching, and I was like, maybe I should hit up the guy who's got 2 CRL championships and see if he can polish up my game a bit.
Luis, his coaching is, it's so funny. I'm pretty sure the way he does his coaching is he just watches people, he just spectates people in the clan chat, and just talks to them in clan chat, and that's it.
Well, I have his phone number.
Yeah, you can get him on the phone.
Huge RG connection right hand side. Go ahead.
I'll do lessons one of these days. Don't worry.
One of these days.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Now I got time. Now I never have to practice again.
That's a very, very good point. And guys, I mean, without pointing out that George has coached me one time, and that was when I was playing Golem Clone blindfolded for a YouTube video. And I am proud to say we did win one game.
Oh God. That was a fun video.
I think that's my most underrated video. It's I have videos that have tens of thousands of views on YouTube. That one I think might have a few hundred. Guys, go find a video of me playing Golem Clone blindfolded. It's actually really fun, and you can hear Dick trying to coach me to a win on that.
Even just it would be a fun thing. It's just a fun thing to do with your friends and stuff as well. If you ever just want to do something fun in Clash with your friends, try that. That was actually very fun to do.
Yeah. Oh, OG Fake Lapo saying gotta look that one up real quick. Let's see. Some other people are saying their ranks right now. Big Smoke 6.3K as a level 12 player. Nice work. Link 6K with a bad Mega Knight Loon deck. GG's to you too.
I got some pushing to do. I gotta actually try over the next couple weeks because I want to win this clan war competition.
That's actually a big one. Big rewards there for this clan wars competition.
Are the rewards public?
I don't know if they're public or not, so I don't want to say them, just in case they aren't. But the clan wars competition is gonna be pretty big. Hey, Not That Dominator, thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Always happy to have you here. Ban is going to be Heal Spirit from Michifu for this one, so Darklight going to go into the next game with an advantage. And you can see continually updating the ranks and positions over here on the right-hand side. Chris Leanne, 2-2, so kind of on that tipping point right now. Bansito, the one who's really struggling at the moment. So looking at that, I think that did Schwarzen already play and or beat Chris Leanne? I'm not sure. I'm not seeing all. Let's see. Schwarzen beat Jupiter, beat Dark. and I know beat Pedro. What was his other matchup that he won? Have to look at that.
Schwarzen might be the new king killer.
He's doing some work. He's doing some real work. Undefeated so far, or has not yet lost a match overall, lost a best of 3. What happened to Mad Cats? Scott Jackson, this Trovo is Mad Cat, and I am streaming on Trovo as well. I'm co-streaming this on YouTube and Trovo. If you want to go check it out on Trovo as well, that's kind of where the family are all hanging out and watching. You're welcome to join over there. You can also jump in on Rodrigo Lowe's Fun Facts, a new one coming in from there. There are 8 players exactly who've been both in an Eastern and Western CRL season. Of those, Sergio Ramos is the only player who's won a CRL season in both regions. And Sergio Ramos, of course, won, I believe, 2 CRL seasons with Nova and 1 with SK Gaming.
So 8 players have participated in both. Let's see. Carnage, Sergio, TNT, Jupiter.
Yep.
There's 4 more who've played. Oh, Pedro,
Pedro, JP. Let's see. Pedro, JP. I'm trying to think of who else has gone to both sides. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Jupiter never played. Oh, Jupiter never played in East. That's right. Jupiter never did play in East. Gotta take one back.
Wait. He played for. Oh, well, I guess not. Wait.
He never played for us. He never played for a CRL Asia or CRL China team.
Wait.
As far as I know.
Didn't he go to World Finals with OGN?
I don't think so. OGN Entist was Thunder, One Crown, Dandelion. No, Jupiter was not on that OGN Entist team.
Oh. Wait, what team do I think Jupiter was? I thought was 100% on a team before.
Maybe he was on a team but didn't play. I mean, TNT was on OGN Entist.
Well, Rodrigo can hit us with a fact in a second on what team Jupiter has been on before.
Well, he says Jupiter's never played on a CRL on an Eastern region team. So.
Now I gotta look this up.
Let's see. TNT was OG Nestis. So who are we missing? We've got 6 right now. We got Sergio. We got TNT. We got Oh Yeah. We got Pedro and JP. Who else did we say that we're missing now? That I have now left off. Jupiter turned 16 just a few months before CRL West, just in time for No Tote Worlds. There you go. That's because Jupiter's very young.
Interesting.
Who are we missing?
8? 8?
Boss never played in CRL West. Eastlaw never played in CRL West. Eastlaw never played for a Western regional team.
Neither did SB.
SB didn't either.
Tochi Lovac didn't.
Oh yeah, Carnage. Carnage was on there. That's 6 players though when you put Carnage. Who are we missing?
Wait, it's include. Wait. All right, we need to write this down.
Yeah, right. So Darklight going straight up 2.9 as opposed to 3.0, which is way more popular right now. Don't see much Ice Golem these days. Good, happy to see my little snowy buddy. Eastlaw never played in CRL West.
I think Jupiter may have been on I think Jupiter was on an academy team for one of them, because I thought I remember seeing on his Twitter a team in his bio before.
He might have been on an academy team. He might be right.
Yeah, because I followed I've been following Jupiter a very, very long time ago. Okay,
yeah, we got JP on the list.
All right, JP, Pedro.
What team did Immortals always beat to make them not get a chance to go to Worlds? That would be Complexity. Immortals. That's why I felt double bad for Razor in your guys' final. I mean, it felt bad for all you guys, obviously. Happy, of course, for the guys who won. But Razor getting denied a championship again by ACNRF. Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I guess they're like his kryptonite. This is a good matchup. I think yeah, Triple looks or Dark's putting really good pressure in Triple here. This could no. Yeah, this is at 100%.
620 right-hand side, and Dark's got it pretty well locked down here all the way around. Second graveyard in for Michi. Michi's trying to push. Gonna get a little bit of damage here, but not quite enough. Darklight locks it down and takes the 2-0 win. The other players are Victor. That's right, Victor played for Movistar and in Toby Spirit Hawk.
Toby.
Toby's a cheap one there, Rodrigo, because Toby did not actually play a single game, didn't even show up for CRL North America. Was on a roster, but never actually played. I don't think he was ever actually in the building, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, he was only. They signed him for no reason.
So he was on CLG's roster but did not play. But that's a cheesy one there, Toby, Rodrigo. But Victor for Movistar and for OGN. That's right.
We literally named the OGN roster
and forgot because Victor didn't really play much for OGN. I think he only played about 3 or 4 games total.
That's funny. We literally named off the team. We were thinking about the team he was on. Ugh, that's bad. That's not a good look for me.
Not a good look. Analyst. Whatever. I didn't get it either. I called Worlds.
You never did cast. Oh, actually, you did cast for him. Never mind.
Yeah, he didn't play though, because they ran Thunder and One Crown. They ran Thunder and One Crown in 2v2. They ran TNT in 1v1, and then Dandelion TNT, and I want to say Thunder in King of the Hill. I don't think Victor played that King of the Hill, did he?
No. I caught it I just keep watching the stream on the computer and just keep forgetting to watch it live.
Oh yeah, because you do actually have the game open.
Yeah. I'm watching both. I keep just forgetting to look back up. Ooh, that's definitely connection. So, again, this balloon deck that I hate against RG without Skelly Drags.
And look, again an early connection. So
that's a big RG. Will that pull the Musk back? Wow.
That worked out really nicely.
That was a great fisherman.
Now, who are the players who played both for CRL West and LATAM? I mean, the players from LATAM who stayed on in CRL West. It's a long list. That's a very long list of players. Because I don't know if you know this, but 3 regions became 1 when 3 become 1. Minute 20 left. Last person that you faced, he was using a bat bait deck. A bat bait? I don't even know what a bat bait deck would be. But Jessica, please tell us more about the deck. What's your least favorite card? Asked Mike the Spike. I just get annoyed by Golem, and it's not even Golem's fault. It's that for some reason the game has shifted in a way where Golem first play is a viable play, or a play everyone does. And the number of times, basically all the decks that I run, if I have my win condition in hand against a Golem first play, it's 60-40 for me. If I don't, it's 80-20 against, and it's really annoying. That's the card I'm hating the most right now. It's just because it feels like it's so starting hand dependent.
It looks like Bale should win this. He needs to stop. It's just pissing me off that he's using this deck. I just don't like it. This deck makes me angry. I just don't think it should be a deck.
Well, it's not dissimilar to Lumberloon cycle that was more popular back in February.
Wait.
Whoa, huge push. Is that E-Wiz?
He missed.
Fisherman gets in there by just a hair. Bale takes the win. Oh my word, what a finish.
A balloon. Oh my god, it was there.
That balloon caused emotions. Emotions happened due to that balloon. And yeah, you can see this matchup continuing to grow towards the RG deck. And we've seen half of these matchups, like we're only at 35 for the data pool. I think it was at 30 before we started our tournament today.
Well, and the Skeleton Dragon ones for the 8 for 8 is like 80 something to, like it was like I think it was like 81 to 19.
Graveyard, the ban from Darklight, as we go into our next game. And Darklight and Michifu already played their ones. Michifu now up against Bansito off stream. We'll have updates on that one a little bit later.
Looks like the balloon deck again. That I hate. Like
you're watching Michi Bansito right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna be watching Darklight Bale just to keep you updated.
Oh yeah. I was just I clicked on it every time. Why are they copying it? Because every single time it's been used, it's lost. That's like what I don't understand. Like if you see a deck being used and wins every time, yeah, copy it. But this one's losing every time.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it seems like if you get the matchup, and again, like I said before, I've seen some matchups where it works. And look, the Lumberloon cycle with double small spell is something that has worked in the past. Thanos, I will show records for all players after this match is over. JupiterKing went 5-2 in matches, so JupiterKing has guaranteed his qualification into the round of 32.
Schwarzen, we think needs one more. I think he needs one more to clinch.
He's probably already in, but he needs one more to clinch.
And he's already beat all the hardest people. He might get first.
It's not impossible. No one's gone 7-0 yet in the round robin stage. Has not happened at this point. It is only day 3 of 8 round robins, and Darklight already calling good game.
Ooh, actually, I don't know this matchup, to be honest. I don't know if it's BM or if he knows it's over.
Who qualified yesterday? There's the question. Ruben, the God RF, Dark Angel, and Mao were yesterday's qualifiers. They moved on.
Yeah, I don't know who Mao is, but good for him.
OS Mao?
Nope, no clue.
I've seen him a bunch. He's a Bolivian player, plays in a bunch of like Latin American local leagues, Gems, Liga Mexicana, stuff like that. He's one of those guys who like shows up a bunch. So you know the kind of tournaments I run, like the $100 open tournaments, like that sort of stuff? He shows up and performs well in a lot of those kind of things.
Like he's like a Star Wars type player.
Yeah, I would say that's probably a fairly good comparison.
Okay.
And he plays in a lot of smaller mid-level leagues.
Okay, yeah, so he's like a Star Wars. He just like he does good in a lot of things, but he does not a lot of recognition.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's see, Jessica. The deck he faced was Lumberjack, Mega Knight, Hunter, Wizard, Fireball, Zap, Bats, and Bomber. Well, that does sound. You said you were at 4.3K, is that right? And that sounds like a deck you'll see at 4.3K.
Oh, Bale is Ewiz as well. That is. Yeah, this is definitely not good for Darklight.
Bale's going Royal Giant again. One of the many variants. There are, I think, like 6 or 8 variants that are popular of this Royal Giant Fish Boy Heal Spirit deck.
Yeah, this game just needs Fisherman and Heal Spirit to get a change and then move back to normal.
What do you think is the appropriate Heal Spirit nerf? Is it range or power?
Vault.
You think both? Oh, you think Vault. You just want it out.
It just has no place. It's just too strong. It needs to be either 2 Elixir or does like no healing.
I mind it less. I think it's too strong right now, but like from a mechanic standpoint, I mind it much less than Battle Healer.
I think it's worse than Battle Healer. Because Healer is expensive and it's like rare. It's good in like nothing. Heal Spirit is good in way too many decks. Like you just drop Skelly Dragons. Like the thing is, my issue with it is, look at it on like a defense. You go to some graveyards. You play Skelly Drags, which is a good defense, it's like a solid defense, and then you're supposed to poison it out because that's how the game works. But no, they drop 1 Elixir and then it doesn't die, and then they just get free 3 Elixir Skelly Dragons.
I do think that Heal Spirit should die to all small spells. I think it's dumb it does not die to Zap and Stone. That seems ridiculous to me. But, you know, everyone has their opinions. I don't hate the idea of Heal Spirit like some people do. I just think that it's too strong.
I hate the idea and everything about it. I hate its existence. I think it could be like a 1 Elixir. I think it should have 1. Actually, I never thought about that. If it had like 1 HP.
Nice King Tower activation there by Bale against the Magic Archer.
Yeah. Well played. Darklight's playing this really well.
Yeah,
maybe it was a BN good game. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, there you go on the right-hand side. Couple connections there. Final 10 seconds. 1374 to 1384. Fireball in cycle for Bale. Is Fireball going to do enough? 12-12 to 12-10. Not going to do it.
If he fireballed the left, he won.
Oh my word. 10 HP on the right-hand side. Left-hand tower Fireball would have done it. And with that, Bale takes the 2-0 win.
That hurts. That hurts to watch.
Oh, that's rough. Well, you can't bank. I mean, it's hard to bank on that Magic Archer doing enough damage on that left-hand side, right? You're sitting there watching that.
I was looking at it. I assumed it was putting it lower.
Yeah. What if it had 1 HP? I think. Yeah. That's the if the Heal Spirit died to a Whisper, I think that would be a big change to it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like a 1 HP. That would, like even like 1 poison. So you couldn't play it in poisons. That's what's frustrating about it, is that you can play it in poisons. That's what makes it broken.
It makes defense against Graveyard real easy, especially for my. That is the main reason, in my opinion, why that Loon Cycle deck with Recruits crushes Graveyard, is because you can play Recruits to defend against the Graveyard, and then Heal Spirit the Recruits back up, and GG, well played.
And Musketeer.
And Musketeer.
Just everything. It like Night Witches and stuff. Everything. I hate the card. It's stupid. I think it needs to go to a poison tick. That would be a very good change.
Let's see. Rodrigo Loza saying, fun fact, even though Tribe didn't win this CRL, their set win-loss ratio was the second best in CRL history at 3.3 sets won per set lost. The best ratio was SK in CRL West Fall with 4.2 sets won per set lost. Yeah, I mean, they nearly ran the table. They only lost their final match because they decided to switch things up.
Yeah, I guess they just got like stomped out their last match when they were like flawless.
Yeah, they were that Western Fall run was unprecedented, and that would have been a perfect run had they not decided to kind of throw the last one and get ready for playoffs.
I'm gonna make a bold statement right now about their run, and I'm gonna say that run would not have happened if they were in the other group.
You're talking about Tribe right now.
Yeah.
I was talking about SK's Fall run. But
oh, okay. That was incredible because they played everybody.
They played everybody.
Tribes was meh at best. Like it was good, but I wasn't like. I think it was way like their group was easy. No offense to the team.
Also winning 4 matches versus winning 10 or winning 11, 10 or going 10-1. I'll take 10-1 over 4-0 any day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. The SK, SK's run was like the most impressive run ever. Tribe's run was good, but I'm not I'm not impressed by as impressed by it as I would be as someone should be impressed for going 8-0 in sets.
Let's go back to the game here. What is Darklight doing here? Minor, all these pieces look like they would be part of a balloon deck, but then Knight is weird. Also running Fireball right now with Loon isn't very common. Is this Minor Wall Breakers?
Yeah, this is the Metal Minor Wall Breakers deck.
Oh, the one with, but I just have this. My brain doesn't see it. Sees Fireball and it feels weird in Minor Wall Breakers. Really. Maybe I just haven't paid attention enough.
Yeah, no, this deck is probably probably the second or third most popular deck in the meta with Fireball. Because you have it's obviously good with poison, or you would expect it to have poison, but everyone used Fireball because Skelly Drags. You just need a way to kill it because sometimes Must just can't always do the trick.
What's interesting is there's been very little Minor Wall Breakers in this event, In the previous meta, it was more minor MK wall breakers. So I'm looking at this one and going like, I feel like this is minor. Like you look at it, you go like, I guess minor wall breakers, but I've actually only seen this variation of minor wall breakers run less than 10 times probably in the competitive stuff that I've been watching.
Okay. I've just seen it a lot in ladder and GCs
Yeah.
and CRL East.
Oh yeah, see, I have not been saying it for CRL East. I cast these for 4 hours a day, do my daddy duty, and then try to sleep at some point.
Yeah, I either don't go to sleep and watch it every day, or I wake up with that. I either go to bed at like 9 p.m. or go to bed at 9 a.m. One of the two.
Yeah, that is certainly. I do not have it. I don't have the energy built in for me right now for CRL East, but I'll do my research in preparation of World Finals.
Yeah, I indeed don't have a child to take care of, so thankfully.
Pretty close
Yes.
here. Yeah. By the way, congrats on 21.
Oh, thank you.
Happy birthday to our friend George Trainer Dip here, who just had his birthday. What, 3 days ago? 2 days ago?
What's today? I lost track. I don't know.
Today is the 30th.
Okay, yeah, 27. So 3 days ago.
That would be Dippets on voice, you guys. Ugarte, thanks for stopping by.
I was at the Schema Key residence for my birthday weekend. I got home today.
Oh, see McHugh, how's Fortnite going?
He's actually been playing a lot of Clash.
I've heard
going to the
rumors
no-tilt.
he's been playing some.
No, he's been off for like a year. He was supposed to do the no-tilt tournament, but then he gave his account to Igor like a few times to play on because Eric asked if Igor could use Column's account like to practice on, and then like Column didn't like know that the game became so like tough on TOS.
Ah,
and
yeah.
And then his account got banned when he tried to play no tilt.
Yeah, there you go. 595 down to be under 500 HP on the right-hand side. Miner going to work. Fireball in on the Mortar and the Muskie High.
Yeah, we saw this matchup before with Schwarzen, and he won it as well with the Miner deck. You just have to kind of just keep everything off the tower. Pedro's always going to go for this Fireball damage, but he just can't, like, with just this slight Miner chip throughout the whole game, he'll always just be able to get a little bit of a lead.
And there you go, 39 HP right-hand side. One more spell will finish it. Darklight going to take this game over Pedro. Thanos saying, do I think that Liquid got really lucky at Worlds by Surge winning by 1 HP and Canaria winning by 7? I don't think Surge's 1 HP win was luck. He had matchup in that one. I think it was more that 1 HP game was more that Morton played a god-tier game. And then, yeah, like I think that was more than anything. That 1 HP was less that Surge getting lucky and more Morton playing god-tier to get it to that point. Because I'd say that's like a 65-35, 70-30 matchup for Surgical Goblin in that game. And then, then Morton played the high Mega Minion to counter at the bridge, and that lined up the Magic Archer, so...
Yeah, Morton, and he also let a Bandit connect that he shouldn't have. He threw a bit in that game. That was that game was fun to watch. Liquid got really good matchups that whole finals. They did very good. Did very good preparation for it.
So Pedro looking like it's gonna be Hog triple spell, most likely. Joe saying Morton had matchup in that.
Oh yeah, I think Morton did matchup there. I
wasn't
think,
Morton?
I don't know.
Hold on, wasn't Morton was running GY? And
I can tell you the deck.
Yeah, it was Birch Spam versus GY, right?
It was Valk, Archers, Mega Minions, Skeletons, Inferno Tower, Graveyard, Poison, Snowball. And then versus Mega Knight. Pekka, Magic Archer.
Yeah, versus Pekka, Magic Archer. I guess maybe now I think about that. I don't know, I'm trying to think because that's really hard. It's really hard for
Surge didn't even play well. Morton just threw, to be honest.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think about that matchup, and it feels like it's hard for Morton to get any tanks across the bridge for the graveyard in that one.
Yeah, but he just has to like defend the whole game, and he can just eventually build up counter pushes.
That's kind of the whole thing. All right, so this matchup, I would say it should be very easy for Pedro. Actually, I don't know. Darklight is a quick cycle, so I think Pedro has slight matchup advantage, but it should be like one of those like back and forth games. But then towards the end, Pedro should break away with it. But Dark going up in damage pretty early. That should be a snowball. Okay, so then Pedro gets it right back.
Yeah,
Okay,
going to be a
good.
few hits over here from Pedro. We're going to see
Okay,
another
that's good.
minor in conjunction with the Knight, and this does kind of stretch things a little thin. Of course, nice pre-skellies in the back out of Pedro for the minor. And that locks things down pretty nicely.
Yeah, that's just a desperation fireball at this point. Now Pedro just needs to do this. Just hog earth break it, and that's game.
Pedro sets up on defense with the Musketeer. Knight hides for a little protection. Skellies go to the back rather than, and that's a nice log out of Darklight, thinking the Skellies would go to protect the Musketeer rather than to go and put damage on tower. Snowball to clear out the wall breakers. Hog will does not get one hit. This is a good opportunity here for Darklight. Goes minor to the back. Gonna get some good damage in. Fireball on the Musketeer to create some more room. Things a little dangerous here for Pedro in game number 2.
Dark's gonna put up good pressure here. No, I don't think it's good. Ooh, Alright, so gonna go for a minor fireball. Pedro's gonna try to spell cycle, so let's see. If Pedro can defend this, he wins. So let's see. No,
Fireball in, no way to stop the Hog connection. And Pedro does win game number 2.
Well played, Pedro. He played a good hog when he knew Dark didn't have the answers in hand, and just got so much damage off of it.
Thanos in the Trovo chat asking, is Graveyard a bad matchup for Hog triple spell because I can't prevent the troops from crossing? I mean, you can Knight high, you can bomb tower high, but I guess it partially depends on which actual Graveyard matchup you have, but I generally find that I struggle with that with Graveyard matchups with Hog triple spell.
Hog usually beats Graveyard besides like Graveyard NATO.
Yeah, that's the big thing. If you're facing against NATO, that's the big rip. Other than that, you can like the log should make enough room early on. But I feel like if you get the triple elixir, you're pretty dead though, I think.
Musketeer Knight and 2 small spells is pretty easy to defend, especially if you have goblins over skeletons.
If you have goblins over skeletons, which people aren't.
That's like that. That's always a good win. Oh wait! Oh, another trivia.
Yeah, here's a bit of trivia from Rodrigo Loza. Who is this player has the biggest increase in terms of win rate percentage between 2 CRL West seasons? How about the biggest decrease? The biggest increase.
Maybe Codigo.
Maybe Codigo. That actually is a pretty good one. I would say Diego E's a good argument. Nashi Q with that same question, with that same one.
Well, Codigo went from 0 to wherever he finished, so that's like...
That's pretty huge.
I went from like 23 to like 50, I think. Maybe a little under 50. So that's not much. I don't think it's compared to Codigo. I would say either Codigo or Diego.
And OG Fake Lapo guessing Vulcan for decrease, which that might be a fair argument.
Oh, did he say decrease as well?
Yeah, so who had the biggest decrease?
I say increase, either Codigo or Diego.
Oh, hold on. Barb Hut cycle early. Pedro going to pay for it here and misses the NATO pull. GG, well played. Oh, no.
Come on, buddy. Well, this game's over.
Yeah, although Darklight is not running the Royal Recruits one, he is running the Barb Barrel one, but he's not going to lose a 2-tower game here.
He's the one that I hate.
Yep. Wonder why that one's so popular today.
That's my pet peeve.
Okay, so this is not GY, it's Eagle and Battle Healer, so if there's any deck that can stupidly win a game at the end that it shouldn't win, we have not seen the stinky cheese all day today, folks. And here it comes.
Wait, do it really? Pedro tried to NATO that balloon while it was in a rage anyway. That wasn't being pulled no matter what.
Yeah, that was a lot of bad, but of course, look at this tower is still going to basically fall. This deck is so dumb. It just is so dumb.
Dark still wins.
Yeah, it's just so dumb, though. There's not many decks that have ever, like, really made me just think this deck is a stupid thing that exists. This Eagle and Battle Healer deck, I just don't have any situation for it where I respect it at all.
Oh. Oh, I guess, and Pedro's paying the price for it. Okay, wait, so I'm not even read chat. Did he say the answer? Alright, so I would say decrease. Who could the decrease be? Because this game's over.
Yeah.
What was Morton's final win rate? Maybe Ruben?
Did Ruben have that bad? Oh, yeah, Ruben had a pretty rough one this season. I don't know, it's hard for me to count the spring season from that direction, but yes, that does count. Yeah.
Ooh, Sergio Ramos. Sergio went from like a 60-something to or 50-something to 0.
Oh, that's interesting.
So yeah, Sergio and Codiga locked it in.
Locked it in. All right, what do you got there, Rodrigo? And our stats are not updated. So let's go ahead and pop out here, take a look. Biggest increase was Codiga going from 0% to 45%. Second biggest increase was Basoto, Samuel going from 38 to 67%, a 29% increase.
Yep. Samuel was good. I just knew his wasn't that big because he started doing really good towards the end of last season, and then this season he just played phenomenally. Like I wanted to get Samuel for whichever team I was joined. Like when I was like trying to like figure out coaching for last season. I was trying to be a coach instead of a player. I ended up being a player somehow. I wanted to bring Samuel like on any team that I went because I knew he was just so good. Oh yeah, and Sergio, 59 to 0.
All right, let me go ahead. I'm going to now that we've moved on to our second phase of today's matchups. I'm gonna go ahead and bring that screen over here. Catch back up over there. Good. All right.
Oh, this matchup again. It's nice. Bale won this matchup before, but flipped against Jupiter. So now he's getting a taste of his own medicine.
Fireball in cleans that up pretty easily, and a wasted zap there from Bale.
Yeah, this matchup is pretty ripped, to be honest. I don't. He's just going balloon barbs at the bridge. Wait, it's actually kind of working though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but Fireball. Does he get back to Fireball in time? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he does not. But that last balloon does not get the drop on it. Still, Bale, not out of it yet. And I believe he has a zap to contend with that, unless he already used it. Yeah, there you go, zap. So Bale's in the game. And what do you think about this one when we get into a two-tower game?
Still Pedro's. Just like last game when it was the same situation where Jupiter ended up getting a tower, but then once they just went full into the same lane, you just started stacking musketeers, and there wasn't anything you could do. That's a pretty high musketeer. And I will be fine.
Mortar in front. Hey, Bats, welcome to the Trovo chat. And again, guys, you're watching on YouTube, you can watch on Trovo as well. Tower down on the right-hand side, and a pretty big push building up at the bridge.
Terrible fireball from Pedro,
Yeah.
only hitting one Skelly drag. That could lose in the game just so easily. He's just gonna miter the Musk? Or did he not have it? Okay.
Arrows in, and that might clear the Musketeer now, and Balloon gonna connect one time. Miner does not get down to tank in time for that Inferno Dragon, but
Pedro might still be fine. I'm not sure. Maybe one more hit? Musk fireball. No fireball.
gonna mortar, I think, here to pull this. No, he's not. Gonna fireball at the last second here. Playing with fire right now and giving up death damage.
Yeah, trying to do like the perfect defense, but he just couldn't.
that's good arrows out of Bale. 508 to 774, 90 seconds left. Very, very tight in this one. High mortar
Skelly
here
drag.
for the Venezuelan.
Oh, but the mortar, this is going to be close.
Miner goes to the inside front corner, and a nice zap out of Bale. Bale might get the win here, 98 HP. Should be able to get back to arrows here in time. Has to play defense for just a little bit more.
Oh, this mortar connects. This mortar connects the tower. Oh my god, it's so unlucky.
And just loading up inside the pocket, trying to beat out the zap, trying to beat out the miner. Can't do it. By 158, Bale takes the win.
Pedro lost by a quarter of a tile. He lost by literally 0.1 seconds. That barb took one more step forward. The mortar shot tower and those goblins would have taken. Wow. I'm curious how many players in Sierra West have never won a 1v1 game. Because I can tell you one of them that hasn't. Head to head. I know one of them. I'm trying to think if I can think of two. And in West, not NA, because NA there is probably plenty. Church, can you answer my what do you think about my trivia? My
Oh, you know what? I just
trivia.
realized I was muted that whole time, guys. That's hilarious.
Oh.
I was just muted for all that information. Your trivia: who has never won a head-to-head game
In West.
in West? I just don't want to be rude to anybody. I'm trying to think if there's anybody who's never played a head-to-head game. Right? That's an interesting one.
I think everyone's played head-to-head in West. At least one.
Who's never won a head-to-head game in West? TNT? I don't know if how much head-to-head TNT played, but...
I think he won. I think he went 2-1 in his best
in his
of
1v1 in the BL5. Okay, that makes sense. I was trying to think of how much head-to-head TNT had played, because TNT didn't play at all during the regular season.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a really good matchup for Bale, by the way. Morty wins this usually every single time, from what I've seen.
So what's the secret for Bale in this matchup? How does he play this to guarantee himself the win?
Good fireballs, good defense, and there's not much Pedro can do. Fireball is very important, and just good mortars and solid defense. That's really all.
So, I mean, when you're talking about good defense, right, what should the defense, what is the defensive principle of this matchup with mortar? You see a high mortar out of Bale. How often is he high mortaring versus pull mortaring?
Baiting out musks. You usually mainly want to play your mortar on defense, I think. I just know that I talked to Airsurf about this matchup, and he said that it's a good matchup, and he won this in no tilt, I think once or twice.
Let's see, to the YouTube chat. Are people looking for a Spanish stream? Is that what the question is? I see Daniel Mendoza talking about Twitch. Oh yeah, Spanish stream would be Revel Amar on Twitch, I believe, unless Drexen's taken over. But I believe it's Revel on Twitch.
Drexen left the clan.
Ah, then it's Revel. There you go. That's easy.
Yep. Yeah, you see, he just like spaces out his musks and stuff. That is a pretty easy defense. But he's getting some decent damage. I don't know, Bale's just like... He's just not playing a lot of these decks to perfection. But I think he'll still win. I think it's fine.
17:59 on the left-hand lane remaining for Pedro. Bale at 16:20. And so far, Pedro did a good job of doing different ways of stopping the skeleton barrel, right? He hasn't had to wait for the log. He's been able to use the hunter to stop it early. You see the Evis coming on the skeletons. A wide variety of ways to deal with the offensive production, and the mortar not getting anything done for Bale either.
Yeah, but Bale needs to rely more on skelly barrels, and then just keeping his troops alive on defense, and then saving pretty much his mortars for just defense. And he needs to be logging on defense, which he's not doing, to keep the RG away.
Switching lanes now is the Spaniard, putting pressure on the right-hand side. Mortar down. Pedro might not pick it up in time. No, he does not. Fisherman comes down late. So Pedro going to give up a few shots here from the mortar. Two shots come in. Those could be two big-time shots. Fireball making some room here. And another high mortar now late with an already DPS down Royal Giant. So this is actually a big opportunity for Bale.
Those are Bale getting big pressure. He's just throwing, he sees his log out of sight and just throws everything, gets back to it. But with a mortar gets a shot there. That's nice. So he's going to swing another mortar on defense. He pushed on the tower.
Oh no, Royal Giant takes down a 16 HP. That's going to be a GG here. Pedro going to log this out and take game number 2, send us to a game 3.
Well, at least there's a game 3. Actually, now that I look at it, there's 3 players who have never won a 1v1 game in West, I think.
Are you one of them? I feel like you won a game.
No, I've never won.
You never won a game.
Nope.
You won some 2v2.
Yeah, that's the only thing I've been able to win. And Richard and Coca are the other 2.
There you go.
I don't know if there's anybody from the last split. Codigo won 0 1v1 games this season, but I don't know. I think he's won at least 1 in his all-time career.
Ban will be Barb Hut out of Darklight for this one. And again, guys, as you follow along, this side. Here we go. This side. I get confused about the screen sometimes. This side. Over here, you see the current rankings in Group C, and at 5-2, JupiterKing playing all his games early, currently way ahead, and has things pretty locked down. He will guarantee himself a spot in the next round. Schwarzen at 4-0, had to play a bunch in a row, taking a bit of a break here, but 4-0, most likely all the way through, especially because you see so many players currently at 2 losses in the middle. Bansito not going to be able to make it into the top 4, almost impossible at this point. Darklight at 3 losses. It's going to be, I think that right now, if I remember correctly, Schwarzen has the matchup, or has the head-to-head matchup over Darklight. So basically,
and
Chris
Pedro.
Leanne, and Pedro as well. So Chris Leanne and Michifu, both of the ones who could put him in some trouble. But Schwarzen may have already qualified. We'll see. I'll get more information. I'm going to go ahead and ask League Ops about that in a little bit. Yeah, Schwarzen has been doing great, and you can see, of course, a big part of Schwarzen's success has put Germany, if you look at the bottom part on this side of the screen, has put Germany on top overall on the country rankings so far. That record does show how overall nations are performing win rate-wise. Let's go ahead and jump in to our 3rd and final game of Pedro versus Bale, tied up 1-1. Heel Spirit, the only ban at this stage.
So, also NL crap for the last one. This looks like possibly Graveyard or RG from Pedro. So let's see how this goes. Okay, it's Graveyard. Yeah, so Bale with another good matchup. This mortar, yeah, Pedro's is not picking great decks against this mortar deck. Well, Bale should have won the last game. I guess so. I should take that back, but
Yeah, this deck is really good against just graveyard as a whole, just because so many paid cards. Plus, Mortar always is. Mortar's usually just hard for graveyard to stop because they usually don't have the best like tanks or long range troops.
So here's a question for you that a lot of people have asked me on stream and that I don't have the clear answer to, but maybe you'll be able to tell me. And I've always thought maybe because maybe free to play friendly. Why are so many of the top young players, especially over the last year or two, Mortar players?
So like Lapo, Igor, Capgun. Who else would you say?
Well, I mean, you're talking about players who've made their way into CRL. You just mentioned one, Koka was a big Mortar player.
Oh, so yeah, Koga as well.
A lot of players, though. It seems like Mortar is very popular amongst the amongst young up-and-coming players.
I think kind of like CR Sucks, for example, as well. I think Mortar and like cycle decks, like CR Sucks is good with the Balloon Cycle deck, 2.9. All like, it's a deck that teaches you the proper mechanics to the game and how to play the game properly versus like being like a really good Golem player. Or like a Tornado deck, because you don't learn as much playing a deck like that than you would learn playing with a bait deck or a cycle deck or something like that. So actually, I never thought about that, but I think Tornado one-tricks have way less success than non-Tornado one-tricks.
It's interesting that you put the Tornado as the delineator of the one-trick rather than whatever the win condition or overall archetype is.
Yeah, usually because people can play like, because you just learn like how to, like the style of the game, like how to play the game with those like specific cards. So, like me for example, I can, like, Tornado's always been like my favorite card. Like my best decks always had Tornado. I've been able to use any deck with Tornado for the most part to like the highest level. But then other decks is where I struggle more with. I'm good with a lot of non-Tornado decks, but I struggle with way more non-Tornado decks than NATO decks.
So basically what you're saying is that I should ban NATO against you.
Probably at this point. Actually, I don't know. I've played a lot with both, because I've almost gotten like bored of using Tornado just because of how much I've used it in my lifetime.
Musketeer staying alive here. This could be big for Bale.
But yeah, I think if you want to get good at the game, don't use Tornado. I think it teaches you bad mechanics, and it teaches you how to like get away with mistakes almost.
Interesting. So do you so if you want to push, if you want to be able to push well but not be as good, you should use Tornado. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, same with like Sparky. Like if you you don't have to have good mechanics to play Sparky. You just have to know when to play your cards. So
you hear that, Sparky players? That's right. He said it.
So yeah, that's just my opinion. I think Tornado just can teach you how to play the game properly versus non-Tornado decks. So that's why these cycle players and these Mortar players can have more success, because they're good with decks that actually teach you how to play the game.
Final 20 seconds, you might see, is there a Desperation Graveyard coming here? Probably not. Looks like it's going to be locked down from Bale. Pedro never able to take a swing the entire game here.
Yeah, really well played from Bale. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and he did it perfectly.
And there you go, GG, well played. Bale taking the win. Let's see, can I play this on ladder? No, there's two cards I don't have anywhere near maxed. Darn, that'd be fun.
Rodrigo says, I know Dip knows this one, which is definitely true. What's it called? Hey, but just going on what I said, I just think non-Tornado deck, you can apply mechanics from non-Tornado decks into way more than you can with Tornado decks. So yeah, that's why they're able to go way better.
So there you go. You see, big win there for Bale, and let's go ahead and take a look overall at the standings now. I think that should be updated pretty quickly. There you go. Pedro dropping down to 1 and 3. So Pedro not out of it yet. but definitely needs to get a few wins in a row. Maybe that's 1 in 4, actually. Let me take a look here for a second. Pedro won. He won 1. Has he lost? Not all the wins and losses are up here yet, so I'll keep an update on that. I believe he's only at 1 in 3. Here we go, though. A big one. Schwarzen versus Michifu. A chance for Schwarzen to officially clinch, and Michifu kind of on a swing here at 2 and 2.
Yeah, Michi can definitely go either way. I hope Michi qualifies, just because it makes the competition better. But yeah, Schwarzen. It would be nice to see also someone go undefeated, so I'm rooting for both of them. I would say.
Hog triple spell for
Oh,
Michifu.
it looks like the matchup we saw before. Oh no, this looks like yeah, it's Balloon from Schwarzen. So this is. Oh wait, I don't know.
This is the deck you hate from Schwarzen, isn't it?
No, he has Bomb Tower.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So
And
it's
poison.
is it Graveyard from Schwarzen then with the poison? Like a weird GY Musk?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. I didn't think of that. Yeah, it's definitely Graveyard. I assume his last card is Graveyard and maybe Mega Minion.
Strong JFK flub there, Irish Door. Know that one pretty well. Maybe you've watched some Eddie Izzard if that one's in your head. Schwarzen has already clinched. No combination knocks him out of the top 4. So Mark Littlewood telling us that Schwarzen is already into the next phase. But we'll see if Schwarzen tries to continue to add to this win rate. And be the first player to go 7-0 potentially.
One more win clinches first, I think, because he beat Jupiter. So. This matchup, I would say, oh yeah, there's like the guy I was talking about before. This is like, he asked about like, ooh, what a good placement by Schwarzen.
Yeah, nice juke there for the bomb tower against the earthquake. Irish Door, does your rank determine anything next round? Yes, in the next round, so the top 4 do make it to the round of 32, and in the round of 32, first place from Group A would place 4th place, would face 4th place from another group, and so on and so forth. So if you win first in your group, you get a 4th place person as your first matchup in the round of 32, and seconds will place 3rd places. So it really only matters in that first round, but it does give you a potentially easier matchup.
Yeah, I think Hog usually just does really well in this matchup. You can cycle really fast, and Earthquakes just break through pretty easily. This is a big put. This should be a tower trade. You might be able to hold off though. I don't know.
The log pretty big here for the Graveyard. Skeletons being tanked for Snowball in. Musketeer, she needs one more shot, and the Baby Dragon just barely does it. We are going to sudden death overtime in a 2-tower situation, and now Schwarzen pocket Musketeer to take the lead.
Yeah, that was one of the situations where like Michi was trying to go for one of those desperation defenses where, like, obviously he can defend, but it could have possibly just been too much, and he might have been better off just letting his tower go.
Schwarzen now sets up Musketeer to the left-hand side one more time. Little Snowball, and that Knight gave a little extra value to that big pile of ice. Final minute 25. And just spell cycling is Michifu here on the left-hand side. Very interesting choice.
Yeah, I think he's probably confident with his defense with having both towers, so he might just be expecting Schwarzen to not be able to get any damage, and he knows that he can break through.
Schwarzen might go high with the bomb tower here, and he does. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I think we were thinking the same thing. Ooh, Earthquake log Snowball on the Mutts to fully kill it to get the Hog through. Probably gonna Graveyard Knight in the middle, then... Ooh, good. Okay, so will he poison or bomb tower? Okay, nice. A bit of King Tower damage, though. Now he has options on where he can go.
That's a lot of King Tower damage, 1152. So now that is the lowest tower on the board, although Earthquake will change the math a little bit here. 1070 left-hand side, final 30 seconds. Earthquake not in cycle for this bomb tower, so Hog going to get stopped completely, and a healthy Baby Dragon will be setting up for a counter push in the opposite direction. Graveyard into the bomb tower, second Baby Dragon down in the pocket. Remember, no NATO here. Is he going to poison? He will poison.
Baby Dragon might have been the wrong card to tank with there.
Muskie in the pocket. Can it get on tower? It cannot. Graveyard trying to make some more room here. 792 to 722. Oh, and the log just barely touches in time for Michifu to get the win.
Oh my god. I think Schwarzen threw that. If he played a Knight in the pocket, he would have just had way more tankage than a Baby Dragon, because the Baby Dragon just gets shredded by 2 towers. Oh, and there's a skeleton literally on. There's 2 on, like, fully on the tower there. That was ridiculous.
What a crazy finish.
Oh, wait, someone said apparently there was a missed earthquake. Did you notice a missed earthquake?
I thought I saw an earthquake on, like, on troops maybe at one point, but maybe there was a missed one. So much going on there at the end. Schwarzen banning skeletons in this one. And those are not the correct matchup numbers. There we go. Here's the correct matchup between Schwarzen and Michifu. Guys, if you are watching on YouTube, by the way, and you haven't yet, subscribe to my YouTube page. There's the link in the chat. Go ahead and give me a sub, and make sure you ring the bell, because I'm bringing you this event for 9 more days. This is day 3 of a 12-day run of the Bren Chong Cup 2, the summer edition. And on top of that, I have tons of other no-tilt, or tons of other Clash Royale esports content, including no-tilt stuff, including other events just like this one. So make sure you go ahead and throw that out there.
So they said, okay, so they said he hit a bomb tower at a Musk, and he missed tower. So was it one where he could have hit everything, or did he go for the Musk because he couldn't hit tower, or because he couldn't hit tower and everything else? I think it was he missed it, but intentionally, I assume.
Has this session started later than the previous year? Nope, this started at 12 o'clock Pacific, just as always. Oh yeah, Burton, I'm not going to address that, so there you go. Ram Rider for Michifu against Rascal's Bait for Schwarzen.
I've seen him use this before. I was scouting like Schwarzen's like API for no tilt, like when he was playing Air Surfer, and yeah, definitely like he's used this deck a bit. It's just I'm not sure what, like, I don't know the deck personally, so I don't know what it beats, but it just must be like some optimated deck that beats a lot. It probably should have an okay matchup here. Michi can obviously defend pretty well because he has a Barb Barrel, but having Fireball and Cage puts a pretty good defense. And then he has a Bandit, so yeah, I think this is interesting, but it seems like it should be a good matchup. Okay, yeah, Rodrigo says he chose to miss it. He missed the Earthquake on purpose.
Fireball to prevent any more of that extra damage on the left-hand side. First minute and a half away. So far, advantage going to the Spaniard, Michifu, in their second game after a close one in game number 1. Ram Rider should run into a cage, and there you go. Daniel Mendoza asking, who do I think Chivas will pick up for the next CRL season? Well, Diego B is certainly rumored as one of those possibilities, and then who knows after that? Does Sergio Ramos stay with SK Gaming? Does he not stay with SK Gaming? A lot of options for Chivas. Especially
or their no-tilt.
Go ahead.
Their no-tilt superstar, Kevin R.A.
Yeah, Kevin. I do think that Kevin might be someone who's on that short list for sure.
Yeah, Chivas. I don't know if you guys know this, but they follow the same code as their professional soccer club, football club, however you refer to it as. But Chivas' like list is so short for players they can sign because they only will sign Mexican players. That's kind of the policy of the Chivas company.
Does Diego carry a Mexican passport as well as an American passport?
No. He does not.
Or do they use the? Does Chivas use sort of like the World Cup rule, where it's like parental lineage?
Yeah, it's lineage. One of his parents was born in Mexico. His mother was born in Mexico.
Let's see. Do players get paid to be on a CRL team? Yes, it's a job. They do get paid to be on a CRL team.
There's required salary. Good bandit from Schwarzen, predicting his bandit.
Yeah, that protection bandit was really, really nice. Magic Archer gets logged to the left-hand side, will get one shot. Final 90 seconds here, and a little bit of tankage. You can see, look at that, nice. And this is where recognizing you're against Bar Barrel and doing that inside-outside gameplay with, you know, it's hard to juke out a log, but a Bar Barrel, you start varying inside-outside with that skinnier target you're trying to hit there. You'll get one of those goblins on every once in a while.
Yeah. This is just like a little, I'm not trying to toot like my teammates' horn, but I don't know if you ever like have focused on like watching Air Surfer play before and like his like placements, but I've never seen someone more accurate on predicting goblin barrels than him. Oh my god.
Second
double
ram
rider. Should be a big fireball. Misses the one.
Wow. Big time connection. Heal Spirit comes in. Bandit on top. That should be a GG well played. And yes, 8 HP on the left-hand side. Michi's fireball comes in. That's a 2-0 against the German.
Well, so much for going undefeated, but I'm happy because I think this means that Michi will probably qualify, which is nice to see. So
someone in the chat was saying that he was eliminated already because of matchups, but we'll have to go take a look at that.
Michi?
Yeah, I thought Michi was 2-2, so I don't know why someone was saying that. We'll go take a look there in a moment. Great win there for Michifu. Rodrigo Loza asking, do I know the answer? How many teams currently in Sierra West have no players with at least a one top 3 finish? I actually don't know the answer to that one.
I'll see. So Chivas, they have Pompeo.
Yeah, he has top 3s, obviously.
Team Queso, Ruben's got a top 3. I'm pretty sure. Does Surge TS, or then Pain? I'm going bottom to top. Does Pain have a top? Does Surge TS have a top 3?
I'm not sure if he does.
Oh no, Luck Dubs, I think, is a top 3. I'm almost positive Luck Dubs has a top 3, or at least Surge does.
All right, so Space Station is out because they obviously do. Liquid is out because they obviously do.
Chivas is out because they do. Team Case is out because they do. We have Wings, who does.
Buffmac for Tribe.
SK with Sam. Cream with Pelican.
So it's Pain.
Dignitas. Dignitas definitely has no top 3s.
Barbutt. Have not seen a ton of Barbutt today, and when we have seen it, there's been some misplays, so we'll see if Schwarzen can lock things down with the Barbutt here against Bale's Hog Triple Spell.
Schwarzen's a very good Barbutt player. I expect him to... he's a player who always plays it. He's very good with Barbutt. It's one of his go-to cards, I think.
He did play Barbutt 3 times during the No Tilt World Championship Finals and had a lot of trouble with his Barbutts. And maybe that might have just been nerves, as you were saying. It might have also been that he was being predictable and was getting countered because of it.
Yeah, I would usually always expect to go against Barbutt. It's just a deck you should always have in the back of your mind if you're playing against Schwarzen. This matchup should be pretty good for... This is fairly easy for Bale. I don't see him losing this.
And what about this matchup makes it easy for Bale?
Musketeer, Cycle, Earthquakes, Log, Snowball, Bomb Tower. He just has... even Skeletons and Knight. He just has a lot of answers for just everything. Good offense, good defense. And Schwarzen just will definitely just struggle to break through with Royal Hogs.
Pain has a top 3, but it's Luke Dubs, not Surge TS. Only team with no top 3s is Dignitas.
I think that's what I said.
Yeah, I think you got it right. I was wondering if Pain did or didn't have one.
Yeah, I was almost positive that it was Luck Dubs. Yeah, cause I wasn't sure if it was Surge TS, but I was pretty sure that Luck Dubs had a top 3. Yeah, so yeah, Dig is just all tourney guys. No real ladder players there.
And you don't even have look at that defense there from Bale. Doesn't even have to log that Pig's Heel Spirit push. Can just go ahead and make the +1 trade with the skeletons behind the bomb tower.
Yeah, that's why this is just so rough, because he has with only Fireball's the only card he can just throw into his side, so you can't even really do anything about defensive skeletons. So yeah, it's just tough for. That was a good Earthquake. The Musketeer still gets a shot even after tanking with the Heal Spirit. That was a really smart Earthquake from Bale, just to slow it down a little bit so his 1 HP Musketeer gets a little more value. And just another Hog Earthquake just to keep chipping him down.
And RF saying Luke does finish second. So RF chiming in on the YouTube chat there to fill out the trivia. And I believe that is the real RF. And you know what? Maybe this is even more. Space Station is the only team that has all 4 players with a top 3 finish.
Yeah. Even all crap. Yeah, but Josh's top 3 was so crazy. He just made his own deck, the last couple hours of the season. Josh might be one of the only top 3 finishers, if not probably one of the very few, if not the only, that did it with a fully original deck.
What did he play?
3 Musk Inferno Dragon. Some crazy deck from back in the day. It just countered the meta at the time, and he just got a bunch of good matchups at the very end of the season. Yeah, so no, just a spell cycle from Bale. And especially you saw he's doing what I said with Jupiter before. Just a snowball bomb tower just completely just kills Skelly Drag. So even this Hug Skelly Dragon's push, it's just really hard for Schwarzen to get through. Schwarzen might be getting a little complacent being 4-0. He's being a bit predictable here, I would say.
Well, I mean, one of the questions might be, is he... I mean, I guess, it's going to be a different meta, I believe, when the next round comes. Or maybe it won't be. Because maybe the first day of the next round will still be this meta. I think there's 7 days left in the season. Is that right? I think that's the number. I think it's 7.
7 days, 9 hours, yep.
So we're on day 3 of 5. That means that the first round or 2 of this tournament will be with this meta. The finals are going to be a new meta, which is crazy now that I think about it. But Schwarzen might just be, I don't know, not trying to put out more different decks at this stage, not trying to do anything he's not known for.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, he's already guaranteed that he's qualified. Schwarzen banning Musketeer here. And he's probably going to qualify in first place most likely. So even if not, second place isn't that big of a deal.
Yep. Oh, Rich, question for you from Thanos. What's my highest finish?
What is dip? You know what? Actually, I might even have this on hand here. Hold on. Let me see if I have it right here.
You have my highest personal finish.
I have your personal best, which is, I believe, is 80-22. Or are you higher than that? Than 8K?
Yeah. Ladder started getting higher after I quit playing ladder. So it's 80-20.
8,000 is still nothing to scoff at. Let's not split. Let's not be like, oh yeah, you're only an 8K player. Jeez.
I only make $500,000 a year. It's not even $1 million.
Yeah, right. But no, I do not know your best finish on ladder.
11.
11.
Like 3 years ago.
And the fact that that's not top 10 really frustrates you. That's yeah. Well, what you do is just grind your entire life.
The finish still annoys me because my last 6 games, were all ties, and Eagle. Oh wait, I'm looking. You already know this. I was watching the stream. I keep doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice loon connection though.
Alright, I'm just turning off the stream.
Do I know when the balance changes come out? Not precisely. Let's see. If you counter the meta, doesn't that make you meta-meta? Who knows? Yeah, Bale plays this a lot, by the way. For a player who's in CRL, I'm kind of surprised about. Hey, Lucas Gamer, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. You were mentioned earlier today.
As one of the greats. Wait, X Gamer?
Lucas X Gamer, yeah.
Yeah. I love Lucas. Lucas is a funny kid.
Loon to the left-hand side. E-Wiz, or E-Drag.
Ooh.
Might. Oh, it does finally stop it.
Oh, actually, let's see.
I think Bale, of players in who are currently on a CRL team, might have more play. I mean, other than Boss, actually, not counting CRL. So, of players in CRL West, might have more plays of this deck in competitive play than anybody else.
Yeah, I'd say so. He's definitely really good at E-Gold. Schwarzen struggling a little bit now. Might not even get his first place finish. He's got to win his next match, right?
Oh, Larissa's saying that's not actually Lucas X Gamer. It's just to be a fan of Lucas Gamer. Ah, okay. Theo. Oh, fan of Lucas Gamer. There you go. Rodrigo Loza telling us that considering all CRL West seasons, LATAM, NA, EU, there have been players from 24 different nations. Man, Rodrigo, yeah. You just gotta make it. We're gonna have you making a list of all these things. It means son of Lucas. Ah, okay. Well, I need to brush up my Portuguese.
I hope you've been writing all these down, Rodrigo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but my ladder finish, as I was saying before, out of my last actually 7 games, one of my games I was tie trading and it was a win, and someone stole the win when I countered. I was being a good friend, and they stole the win, so it should have been a top 10. And then my last 6 games, all of them were ties with under 100 HP before there was tiebreakers.
Yeah, ties are. I don't like ties whether they are traded for or actually happen, as they say in wrestling, and I mean like American style wrestling, not pro wrestling. A tie is like kissing your sister, right? You didn't lose, but you might have lost. You know what I mean?
That's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah, yeah. It's always one of my favorite ones that they say in the mixed martial arts world, the overall martial arts world. I always laugh at that one. So let's see. Schwarzen at 4-2, Bale at 3-2, Michifu at 3-2, Chris Leanne on the tipping point right now. Darklight looks like he's eliminated from contention. Pedro
needs to win out, and then hopefully Chris will lose his next game. But does Pedro play Chris Leanne is the question.
I don't remember. Let me take a look here for a second and see if we can bring that back up. Did Pedro and Chris already play? This does not have all of the matchups on here, unfortunately, guys. This is only the ones that have been on stream. I don't know if Pedro and Chris have played yet. Maybe someone else will tell us. Amir, what's my personal best? 6.3 is my personal best. I am an okay Clash Royale player. I'm just not consistent. And I've said this before on stream plenty of times. I can play some games like a god. I cannot play 10 games in a row that are good. It's just physically like I am not consistent at all. So I can go on a nice run, win 5-6 games in a row. If I lose one game and that they BM or I made a mistake, anything other than just a good game that I lost, I tilt immediately. It's like brutal. I brutally tilt. I don't have no consistency, no mentality for it. If I were 30% less good but 20% more consistent, I would probably be a 6.6 or better player. But I am wildly inconsistent. So there you go.
I'd tilt too much as well.
Yeah. They actually at Super League they call me Tilt Slaton. It's one of my many nicknames there.
Ladder just brings it. Like I think my life has like significantly improved since I've quit playing ladders. Like my overall happiness. It would I think, however my morning ladder would push would determine my mood for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
I usually wake up.
Oh, you wake up and start playing, and then boom.
I'd wake up, set up, play like 2-3 hours of ladder, and then that decides how the rest of my day is gonna go.
Dadizio with the Bravo. Thank you very much. Thanos, I do not know when the technology changes are coming out. Hey, Kelly, I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Appreciate it. Kelly Lawrence, more coming, of course.
Oh yeah, I wonder, are Clan Wars getting like fully like, are they like, is like the whole like this like clan challenge fully going tomorrow or what? Do you know?
I'm not sure, and I'm also not sure if I can comment on the things that I'm not sure about.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because I'm just curious if the Clan Wars are going to start before balance changes or not, like the official challenge.
I think so.
Because, like, I wonder if there's, like, a prep day. Because, like, what if, because usually it comes out, like, a day after. So, like, what if, oh, wait, no. War starts tomorrow. I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm thinking. Sorry. Never mind. Everyone forget what I just said.
All right, good talk there. Daniel Mendoza saying 6.3 is bad, though, LOL. Yeah, if you're talking about good players, 6.3 is way above average in this game. But I would still say I'm an okay player. That's about it.
Yeah, 6.3 is nothing to be sad about.
I mean, it is when you run in the circles that I do, where like everyone in my Clash Royale circles are pro players and semi-pro players. So it is for me. I'm kind of like 6.3. Ugh. But like in the general world of Clash Royale, it's fine.
I'm not even at 6. I'm not even at 6.3 right now.
Has Ruben been the best player so far? He did not. Ruben did not go undefeated, as far as I know. I believe Ruben went 5-2.
The same as Jupiter.
Yeah, I believe Ruben went 5-2.
This looks like a pretty big snipe from Bansito, but he's currently losing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in the competitive scene don't really realize this, but the average Clash Royale trophy count amongst players who are like actively playing is sub 6K. It's like actually kind of far below 6K. I remember Royale API had like a chart of the distribution of scores at one point, but yeah, like in the 4 and 5Ks are where the vast majority of players are.
That makes sense. Because I feel like when you're at that range, your goals still seem like possible. Like I feel like for you, like being like having your PPV at 6.3, like I feel like you getting to 7K probably just it seems so difficult, right?
It seems insane. It seems completely insane.
But I feel like a 5K to 6K doesn't seem insane, you know?
Oh yeah, not at all. Like I could probably push one of my minis to 6K most likely.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess that it makes a lot of sense that I guess 6K is kind of the zone where if I went to go play ladder right now, I'd be playing at 6K. So like, it's just at the zone where you can literally play against pro players.
Oh yeah, no, 6K is where I feel like 6K is about where it starts to change. Is where like it's that first like the upgrade when you pass 5 is when you start playing some players who have max dex because max accounts or max dex because they just don't push that much. And then passing 6K is where you start people like, oh, you're starting to see the ratio of meta dex starts to increase. I mean, you still go up against madness, but there's a higher ratio of meta dex, and you see people who actually know how to play. It begins to change right around there.
I can't believe Pedro won this, by the way. Just
yeah,
going back to the game. This is
going back to what we're doing here.
Well, good job, Pedro. Okay, I don't.
GG, well played.
Shouldn't win that, so I'll just put that out there. But he did. I think he was just getting really good tornadoes. I think Bansito, what I noticed the most is he was giving him really valued nados and was just allowing Pedro's baby dragons to just get a lot of. He was just. He wasn't playing as Archer or Inferno Dragons that well, and they were just getting destroyed by baby dragons.
And there you go. There's the matchup data way towards Bansito, as you can see. And on both the exact matchup and the larger matchup.
Oof.
Schwarzen and Chris Leanne playing off stream right now. Chris Leanne won game number 1. playing Lava Miner up against Ram Rider Barb Hut for Schwarzen. Keep you updated on that one as it goes on. And let's see. Someone's saying if I hit 6K on ladder, you're better than 50% of the people in CR. I think you're actually better than like 60% of the people in. I need to see the numbers again, but like I think people don't really, especially people who are in the competitive scene, don't have any actual understanding of like what the majority of the Clash Royale player base is, in terms of like the level of like how casual a lot of the players are. I remember talking to a CRL pro who like didn't realize that I think like the average number of wins in a classic challenge is like 4. It's like 3 or 4 or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
my friend always tweets at me, like a Brawl Stars pro, and he just like constantly is getting 0 or 1 wins, and he just tweets at me and says, "Ready for CRL?"
Yeah.
And that's like a normal Clash Royale player.
Yeah, like the average number of wins in a challenge is exceptionally low. The average trophy score amongst players who are still actively playing is still very, very low by compared to what you would think, especially if you're someone who lives in the Twitter competitive verse of Clash Royale.
Hey Rich, have you seen this deck much that Bansito is using?
You know what? I've been seeing more of this lately, and it's super annoying.
Yeah, the deck seems interesting. That's good, a really good, really smart push by Pedro. And let's see if he's able to defend this. And look, now Bansito is definitely going to take tower. So it's a tower trade, but it's not far enough yet.
Oh, nice Skelly's. Oh, no, that Heal Spirit nearly finished it, but that Benedict Arnold of a leap. That would have been nice if that Mega Knight had gone all the way to tower.
Those hogs may have been a bit aggressive. But let's see, he's in a miner here at probably, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, miner, actually, no, don't listen to me.
Mark Littlewood saying the biggest change in skills between 5K and 6K, you can go from 80% at the form, but struggle to 50% at the ladder. Yeah, I'd say that's the first big one, and then the skill the gap between 6 and 7K is insane. Like I'd say that like, yeah, once you like the way the curve is built beyond 5K, it gets really, really like trying to get there's a point where like every 200 trophies more is as hard as the 1,000 before it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. And then 7 to 8 is also ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because that's going
The
from like
monsters you're facing there.
that goes from like being like, okay, like, oh, I'm good at my deck, or I might have a slight understanding of the game, and versus like, okay, I'm literally facing like the best people in the game.
Daniel asking when does next CRL season start? Sometime this fall.
I think it seems like East and West have been going on a fairly consistent schedule of starting shortly after the other one finishes.
Seems like it so
I'd say.
far.
Yeah, so.
Well, Sharon, we haven't really seen this deck from Bansito much today. I haven't seen this at all today. I've seen it I've faced it in challenges, maybe in ladder, but I have not seen it today in these matchups.
Yeah, I see it's like a GC deck, but like I don't see this much in tournaments because I just like doesn't feel strong. Like I still like RG, for example, like it still loses to RG. I feel it's clearly not great against hogs. Like yeah, he's winning, but he's not destroying them.
Thanos asking why is the base King Tower level 9 for fundamentals in competitions? Because there is like just a standard. They had to make a standard somewhere, and I believe this has kind of always been where the standard, the level cap was for competitive. You have to create a level standard that made it so that anyone could play a challenge. So it's just been a holdover from the way it's always been, or pretty much always been.
Yeah, that's what I like about this deck. This deck just feels like it loses to everything. Like he's still losing to Royal Hogs, and he has like it's just the offense isn't strong enough. But the defense is okay, but like yeah, the offense just really just doesn't always do enough. He's getting a lot of King Tower. Okay, never mind.
And there you go, GG, well played. Pedro takes it in 2. Larissa, your Portuguese is much better than, or your English is much better than my Portuguese, so congratulations on that. Don't get down on yourself here. And there you go, Pedro taking the win.
Ooh, Rodrigo asked, who do we think is a one-season wonder in CRL?
For you, it's Luke Dubs and Latim or Uri and CRL Westfall. But to answer your question some more, Thanos, is that having the challenges have a tournament standard allows that to be more accessible to the player base than if it was all based purely off of your card levels.
And also, I feel like they probably didn't want you playing friendly battles and stuff until you at least knew the game a little bit more. And level 9, like, you get there from playing the game a little bit. Like, they probably don't want like level 1 or 2 or 3 because it's just too early, I feel. And like you don't learn enough by then to do more. I don't know. I feel like 9's like it's right in the middle. I say it's like 30% progress in the game because after level 9 it's so long to go up. So it's at like a nice point.
Here we go. Bale with a chance to qualify here with a win over Bansito. Bansito, of course, is already out.
It looks like at least one good player is not going to qualify. Michi and Pedro both seem to be on the chopping block a little bit.
We will see. It'll get exciting here at the end.
Yeah. This is where it gets fun.
Kelly Lawrence asking about your thoughts on Air Surfer's run and no-till and how crazy that final was against Line.
There's some... that final game hurts because there's some behind-the-scenes stuff that happened. And he probably was going to win that last game. It hurts. Yeah, I can tell you more about it, Rich, later. But
yeah, we'll talk later. We'll talk after the stream for a few minutes.
It hurts.
Catch up on a few things.
Great run from Jack. It was just nice because we worked really well as a team, and it was a nice little. Because during CRL, me and Razor did all the game planning and stuff together, and it was nice to have gained the trust of my teammate a lot more from being able to help him so much in that tournament. So I'm just happy the way everything went because now Jack trusts me for CRL, knowing that I can help him by myself, and he knows that he's still like a great level, and that together we can do very well. So, and now just gotta translate that to wings and 2 more new players.
2 more new players.
Heyo.
Yeah. Thanos asking about, hey, should we do a team up? I think that a Supercell partnership with Marvel or DC or something would be perfect. I mean, I think Marvel's is like from a brand perspective, like a way better pairing than DC because DC is so dark and Marvel is more fun. But I think, yeah, I would love to see a Supercell Marvel team up, and here are the things that I would want to see. Because you couldn't really do skins for characters. They haven't done skins on units in Clash Royale, just because or like serious skin changes. I think it would be too confusing based on like the number of cards in the game. I think they need to remain standard, but Marvel-themed emotes. Someone yesterday was talking about the idea of a Thanos glove snap emote would be super cool. But then also like having Marvel character skins in Brawl Stars would be fire.
Yeah, 100%. Like, let's think. Like an El Primo Thanos.
Yeah, right. A Storm for Mortis.
Storm for Mortis.
They have a Night Witch Mortis.
Or like Quicksilver, because he's dashing around so fast.
Oh, that's not too bad. Does Rosa get a Wolverine skin because she's basically unkillable?
That's funny. That could be, yeah, and like actually, yeah, like.
Or she's the Juggernaut.
Oh yeah, actually, no, like Primo's punches Primo could be Wolverine, and like he does like all his punches. All his punches could be like his claws.
Hawkeye, Magic.
Oh no, or Nita. It would be Nita. No, actually no, because the spawning a bear thing would just make no sense.
Colt Cyclops, maybe?
Yeah, that would be a good one. That'd actually really cool if he just shoots a laser out of his eyes.
For his ult, yeah. Also for his ult, yeah, like blast it out for his ult.
Oh yeah, his ult would have to be like a full-on like laser, because I guess Colt, like the single shots of it is very important. So
DC would be achievable. I mean, no offense, DC, beyond like 4 characters, how much of the DC IP do you actually want to use?
this is just complete destruction by Bansito.
Yeah, this is absolute domination.
And
we have not seen double bait at all today. It's our first time seeing it. And B, this is the deck that balloon deck that you hate would fare well against.
Yeah. That was... Bomb Tower Fireball can still defend pretty well. That defends very well versus balloon.
Fortnite has done a Marvel tie-in in the past. I don't know if they're still doing that sort of thing.
Oh, this whole new season that came out 2 days ago.
Yeah.
The entire season is based around Marvel.
Oh, really?
The entire battle pass is Marvel. The whole map has Marvel locations now. Galactus is literally coming. This whole season is based around Galactus coming to destroy the Fortnite world.
Oh, that's a thing. Here we
Yeah.
Here we go, guys. Checking in on the overall scores on this side of the screen. As you can see, right now, Schwarzen in the top 4. Chris Leanne and Bale both at 3 and 2. Michifu at 3 and 2. So it looks like, I mean, Darklight isn't. I don't know about matchups. And the mathematically Darklight might be eliminated by so far. I'm not entirely sure, because even though technically he's not eliminated from what we see on the screen, the matchups might mean that he's out. But yeah, Pedro also technically not out yet at 2 and 3. So a lot left to be decided here in these last few games. And we're going to go ahead and jump into our next matchup. Here's an overall look, by the way, at the groups.
And Schwarzen lost his last game.
Magic Archer could be Arrow. Bandit could be the Flash's daughter. Or it could just be Flash. Just make Bandit Flash. There you go. Hey, Kelly Lawrence, thanks for stopping by. Sending some Skrill for a new camera. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, that's the last thing I need, Kelly, is to get a nice, beautiful, like mirrorless, one of those pretty cameras that makes OJ and PB and all those guys look so nice. Right now I'm working off a very nice Brio 4K, and I can probably light my room a bit better once I get my office built. But for now, this is what I'm working with, but I do appreciate the support.
Ooh, hear me out. Jackie would be the Hulk, and the Hulk's like the earthquake thing would be the Hulk slamming the ground.
I think you're right. I think it's a strong move. But the question is, what are some good? I guess, yeah. I'm trying to think of what would be some good emotes, because I do like the Thanos snapping, as it would be a good emote. You know what? There is no teleporting character in Clash Royale, I've realized. Although, if they were doing skins, you would turn Miner into Nightcrawler, and then he would just teleport from place to place rather than burrow.
Oh, yeah, because he like leaves his little trail, so the burrowing
yeah.
would be, yeah, so the burrowing would be a trail.
Yeah. Dadizio, how are you? Good to see you in the chat, bud. What about a character like Valkyrie, but acts like a small tornado, pulling in troops or splashing them as they pull? That sounds super, super crazy. Yeah, Irish Door, but who cares if the bandit's a female character? Make the bandit bash. Make the bandit flash.
Yeah, I don't think genders would matter with the skins. Just
Yeah.
they would just try to correlate them.
Yeah, make them go with whatever they're. No, Iron Man. No, Thanos. What you would do is Iron Man would be Mini P.E.K.K.A, but Iron Man's Hulkbuster suit would be Mama P.E.K.K.A. That's what you do with Iron Man.
That's a good one. That makes sense. Or have the Mini P.E.K.K.A be what's like Pepper.
Pepper. Oh, Pepper in the other suit. That could be fun.
Yeah, and the rescue armor.
Yeah, come with that big brain stuff. Just add a storm character to NATO. Oh yeah, someone was talking about turning Valkyrie. Dadizio saying making like a Valkyrie NATO combination as a character. A character that does splash damage and also pulls troops into her. Sounds like there's no way to that wouldn't be for that not to be broken.
That's just a more broken fisherman.
Oh, what is the name of the character from X Factor who makes like multiples of himself? What is that character called?
X Factor or X-Men?
Yeah, no, X Factor. X Factor is like one of the, you know, there's like a bunch of different X teams. X Factor was the team that had Havoc.
Okay.
Yeah.
Multiple.
Would the Musketeer be Black Widow? Well, if we're going with Marvel, Musketeer or Bandit in that case.
Yeah, Bansito, his deck just does really well with only lava arrows. Lava arrows can kill Skelly Drags, but the Musketeer stack plus the cycle and poison, it's really just too hard for lava to get through.
Bansito taking the win here over Bale.
Does that knock Bale out officially, or is Bale's win rate?
We'll take a look at the win rates here in just a moment, but that might put Bale in a lot of trouble. Hold on. Coming up next, Darklight versus Chris Leanne. We'll have that one up on the screen here in just a moment. Give me a second here to look at our current situation. Bale at 3-3, so Bale not out yet. He has one more matchup against Michifu, and that might end up being, depending on what happens with Michifu and Pedro. If Michifu loses to Pedro, we could have a real tight situation on our hands for that number 4 spot. If Michifu loses, so Chris Leanne, if he wins, he guarantees he qualifies. If he loses, he puts himself. He makes that 3, 4, 5, 6 get absolutely bananas. So a lot will hang on this Chris Leanne matchup, and then these next 3 or 4 matches, every one of them is going to be essentially a deciding match for what will happen as we go into our final sets pieces of qualifying. Mega Knight is Hulk, obviously, says Mark Littlewood in the YouTube chat.
That's also good. This one guy Rodrigo had a really good one. Mega Knight is Black Panther, and his purple kinetic energy with his new suit would be his jump slam.
That's actually pretty cool.
I like that. That's cool. And then either the match.
Although, counterpoint here, Lumberjack as Black Panther, and when he falls, the suit breaks apart and drops all the purple stuff for the kinetic energy. Not a great one. I was trying to go for something there with the Lumberjack. It seemed like it would work. Dark Knight should be Black. The Dark Prince? Be Black Panther? Maybe. But Black Panther doesn't really ride a horse.
Yeah. I like Whiplash could be either the Magic Archer or E-Wiz. I like Whiplash as the Magic Archer. Like his whip, who's just the Magic Archer shot.
That is pretty cool.
Looks like the balloon deck again. Firebolt doesn't seem to be. Oh, I know Chris Leanne now. He's a really good giant player. I remember exactly who he is now. I've been kind of wondering what deck I remember him from, and yeah, he's a very good giant player.
Thanos, Thanos saying Fisherman equals Magneto. I don't hate it. Be able to pull things in, but does it work on everything, not just metal?
Oh, Ram Rider is Valkyrie, riding her horse.
I like that.
This matchup is... So he's just going to fire... He fireballs the Skelly Dragons every time. He never fireballs the Musketeer. And then he keeps on cycling Night Witches in the back behind his Giants. And it's not great, not bad. I think it should be matchup for Darklight, 100%.
Dadizio saying Lumberjack should be... Oh, I thought you were finished there. Sorry, Dadizio to my subs on Trovo saying Lumberjack should be Sabretooth. Sabretooth is a hard one to figure out because he's kind of junky in general.
Yeah.
Hunter is just Kraven the Hunter.
Ooh. Lava Hound is the Leviathan from the Avengers movie.
Oh! First of all, great call. Secondly, Fisherman should be Spider-Man.
Perfect.
Yeah, right? Fisherman's totally Spider-Man.
Who would be Deadpool?
Larissa Haga. Oh, and Track said at the same time I came up with it. Track and I on the same vein there. Larissa saying classify is the correct word to use. In English, qualify would be the more accurate word, but no worries there, Larissa. Your English is still crushing my Portuguese. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, Chris Leanne's able. He's just building. Oh, he's Hunter as well. I completely just like neglected that fact. He's able to defend pretty well and just build consistent pushes. This could be deadly. Let's see how this goes. That's a good fire. That was a good fireball to push it. That fireball is good because it pushed it into the Hunter instead of away from it, which I really liked. So this is a big point for me. He's probably just gonna go minor, defensive minor. That sucks that he did do that. That really. I don't know if that was a misclick or not, but if that was the only option, that really sucks. If that's how it ends.
Minute 15 left. Heel Spirit going to get the Hunter going a little bit further. Fishboy trying to get the pull across. Hunter not going to turn towards the tower. Miner goes to the back, makes the Lumberjack go for a long walk. 774 down to 726. Hunter down early against this push. Can he keep the Hunter alive?
Oh.
And that's a good fireball. Will that keep it out of death range? And it does. 336. Chris Leanne holding on here in the final 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's game. He was doing it at the end. It was hard. It was really hard for him to get his. It was really hard for him to get anything down.
Darklight with the game 1 win here.
Yeah, Darklight could just. I'm pretty sure he's out, but he can just put a rein on Chris Leanne's train here.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those kind of a big spot here for Chris. Chance to pick up some fans potentially, especially if he can make that round of 32 and have some good showings. Add one more little feather to his Royale API cap. Let's see. A lot of people debating who Battle Healer would be, but P's 11 saying that Battle Healer would be Deadpool. Give her a katana instead of her sword, and she never dies. Make her say some obnoxious stuff.
Yeah, she can just curse out like some people as she's walking down.
And I guess the Portuguese stream has gone down, so a lot of the Brazilian fans in the chat. Mark Littlewood saying Battle Healer as Captain Marvel. Not bad. Not bad.
I was thinking that too. I was thinking a little bit.
Would Thor be the Executioner? Maybe.
Thor could be the E-Wiz.
Oh, okay. I see that too.
I just thought about that right now.
Or E-Wiz could be Storm.
Or Scarlet Witch. Or would she just be the Witch? But I don't know. The whole that spawning thing would be tricky.
What are my predictions for tomorrow? Group D action tomorrow. Anaban, TNT, Framcito, Lapacati Bag, Vitor, Luke Dubs, Kenta Swagger. That's a hard group. Curious to see what kind of level Anaban's at. I know a lot of personal stuff he's been trying to work through. So we'll see where he is competitively speaking. TNT's always nasty. Lapacati, if he's in form, probably the hardest person to beat in that group. Vitor is playing great right now. Bag, of course, has been on a run a bit here in 2020. This is a pretty nasty group here in Group D that we'll be seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit scary to be honest. That's a good group.
And just here's a
that's one of the
sort of a run through.
That's one of the better groups, I would say. Vitor's had a really good year. Bag's always good, and Labo Framcito's been having a really good he's been doing really good recently. Then TNT and Anaban are just always good.
Doctor Strange equals Wizard. Not
She-Hulk could be the Valkyrie.
Could be.
Wizard could be Vision, I was thinking.
Oh, interesting. All right, let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 of Chris Leanne and Darklight. I'll show you guys the rest of this group stuff a little bit later. My predictions for tomorrow, people will play Clash Royale against each other, and some of them will win, some of them will lose. Flame Mignon, welcome to the show. Oh, She-Hulk is Goblin Cage, says Mark Littlewood. That's actually pretty funny.
I was just... What else,
Oh, goblins. All goblins are the mole people.
Professor X can be the prince, and he just starts speeding up his wheelchair.
I like it.
I like that one. I really like this Lava Fireball deck from Chris Leanne. It's like a very interesting deck. I like the way it works. And then Dark could have a bunch of decks, but regardless, this style of deck always just gets destroyed by lava, and it doesn't look like this game's going to go much longer.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick 3-crown here for Chris Leanne.
Though he might stop it, we're going to have to sit here for another minute. Yeah.
Can Pedro still qualify? Let me double check. I think this match is actually kind of important for that question. Pedro is at 2 and 3, so we need to get to 4 and 3. The big question is, how many people does he tie at 4 and 3? But Pedro currently not eliminated mathematically yet. I don't know about the actual matchups here, but Pedro is does have the ability to go 4 and 3. Coatbridge, Paul, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I think all the matches are on stream now from this point forward. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know that for sure, but I think they're all on stream now. We only have a few more left. Mark Littlewood saying Wolverine as Mega Minion. You know, I mean, Valkyrie could also be Wolverine. Just spin with the claws out.
Oh, I just thought of a perfect one. Like, actually, probably the perfect one. Kingpin is giant.
That's great. That's brilliant.
There you go.
Not sure. I'm very 50-50 on Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin in the Daredevil series. Hey, Irish Door, great cast today, Rich. Thanks to Dippers for Dogs as well. Dinner's been served here. Hey, go do your dinner with the kids there, Irish Door. Thanks so much for the support. And the Cash Bang! Huge, huge dono. Thanks, bud. I really do appreciate it. I'll see you throughout the week, man. Thanks for the sub, of course, and the Cash Bang is absolutely huge. And yes, wish your family, tell your family hello on behalf of me and of all of Clash Royale. And hope you have a good dinner, man. Take it easy.
I really liked the Into the Spider-Verse Kingpin.
Yeah, that was a cool one.
Ooh, Ghost Rider could be a prince as well.
Ooh, I think Ghost Rider would be Dark Prince.
Dark Prince, that makes more sense.
Right? Bans are Heal Spirit and Fireball for game number 3. So we'll see if Chris Leanne can take control here. Any invisible person in Marvel? If so, that character is Royal Ghost. Is anyone's thing? Who's the character who runs through walls?
Vision?
No, not Vision. What would Bowler be? Bowler.
Groot.
Oh, the Invisible Woman. Well, that's pretty direct, right on there.
I thought she's one of the Fantastic Four, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is
that's what I was thinking. I couldn't think of the name for the Fantastic Four woman, but yeah, I guess it's just the Invisible Woman.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you said a Spider-Man is Fishman, which is perfect. But if they wanted to use Spider-Man for someone else, Mr. Fantastic, he can just like stretch his arm out and just.
Oh yeah.
I just thought that one. Just stretch his arm out, and just grab him.
Oh, Golem. I would say that Golem would be Thing from Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah,
You know, you just recolor him and you're good.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's actually the perfect one.
You know what? Thanos just gave me an idea here. Which would be Ant-Man?
The Witch.
Yeah, which would be Ant-Man? Because all the Skellies are ants.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, right. And then you'd make the Wasp would be Night Witch.
Oh, yeah.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. Boom.
I like that. It's a good combo. Oh wait, how do we think of this? When we said Colt before, Colt would be the Punisher.
Oh, that's fun.
That's a good one.
Although, wouldn't you think that
or Bull?
Bull would
No,
be
it's
Punisher?
Bull.
Yeah, Bull would be Punisher. Blizzard from Talon is my daddy, says Filet Mignon. Let's talk about that. Is that the greatest rebranding in competitive Clash Royale history? Going from Dandelion to Blizzard?
That's better than Dippets to Dip.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that one. 66 HP on the left-hand side. Darklight making life difficult for Chris Leanne. This is probably going to be going to... Wait, shouldn't that be 1-1 there? Yeah, there we go. Darklight going to probably force Chris Leanne into a tight situation here.
Yeah, this is a good deck pick. Obviously, without Heal Spirit, it makes it like a little weird having to defend through poison, but he still doesn't have the best answers for like balloon pushes and stuff. Is he gonna balloon out their lane here? Maybe to pressure? Yeah. So he's just gonna get a good tower trade and just move on from there in life. Wait, Snowball doesn't take. Okay, so he's cycling early. I was gonna say if he didn't Snowball now, he lost.
Could Chris Leanne steal with a graveyard here? I mean, seems unlikely, but it's gonna delivery high. I'm gonna bar putt, but not pull, and that's a big oops. That's a big time oops. Didn't really have a chance anyway, but GG.
The Skeleton Dragon pushed it to the side.
Ooh, could redo Fireball as the Human Torch. Even if Chris Leanne loses, he still qualifies. Is that the case? I have to go ahead and double check that. Here we go, bringing up the stats from this one. I need to do a reset on my computer after this match because my computer is objecting to the stress I'm putting on it with this stream. All right, coming up next, guys. Pedro versus Michi. That most likely puts Darklight. I think Darklight is most likely out at 3 and 4. I don't think he can get to. I mean, how many players could a 3 and 4 player qualify? I don't know if that's mathematically possible. Coming up next, though, Pedro versus Michifu. And this is a big one here. Pedro not out technically, and Michifu not in technically. So let's go ahead and jump on in.
I guess Michi could lose twice. I guess I just don't know who plays who, so. Michi versus Pedro, you love to see it.
Yeah, this is
Balloon. Yep, so Balloon for Michi. So this Balloon deck, I haven't seen this Balloon deck enough recently to tell you who wins this matchup. Because just RG just gets through bomb towers fast. So it's like I don't know.
Yeah, people really aren't playing Minor Muskaloon very much right now.
No, Jack told me it's bad. Like I always ask him if it was good, but he said it's just not good right now. RG just gets through bomb towers too fast, and then Skelly Drags are too hard to kill, and then Fisherman destroys the deck. And yeah, Pedro with really good pressure. He needs to just save his log. Actually, I don't know what he's gonna drop, but yeah, like just the regular bomb towers doesn't do enough to RG. Like an RG versus bomb tower, I think they got 5 shots and the bomb tower, so it's just not enough.
First 90 seconds away, RG all over the right-hand side. That should have updated. Yeah, there we go. My computer's starting to slow down a bit here, folks, at the end of this one.
Oh, you have to turn off the stream for a bit?
I'll finish the stream, but I'm gonna actually do a reset on my computer tonight because I have not turned my computer all the way on and off in a little while.
Okay. Rich, who'd Goose the Cat be? that punk gets a... Oh wait, that punk got a hit. That actually changes a lot.
906 left-hand side, yeah. 670 on the right-hand side.
We'll see if he can actually if Michi can get a couple desperation defenses in. If he can defend this properly, I think he can possibly win. It'll be hard, but let's see.
Royal Giant does not get through the bomb tower here.
Heal Spirit being half a second too late.
Oh, but that's a big connection from that
And
skeleton dragon to the right.
Yeah, gain the far value. I think that seals the deal. Actually, he's gonna go blue mine right now, but then Pedro might go. Did you? Okay. Red barrel, snowball.
He's gonna have to fireball here to save against that. No, he doesn't fireball. Beats it out in time. That was a risk from Pedro. You can see that balloon looking directly onto the tower. Pedro just barely holds on and gets the win.
He was pulling it. Oh my god, he was literally taking the bomb out as that hit. That was terrifying.
Hey, Fake Royal Giant, thank you so much for all your support. Go to bed, get ready for work tomorrow, and I will, of course, see you back here for more mañana. Thanks, the GG, well played. Huge. Fake RG, you are a king. You are an absolute king. Appreciate that like crazy. And there you go. There's not the correct matchup. Matchup has not been. There we go. Here's the correct matchup between Michifu and Pedro. And numbers. Those numbers seem like they're pretty good, going towards Pedro by a bit with a pretty good deck, a pretty good pool of info.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a little chess piece next to Mitchie's name.
Neither did I. And now I do. That's a what is that? A knight?
Yeah.
On eating your daily burritos? Yes, dude, burritos for sure right now. I'm getting real hungry over here, son. Good night, Fake Royal Giant. You are huge.
Yeah, I forgot these guys are teammates now. I'm looking at the stream, but they both got the jerseys on.
I think that is the same. You know, I think that's a Photoshop job too there, because looking at the necks, and then also looking at the, I think it's the same wrinkles in the jersey on both players.
Yeah, on the left shoulder, it's the same wrinkle.
Yep.
So it's just lighting different. I think they just changed the lighting a little bit. Or do they?
They got to get my Photoshop guy on there. Make it like really, make it look really different.
This is a fun fact. One of Pompeo's photoshops for some event. They took when they photoshopped the cream off of his jersey. It was before he had the Chivas jersey on. They gave him 4 nipples.
What?
In a Photoshop before.
That's too many.
All
right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a thing that we've now said on stream.
Yeah, I definitely have a screenshot on my phone somewhere of it, and I remember I just saw it once I sent it to him. I was like, Pomp, look at this.
Daddy Ezio, hey, thanks for the winner chicken dinner. And Thanos asking, what's your favorite movie of all time? Let's see, Indiana Jones in the Raiders of the Lost Ark is one of them. Ghostbusters is way up there. You know, all the top 80s sort of action / comedy, mystical type stuff.
The new Star Wars movies.
Oh, God. Please.
With Heal Spirit, I like this matchup with Heal Spirit for Michi, but I don't know. Because Heal Spirit gets some really valuable defenses, but Pedro can get really good tornadoes, so I'm interested. But then Musketeer, then Skelly Drags with the Heal Spirit. This allows for a lot of opportunities. So we just got to see how this plays out. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it can be pretty good for Michi. Graveyard versus Graveyard.
If Michi cycles a Bar Barrel or a Knight to the right-hand side, like a threatening one, but doesn't actually go, is there a King Tower activation available for Pedro?
No, if he plays the Knight on the outside lane, he can't even, or even the middle. You can't pull the King Tower anymore. Has to be on the inside.
Graveyard in. Pedro immediately poisons that one. Big push up high.
Look at the Heal Spirit. That's just so strong. Yeah, so good NATO. But now he just can't build an offense because he had to do that. It's just, yeah, I think this is just pretty tough for Pedro to do much, to be honest. Skelly Drags are too strong. Yeah, Skelly Drugs are too strong on defense because the difference in this matchup is Pedro has to defensive poison, Michi doesn't. Michi plays Skelly Drag, Steel Spirit, and he defends, and Pedro has to like play way more. So Pedro's offenses are just way worse since he has to spend more on defense with no counter push. Yeah,
and here you go, tower down on the left-hand side. Michifu evens it up at 1-1. Remember, this is a do-or-die game definitely for Pedro. It could be a big one for Michi as well, especially giving up a matchup to Pedro if he loses this. That head-to-head matchup being the first of our tiebreakers, so could be a really big one. You can see not a lot of data on this matchup. You change the decks by 1 card, though, and it goes huge for Michi. Pedro choosing no ban. Here we go. Game number 3. And, you know, Dip, I haven't put a lot of pressure on you about this one, but it's been asked in the YouTube chat dozens of times today. And I'm finally, now that it's kind of a quieter stream at this point, so I got to send it to you. It has been asked for me to ask you your thoughts and feelings on Razor over to Liquid, and I know you're probably not happy about losing a player of that caliber, but anything else to add other than I wish we still had Razor on our team?
I wish we still had Razor. That sucks. He can't be mad at Razor. He got a good offer, and he took it. That's really it.
It's a it's an interesting one because like you think about the offer not just being in terms of like whatever money he was offered or things like that. You know, going to a big name team, but going to a big name org like that gives a lot of publicity to its players. I think it's one of those things. It's all it's hard to not count that when you're looking at an offer from a team like Liquid.
They're a big org. They could be it could be a better team. It could be a worse team, but the org is better. And Liquid's also his favorite org, like in general, like because he's a big Dota fan. So this has been like his dream org from like the very beginning. So it's him joining has been like a dream of his.
So basically, the offer he couldn't refuse was the one that came in during the offseason.
Yeah, pretty much. They were supposed to get him last season, but then they were gonna get him, but then they ended up winning World Finals. So then they were like, oh, never mind.
Fair enough. Now, who do you? I mean, as long as we're talking about that question, who do you think pairs with him for 2v2? Do they put him with Canario?
Has to be surgical.
Has to be surgical.
I'd say so.
Why do you say it has to be Surge?
Surge speaks the best English. Plus, him and Surge are good friends. I think a responsibility role like that with Surge and being with Razor, Razor's a good player coach. I think Surge needs someone like Razor to keep him motivated with the game, because I think he's been lacking motivation after winning World Finals and just falling in love with Fortnite. I think Razor will really help that team get back on track. So I think he's the perfect signing. He's literally the perfect player they could have got, which sucks. Because now Liquid's going to be good again, and we lost Razor.
Yeah, you lost a pretty solid player there. I am curious. I mean, I guess he's done now, but one of the players I was surprised to see decide to hang it up was Faye, who, in my opinion, I don't think there's a really strong argument that. I mean, we're talking about one of the best 2v2 players of all time in Razor, but I think that Faye is the best 2v2 player of all time. You can take a look at his record and doing it with so many different teammates in particular. Like, you put him with anybody and he's still phenomenal. That's one of those guys who it's like, if I were a team, I would be trying to offer him money to come out of retirement if I needed to fix up my 2v2.
Yeah, I guess he just wanted to go to school. I don't know if it was a parent's decision or his decision, but yeah, he just chose school as the most important thing for him to do, so. It would have been nice to see him in the league, because he's not just one of those people. You just like to see him in the league because he just brings up the value of the league, because everything is just more competitive with him.
Yeah, and he's a great attitude as well.
Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. I don't have too much interactions with him, or too many interactions, so. This is a very back and forth game, but I think. I don't know. It's going to be really hard for Pedro to break through. So he's gonna get a late bar putt here, but it should just be fine. Yeah, especially with the Musk locked on.
Oh, Musk runs away, though. A little chip there from the heel spirit, but now Musketeer to the right-hand side. Fishboy has to stop her.
I think Pedro can. I think Pedro has this. He's just gonna. He can't really. He's just gonna fireball this, and it's just over with. And he's just gonna keep on doing this. Good. Ooh, didn't hit everything with the heel spirit, but I think it's fine. He's gonna maybe try to log cycle. So let's see how this works out.
Flame and Jan has
jump.
declared nearly every player in Clash Royale to be his daddy at some point. Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage on the right-hand side. Those piggies staying alive for quite a while. Skeleton Dragons are going to go down. Those are not going to hold on. This is trouble here for Pedro on the right-hand side. Michifu might be able to eliminate Pedro. Oh, and a huge connection. Fireball comes in, and that's going to be Pedro taking the win. And this group is absolute nonsense now.
Does that put Pedro?
That puts Pedro at 3-3 and Michifu down to 3-3, I believe.
This group is crazy. That's all. Like it's just, it's good. All these good players are making it just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, look at this group here. 4 players tied at 3-3. So now these next 2 matches, I believe, decide everything, right? So you have Pedro has now won against Michifu. Let's go ahead and get these updated here for a second. You have 4 players at 3-3. We have Bale versus Michi and Pedro versus Chris Leanne. Right now, I don't know if those matchups, those rankings are the exact matchups, but basically, the winner of Bale versus Michi will be in, the loser will be out, and then Pedro versus Chris is a winner and loser out. So we have 2 qualifying matchups coming right now. Pedro has not guaranteed qualification there, Larissa. If Pedro loses to Chris Leanne, Chris would be in, Pedro would be out. So here we go. 2 qualifying matches back to back. Let's go.
Darklight just posted a big video on Twitter of him, like, I don't know what he's doing. He's like posting like a notebook and stuff.
A notebook?
He's smashing his iPad on the ground. Oh my god.
What's happening?
He posted a video of him continuously slamming his iPad on a concrete floor.
That's not a good look.
I think like he showed like his notebook where he wrote down the matchups and then just. He's not happy.
Yeah, doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it. Well, good luck replacing that. Oh, and the log doesn't hit the hog. Ugh. Hog Rider goes, gets a shot.
Ugh is right. I think this is matchup for Hog. I'm not sure. I surprisingly don't know this matchup offhand. I assume it's for Hog, but I think RG can probably pull some. No, actually,
there's a King Tower activation for Bale.
I think with Fisherman, it's matchup for RG. I think Jack told me that.
I think so as well, because I've been playing Hog Triple Spell on ladder this season. The Fisherman makes it really annoying because they can activate and then just pull to the middle every single time. And if they don't have Fisherman, they Hunter log you, and then get a nice counter push out of it anyway. And it's hard to DPS down this, to DPS down the RG. And you have to be predicting Fisherman if they decide not to use it on, if they don't have to use it on a Hog. So it gets really annoying.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Hunter is just fine. Skelly Dragons can be annoying to deal with. So, yeah, there's just a lot about this matchup that's just pretty annoying, I would say.
Yeah, you can't spell off the Skeleton Dragons, which is super obnoxious.
Seems he's just fireballing the bomb tower seems like the right play. Oh, it's gonna pull the Knight right off, and then another one.
Yep, and you can't keep DPS on it. Yeah, this one in particular is annoying. Will TNT play tomorrow? Yes, TNT is on tomorrow's.
Oh, it pulled a Musk. Oh, the heal spirit, that's dirty. Ugh.
Real dirty. Not going to get any damage out of it, I don't think. No, yeah, there you go. Does force the skeletons out to kite
He's
a
up a
little.
lot of elixir, though.
Yeah, huge.
He's going to RG, and then fireball the bomb tower, I assume. Oh, he almost hit both. Yeah, that's...
And that's a nice heal spirit here for Bale.
That's one shot? Nope.
Doesn't get it.
This should pull the musk still. Yeah, it'll pull the musk and hit it once. Twice? Yeah, I think just another RG at the bridge, and he's just going to keep on doing this. Good Skelly drag this time. I think he probably predicted that he was going to play that there.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb tower placement has been pretty varied. But hadn't been there in a little while.
Didn't get the Skelly's pull for the Fisherman. Yeah, the Fisherman is just destroying him.
Yep.
That's really all.
Yeah, Michi has to figure out, like, the only way to really do this one is to predict the Fisherman and try to either pick out the Fisherman or get past the Skelly's protection as well, which is yeah, it's probably not going to happen. Yeah, it's going to be a heal spirit in. RG will get one more shot. Fisherman goes and slaps. GG, well played.
Well played, Bale. I don't think it's not super easy for Bale to win that, but he played it well. He played it exactly how he needed to. That's legit. Yeah, you have to play that pretty well for Bale, but I think if Bale plays it well, he should win.
You see matchup data has it about almost 60-40 for Bale. And that's about my experience with this matchup myself, playing from Michifu's side.
Yeah, I would say so.
Fisherman the ban for Michi.
I'm in Eric's clan at the moment for the Clan Wars tourney, but I might go to KFC's. I just want to go whichever clan I think is going to do best.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I'm excited for this tourney. I think it'll be good. It'll be really good for content, and it's just nice for the community. It's just a nice thing for them to be doing. It's a whole little just like in-game competition. It gives the pro players and just the competitive community something to do.
Here we go. Waiting on our next one. Michifu banning Fisherman. And again, as I've said before, we're down to our last two matches. Both of them are winner goes in, loser goes home matches. Bale and Michifu right now. Winner will end up 4-3, loser will end up 3-4. And on the other side of it, Pedro and Chris Leanne. Winner will end up 4-3, loser will end up 3-4. So real possibilities for both these players, or for all four of these players. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 of Bale and Michi.
Yeah, this group is really crazy. There's still 4 or 5 people that can qualify. Probably 4 people. 4 people that can qualify.
Is Michi going Expo here?
Yeah, looks like it. And then Bale with maybe RG, could be Graveyard, could be...
I mean, you have to predict that Michi's going to go Expo in this game, right?
What are the bans? Fisher? Yeah, you just have to always have a deck that's good against it. Eagle, I think. I think Expo has matchup. Definitely has matchup.
Yeah, can't he just NATO rocket this? Oh, is he? Going,
no, it's.
Oh, he's going 2.9.
Yeah.
I understand.
Oh, he didn't time it right. Almost got the King Tower activation.
Wait, so this is a little bit harder now, being 2.9 than it is being Ice Rocket, isn't it?
It's a little harder, but I think he just defends, and you can just easily defend and then just start getting a lot of elixir from him and spell cycle him out. I also think it's Barb Barrel and not Fireball, it looks like. So Michi has no real form of damage to the tower.
Isn't Barb Barrel a little bit better against the Expo, against like Expo specifically though?
Yeah, like it can hit the Expo, but it's gonna do nothing when Michi just defends and then Fireball cycles in the whole game probably. Or what? Like he's just probably just gonna take very little damage. Good NATO, but all right. So I guess one hit. I mean, Bale's getting this important early damage because, like I said, Michi is just eventually just gonna Fireball cycle. That's all he's gonna do is just keep on defending.
Yeah, and you see just starting to set up his city on the right-hand side, defensive Expo and Tesla, pulling the baby dragon with the ice golem. And that's one thing about playing Expo, guys, especially 2.9 in particular, is not just using your ice golem to kite, using your ice golem to pull. You saw there a little defense against that.
Bale doesn't. Yeah, Bale does not want to have to do that. Yeah, he's gonna get another Expo on the other side as well. Good fireball for Michi. And that's another Expo. Actually, probably not. He's gonna play defensive one. Yeah, offensively too aggressive.
So double bar putts on the left-hand side, but not going to do much to break through.
Michi's probably going to start.
Go ahead.
Michi will probably start log cycling any second now on these barbs just to get the tower lower into spell range. Yeah, and yeah, because Bale's starting to trying to NATO cycle because it's really all you can do.
Oh, and he's using that for damage on all the buildings there as well as the Princess Tower.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
That's.
I've never seen NATO cycle as a strategy like that.
Yeah, it's because he got early damage, which was really good for him. I think Michi, the second hit triple, Michi's gonna throw an Expo, or throw some fireballs, 4 fireballs, 3-4 fireballs, and it's over. Especially since he just played an Eagle on there. Now he fireballs the barb hut and wins pretty easily, I think. Michi?
Not too worried about the right-hand side here. Currently is Bale, and here goes an Expo, and Eagle him right on top of him. The NATO cycle working for Bale here so far.
I don't know why he's not fireball cycling.
Maybe Michi's worried about something breaking through. Here comes the first fireball.
Or maybe he just knows how fast he can do it. Maybe he doesn't want to do it too early.
Maybe, might be it. Yeah, fireball, log. Eagle and Battle Healer push to the left-hand side. Baby Dragon behind. And a little more NATO, a little more damage to that Princess Tower.
Yeah, Michi lost.
2-14, 21-14 to 18-17. NATO trying to pull all of that together. If that Electro Dragon on the right-hand side as well. And wow, Bale wins. What a strange, intense, and slow match between Michi and Bale.
Huh. Yeah, that was Michi just wasn't fireball cycling when he had enough. He had a lot of buildings. We didn't fireball cycle at some points. He could have thrown a lot of fireballs at just different points of the game. Plus, he didn't log cycle at all. If he was just log cycling, he would have easily outdamaged them just by getting 10 logs on the tower. But he just wasn't doing it. And then plus, yeah, and then his kept playing archers, which I think was bad because he was giving him a free NATO every time because he wasn't protecting it with high ice golems. So, well played by Bale, but
yeah, Bale's in. And now we're down to our last match. So Bale's in, Michifu's out, down to our last match of the day. Another winner qualifying game. Pedro versus Chris Leanne. Winner goes on, loser goes home. So really excited about this one. What a great way to come through. And I like both of these players. I like Pedro. Chris has won my tournaments multiple times. I like Chris. So excited to see who comes out on top of this one. And a big win there for Bale over Michi.
Pedro's a win is always surprised. Pedro's a very clutch player. I think a game like this is where experience really shines.
You think Chris is a lot more nervous than Bale?
Definitely. Especially going against Pedro as well.
And opening up by splitting the 6-man in the back. 3-3 for Chris Leanne, and immediate bar putt in response. So heavy from both sides.
Barfed generally, I think, does well against. Oh, and this looks like the Hogs deck, I think. And Pedro's got Eagle. He's gonna Eagle him at the bridge here and probably take his tower. So that's fun.
A lot of damage on the right-hand side, though. 1805 to open up.
Golem, Healer, and Baby Dragon. Or NATO?
Yeah, there comes the NATO, but the Musketeer does get the Electro Dragon off the board. Chris Leanne defends this one pretty solidly. And going to get a lot of elixir to go the opposite direction. And this is going to be Loon, not Pigs. And here you go. Here comes a big old balloon push opposite direction.
Oh yeah, didn't Pedro got 3 crowns in this matchup before, now that I think about it.
Oh boy. Oh boy, tower down. And Pedro now. On the ropes here. Chris
that heal
Leanne in
spirit's
control.
big. That was a value heal spirit. I got the balloon and extra hit, kept the must buy, picked the Sky Drag Goliath. And yeah, Pedro's gonna get 3 crowned again.
Wow. Unbelievable. Musketeer gets it done. And now Chris 1 win away from qualifying for our stage 3.
This would be a big upset, but good for Chris. This guy, he's clearly showing to be doing pretty well. He's got a positive win rate on the day, 8 and 7. Well, I think well, depending on the stats, right? Yeah, 8 and 7 on the day, or 9 and 7 now, I assume. Okay, yeah, he's being fairly versatile, and let's just see what Pedro bans here. Maybe, I don't know enough about this Chris guy to really think about like what's good or not to do in the situation. I think.
Ban is Skeleton
spin.
Dragons this time.
Yeah.
And here we go. 1 game. We're not down to get to game number 3 yet, but it is 1 game for Chris Leanne. Let's go ahead and jump on in and see if he can get this one and lock it up, or if Pedro sends it to a game 3. Lava first play. Immediate Pigs opposite direction. And, oh, it's Lava clone for Chris Leanne as well.
No, it could be the Fireball Night Witch button.
It could be Fireball Night Witch.
Huh? I don't know what this one is. Gang, but it's a lot of damage. And I assume Miner will, yeah, he plays it early because Pedro doesn't have much to play yet. Ooh, look at that Hunter, it killed the balloon in like half health. A bunch of the pups. Oh, actually, they're still 2 shot. Never mind.
So there you go. 536 versus tower down. Chris Leanne goes Lava first play. Pedro goes, well, fine, I'll drop 10 elixir at the bridge. Right when you do that.
Huh. I wonder what his last 2 cards are. I think minions? Possibly? I don't know. I'm very confused on what this deck is, to be honest.
Yeah, interesting Lava Miner variation on a Chris Leanne, running Gang maybe instead of Barbs.
Yeah, that seems like it's a Gang for Barbs.
A lot of damage from that cannon cart on the left-hand side.
Okay. This is a deck.
That is a thing that you said, and it is correct. Oh, look at this. Bat getting tanked for a moment. Miner goes to the back, and those bats should finish off the tower on the left-hand side, so we are in a 2-tower game. Pigs, Cannon Cart, Magic Archer against an interesting Lava Miner variation.
So Pedro's going to recruit here, and I think he's in a pretty good position. Oh, he's going to Hogs. Cannon Cart. Ooh, that might not be the push from Pedro. Now does he have Lumberjacking Cycle? Okay. This is going to be big here. Now let's see if Pedro can defend. If the Lumberjack lives, that's big for Pedro. And never mind. It's not going to get close.
Fisherman to work on the Night Witch. Flying Machine comes in high. Fireball. And the Hunter gets
Fireball.
disappeared.
What a play by Chris Leanne. A gang low. Prediction log from Pedro. That doesn't take tower. Chris Leanne. Wow. Pedro's out.
Chris Leanne with 15 seconds left, putting hurt on the King Tower. Way ahead. And Pedro can send one more push in here and try to do something, but I guess Pig's not close enough in cycle. And that's going to be a GG. Well played. Chris Leanne with the celebration fireball. and he moves on to the round of 32.
GG. Well, props to him. He played really well. The prediction fireball is insane, and then that definitely won him the game.
Yeah, huge win. And I don't know if the stats are going to update here. Yes, they will. Take a look at the numbers from that one. Recruits never able to get going there for Pedro. Chris Leanne going to slightly off meta here with this version of Lava Miner, and a big win over Pedro. GG, well played. And that's going to be it on the day, folks. What a crazy day. Let me go ahead and show you guys the final standings over here. And you can see our qualifiers, JupiterKing, Chris Leanne, Bale, and Schwarzen, all moving on to join the other people who've moved on so far in the round of 32. It's been a fun one. Dip, thank you so much for joining, as always. A lot of fun to have you on. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, I'll link his Twitter and stuff in the show notes. We'll be back tomorrow, August 31st, with Group D action. Anaban, TNT, Framcito, Lapacati, Bag, Vitor, Luke Dubs, and Kenda Swagger in here in the Group D action. We will see you back mañana. Dip, thanks again one more time. Thanks to everyone watching. And I'm ending this one. This is a 5-hour stream. It's been good. You guys got enough. Same bat time, same bat channel.